All right, everybody, welcome to the 2024 NFL Draft.
Let's go.
Inside of the studio of forgiveness and friendship. It's an absolute setup here. It's fantastic. We're really excited to bring you guys some great draft coverage. Couple things quickly. One, we're taking live calls. All right, so if you want to call in and vent, call in and talk about the bets you've won, the bets you've lost, the girlfriends or boyfriends you lost. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. 1-855-236-3228. We know half of you are going to hate the pick, half of you are going to love the pick. Give us a call. We're going to get to those as soon as possible. Obviously, David Coney here to my left, Blaine Crane here to my right, and obviously it's your boy, Jake Crane. We're very excited. Going to be breaking down everything that's going on. Guys, we can go ahead and bring this bad boy in here. We're going to get to the chat, too. Blaine's over here operating more chats than an FBI profiler right now. But, David.
What does he do for the FBI?
Yeah, I know, right? He hangs out in chat's room all day. I don't know what he does for the FBI, though. Caleb Williams, I think, number one. I think we can all agree that's probably going to happen.
That ain't no guess.
It's what it's going to be.
That's what it's going to be.
The question becomes, is Jaden Daniels going second? Is Drake Maye going second? What type of trades are we going to get? Is Arizona going to move down? What are the Giants going to do? We're going to be here with you every step of the way. Again, want to give a shout out to production, everybody here for setting this up. So mute that TV, come hang out with us, give us a call. We're really, really excited. On that note, Blaine, anything you want to say over there in the chat?
Hit that like, hit that subscribe button if you donate, and it's on topic. It will get read throughout the entire show tonight. There's no waiting for donations. It will get read. Other than that, get your feet chopping.
We already have a little news here. So the Eagles locked down A.J. Brown with a 3-year extension, $96 million, 84 guaranteed. Brings the per-year average to $32 million, highest per-year average for any wide receiver.
Makes sense to me. They got the 22nd pick in the first round, talking about the Eagles going to be interested to see what they do there. If I had to guess, it would be somebody from Alabama or Georgia. I think that would probably be a pretty strong guess, or in the SEC. Again, there's a ton that's going to go on. Wondering how many trades we're going to get. I think the over-under the last time I saw in the first round was 6.5. Again, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Before we get to the chat, remember the phone line is open, 1-855-236-3228. But this is brought to you by our friends at betonline.ag. Again, if you're betting on the draft, you can bet on hockey, Major League Baseball, Quidditch, politics, whatever. They've got it there. We know you guys are diehard fans, and a lot of you want to sports. A lot of you bet on sports. I tell you what, BetOnline does pride themselves on their higher than average betting limits of up to $25,000 if you're really throwing some cheddar out there, and you can increase your wagering amounts by contacting their post-service desk. So go to betonline.ag to place your bets today. Use promo code BOOSTER, BOOSTER, for a 50% instant deposit bonus of up to $1,000. That's betonline.ag and use promo code BOOSTER. BetOnline, where the options are endless, and so is the fun.
I got them pulled up right here. We're going to be looking at it all night. Do you guys have bets that you like for the draft right off the bat?
My long shot bet, I took J.J. McCarthy to get drafted in the second round at plus 3,000. Wow. That's probably not going to hit.
Plus 3,000?
Plus 3,000. I've got an exact order. I personally think that Jaden Daniels is probably going to go second, but I got it Caleb Williams, I've got it Drake Maye, I've got it Jaden Daniels, and Marvin Harrison Jr. That's going off at plus 900 on the exact order.
Because if you flip those middle two, I saw it at minus 450, that's tough odds.
I'm not, look, I'm out here trying to take chances.
What do you like?
I have an exact order as well. I have Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Drake Maye, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Nabers, top 5 going.
That was at 5? So
yeah, went 5. That's plus
the Chargers,
600.
Or do the Chargers straight out of 5?
To me, that's...
excuse me. Now, Chargers are 5, correct?
Yes.
Latham. That's who it was.
Well, I'm interested to see. A lot of people said, the Chargers may trade Justin Herbert to go get J.J. McCarthy at 5. If they do that, I think Jim Harbaugh needs to be on the next boat to shut up.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It'd be good for us.
It wouldn't be surprising.
We have plenty to talk about.
It wouldn't be surprising if you saw the Chargers trade down.
No, I wouldn't be shocked.
No, we've been talking about that. A couple, I'll tell you that I like, or you can get under 9.5 offensive linemen drafted in the first round at plus 130.
You said under 9.5.
Under 9.5 O-linemen. I mean, I think we're going to see 5 quarterbacks. There's a potential for 6. We're going to see at least 5 wide receivers, one of the deepest wide receivers class. Once you start talking about edge rushers getting in there, defensive tackles. We're going to see Brock Bowers get drafted at tight end. Maybe no running backs in the first round, but 9.5 on the under for offensive linemen. I like that. Brock Bowers under the 12.5 pick is minus 250. So the odds aren't awesome, but look, I think he's going to be a top 10 pick. I have J.J. McCarthy over 5.5, so not quite as reckless as you, but you can still get that plus money at plus 150. And look, being a former Michigan quarterback, I hope J.J. McCarthy is the greatest to ever play in the NFL. I just think we're going to see him get drafted outside the top 5, and maybe some of this has been a smokescreen.
I would just, if J.J. McCarthy is drafted before Michael Penix Jr., I feel like that's such a shot in the dark. Now, you never know at the end of the day, but again, that's why I took that J.J. McCarthy in the second round, because if he doesn't get taken by the Chargers, right, at 5, I mean, how many teams are really going to be beating down the door to get J.J. McCarthy, you think, in the first round?
If he goes outside that 11 and 12 where you're talking about Denver and
if it's Bo Nix instead of J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, and so I have Bo Nix going. I have what you have. I have Bo Nix over 32.5 at plus 130. I think he's going to fall to the second round, even though I think he would be the 6th taken. I agree with you, though. I mean, if it's not, by the time the Raiders pick, if they don't move up, then we would have already seen, five possible teams take quarterbacks at that point. So if J.J. McCarthy doesn't go, you might be looking at.
Well, there's always that one quarterback that's sitting in the green room just waiting. As you can see, everybody's getting excited. Detroit looks awesome. I want to give a shout out to my buddy Mark Ryan, who just took a job up there. He is actually at the draft. I know he's having the time of his life. I mean, they haven't been this excited in Detroit since the Tropics did what they did down there in Flint and then moved to Detroit. But, Blaine, let's get to the chat.
All right, let's go to Cole Hobson first. He said, if the Patriots trade down and take some unknown player, I might have a mostly peaceful protest from my couch. Who do you think the Patriots are going to end up taking at 3?
You know, I've seen people talk about the Patriots trading down. I just don't think there's any way with the situation that they're in, after Mac Jones went to Jacksonville to back up Trevor Lawrence or put some heat on him, that the Patriots don't take a quarterback here. To me, I really believe that Jaden Daniels is probably going second to the Commanders. I don't know. I'm just, my spidey senses are off the charts on that one. And if that happens, I don't see how you don't take Drake Maye if you're the Patriots. And I know Bill Belichick isn't there, but this wouldn't be the first time we looked at something the Patriots did and said, wow, that really kind of went against the grain. I feel like that's how they live their life.
Patriots have lived high on the hog for 20-plus years. I mean, we had talked about Bill Belichick maybe being the greatest coach in NFL history. Obviously, that success sort of went down after Tom Brady left for Tampa Bay.
System coach.
Hey, you said it, not me. They're in a tough position right now to me. They really are, because you've gone with a Bill Belichick prototype, a defensive-minded head coach, but without the benefit of all that Bill Belichick brought, even though we questioned the general manager decisions from him for like the last 5 or 8 years, but we're always like, hey, it's Bill Belichick. Like, who are we to question him with what players he wants to take? I just look around at the division right now. So let's say those first 2 guys you mentioned are off the board and you're going Drake Maye at 3. I really like Drake Maye. I like his ability to throw off platform. I like his arm strength. I like his mobility. I think he could be a great pro. You're asking him to come in right off the bat and be better than Aaron Rodgers with New York. I'm looking at the division right now. Be better than Josh Allen at the Bills, Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa. You're going to have to play all those guys twice a year and then still be in the AFC. So your playoff matchups are going to be against Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes. So it's going to be tough for a rookie quarterback.
Well, too, and it's not like you're surrounded by weapons either. I mean, Caleb Williams, when he gets drafted by the Bears here at number 1, is going to be walking in to a better situation than either Jaden Daniels or Drake Maye if they both go to the Commanders and the Patriots. That's why, this year it's kind of funny because the first overall pick, the team in that first position, is actually set up better than the teams, in my opinion, to win right now, second and third.
Eminem.
Some shadies up there? I respect it. Obviously, they had to boo him. What's he going to start freestyling?
He's vomiting on a sweater already.
Yeah, my mom's spaghetti. Looks like a pretty good setup. I'm not going to lie. That looks pretty dope. Yeah.
Look at that.
That looks pretty dope. I'm so happy for the Lions, man. Just for Detroit fans that they're good now, especially with how bad the Pistons and the Tigers are. It's got to be Caleb Williams at number 1 when they bring him up here. Who is this? He's bringing the Lions. There's Amon-Ra.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Got that Michigan smile on there, David. You can smell it from here.
It's Calvin Johnson.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, Megatron's there.
He was pretty good.
I watched Megatron do things at Georgia Tech to Auburn that's illegal in 12 states.
Him and Reggie Ball.
Yeah. God, just rip my guts out and show it to me. Barry Sanders.
Wow.
Greatest running back ever?
I think so.
I think he's in the argument. But no, it's again, Caleb's going to go 1. Some other things that I'm looking at here at this order. We talked about what the Jets are going to do at 10, right? Are they going to get Brock Bowers if he's there? Are they going to go offensive line? Because I think the Titans are going to take Joe Alt at 7. But let's get back to the chat. I want to hear what they're saying.
All right, let's go to Max Destruction Ken with the $5 donation. He says, I'm back, kids.
What's up,
Let's
baby?
go Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cards. Rise up, Red Sea.
You know, Kyler Murray, once he gets done playing Call of Duty, he's going to be really excited when he finds out Marvin Harrison Jr. got picked.
$10 donation from Troy Manser. He says, let's go, fellas, watching the draft from Canada.
Oh, good. Listen, we'll Skyhook. At any point, if you need saving, just let us know. The plane's got fuel in it.
$2 donation from Hunter Hanna. He says, Bo Nix will have the best NFL career.
You know,
Wow.
One guy, and we
What
went
a
through this
take.
week on Crane and Company. Again, if you don't know, if you're just joining us and you just ran into the stream, we do a live sports show every weekday morning, 6:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. Central, 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern, take live calls and all that stuff, which we're going to get to the calls in a minute. But I think the most underrated quarterback in this draft is Spencer Rattler. I've said it. I like the way his mental makeup has changed. I think his game translates. He can make every throw, and I think he's 13 flavors of pissed off for greatness. So I'm always a fan of that.
And all of the questions that we had about character, you know, when he was coming out of high school and then even at Oklahoma, I think he's done everything you can possibly do to be, you know, a steward and a leader at South Carolina, even when he was just getting battered game after game. I think that he's been humbled by that experience, and he set the template for future guys who have sort of a falling from grace to say, hey, this is how you act if you really want to come back and play in the NFL and be a leader on the team.
Yeah, well, being a quarterback's like owning an illegal grow operation. It's about growth mentally. That's what it's about.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah, I know, David. You've made a big
by the book.
transformation.
He knows
We
too
have
much.
LLC.
He knows too much.
Yeah,
Get him out of here now.
No.
We have LLCs. One thing on Bo Nix I did want to say, and I went back and I've been watching all these guys tape, man, especially the quarterbacks, for the last couple of weeks here. A lot of passes behind the line of scrimmage for Bo. I know he broke the completion percentage record. Well, it helps when you're throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage. And one stat here, 2,023 passing yards on throws at or behind the line of scrimmage. Bo Nix led all of these top 5 quarterbacks that we're talking about with 1,037.
Yeah,
it's 1,000 yards.
And look, I mean, he's played in college for 35 years, so there's more tape. If you haven't made your mind up now about Bo Nix,
I think he learned to take the check down.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I think a lot of guys in the NFL wish that their guy would learn to take the check down.
And that's a valid point. Watch Tom Brady and Peyton Manning do it and win a ton of Super Bowls. So that I can get down with that too.
Well, I asked Dave Tollefson, a guy I coach with, who played for the Giants, won 2 Super Bowls. Who was the best quarterbacks he ever played against? He said Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, but not for the reason you think. He's like, most quarterbacks and offensive coordinators are the greediest people on the planet. They cannot nickel and dime you all the way down the field. At some point, they want to take a shot, right? Like a three-point shooter. He wants to shoot a 3. He doesn't want to drive. Peyton Manning and Tom Brady would throw the check down all the way down the field if you gave it to him, and it's the best option.
If you gave it to him.
Yeah.
If you gave it to him. See,
sad part was they can make the other throws too.
You don't want to confuse that with, hey, you don't bang the 15-yard out route when it's there because you're scared to make that throw, and you're hitting the check down because it's easier and your guy's getting eaten up at the 2-yard line.
Yeah, no, those are 2 different things. All right, Blaney.
All right, let's go to Mike D'Angelo. What's up, Mike? He says, where do you guys see the Cardinals going? Do you feel like it's a trade, or do they pick MHJ?
It's one of the two. I just don't know how you don't take Marvin Harrison Jr. if you're the Cardinals with the offensive coordinator that you have, with Kyler Murray trying to soup up that offense. And again, look, would trading back be the worst decision ever? I think a lot of it depends on where you trade back to.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a little bit different if you're trading down and staying maybe in the top 12 as opposed to trading down and going further and accumulating picks in the 2nd and 3rd round, which I know is important, but you have the 4th pick. If you're going to pass on Marvin Harrison Jr., you better make sure that you rack up some pretty good players and you make it worth it. I think they're going to take Marvin Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has the type of Hall of Fame potential coming out of this. It could be like that Larry Fitzgerald that the Cardinals used to have. That general manager over there, Ossifer, I really like that guy. Well, he's a Bill Belichick disciple.
Yeah, and everybody keeps talking about the depth of the quarterbacks in this class, and I agree with that. There is a lot of depth. But the depth of the wide receiver group is just as impressive as the quarterbacks, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. When Troy Franklin from Oregon, who's not from this planet, is the 10th overall guy at the position when you look at most of the rankings, you know it's pretty stacked. The guy I'm interested to see where he goes, and we talked about this morning, Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU.
I have him under 21.5 right now at minus 115.
You know, I had some Buffalo Bills fans say, hey, are we going to get him? Hey, are we going to get him? I don't think there's any way in hell that you get him at 28. There's no way.
You'd have to move up, I believe. And the Bills were already in the wide receiver market before they moved off of Diggs.
Yeah. Well, let me throw this scenario at you. The Cardinals have the 4th pick and the 27th pick. So if Brian
the Cardinals have 22 as well?
They have, and they have, no. They have the 27th pick and the 4th pick, unless my information's wrong, which I don't think it is. If Brian Thomas Jr. is still there at 27, can you imagine?
Oh, 27.
Yeah, can you imagine if the Cardinals got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Brian Thomas?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if they don't move off of 4, you're just saying go wide receiver with both.
If they went wide receiver with both picks, I mean, you want to make Kyler happy.
Yeah.
Right? Give him a controller and then 2 great wide receivers. I think that's the best way to do it.
That would certainly make news. I think Arizona's in a similar position as Washington and New England in that they would be willing to move back. I think all those teams, every team except for the Bears at 1 would accept offers, but I think all 3 of those teams will ask for so much so that they'll get a no so they can take their guy. The only exception is if somebody moves up to get Marvin Harrison Jr. inside the top 3 and then Arizona's sitting there at 4 like, well, we don't like Malik Nabers quite as much. What if we move back and get one of those other guys?
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see. That's what I'm saying. Who the hell knows?
I think y'all are right on it, to be honest. We'll see. I don't think any team past the first top 3 is going to trade anywhere.
Yep. All right, the phone lines are open, 1-855-236-3228. I hope I said that. I said that right, didn't I, Justine? I never forget this number, 1-855-236-3228. That is exactly right. We're going to pin it in the chat, too, so we can get to calls. You guys can call in and tell us. Again, we want your reactions, good, bad, indifferent. We know some of y'all may be sitting back and drinking some cold sodas, right? You know, maybe a Mike's Hard, something like that. I don't know how y'all get down in y'all's neck of the woods, but we're excited to hear from y'all. It's going to be a big night for a lot of guys. Blaine?
All right, let's go to DDD. What's up, brother? He says, if JJ's there, there's no way the Broncos will pass on him at all.
That's another team that they've talked about. Obviously, the Broncos get Zach Wilson to come over to be, you know, you say he's an older guy. He's really not that old. He's not going to be the starter de facto. They're not bringing him in to start. I think it's to create that competition with whatever quarterback that they get. But it seems Sean Payton and J.J. McCarthy, I think that's pretty good mix.
What, man, to go from the tutelage of Jim Harbaugh in college to Sean Payton in the NFL, man, like, I do think J.J. McCarthy could shine. The fact that we're talking about him even in the top 15 does shock me a little bit just because, look, we talked about it. I mean, he wasn't asked to make as many of those NFL throws as some of these guys. I mean, Penix was throwing 35 to 45 times a game. So was Caleb Williams. Mm-hmm. J.J. McCarthy is a winner, though. 27-1 as a starter, and he made the big throws when he had to. So I started to understand the conversation. Okay, first-round selection, he's a gamer. He's blowing people away in the meeting room. But, man, when we start talking about top 10, it
smells like a smoke screen.
It just feels like you just described Stetson Bennett to me.
You know, it's funny that you say that because last week we were talking about, like, if you just watch both guys play, and you said they were both 3 stars, and you said they were both 5 stars, and you didn't know the difference, and you looked at J.J. McCarthy and you looked at Stetson Bennett, I think there's a comp there. Well, but mostly because I think Stetson Bennett was a little disrespected in college.
No, I agree, and I think Stetson's a little disrespected because of his size, too. I think that's something people looked at. My thing with J.J. McCarthy, and I actually think Stetson Bennett was more developed as a passer, a little bit, if we're going to say any difference. Obviously, there's a difference there than J.J. is. Again, I like J.J. McCarthy. I think J.J. McCarthy has a chance to be a really good player, but I think it's 2 years away. I don't think he needs to go to a team that says, all right, J.J., here it is, buddy.
Which maybe you're talking about Sean Payton and the Broncos. With all that they gave him, he has 2 years. Someone like Brian Daboll in New York right now doesn't have 2 years.
No, I agree with
He
that.
doesn't have 2 years. And even if Brian Daboll does select a quarterback in the first 2 rounds, Daniel Jones is going to be the week 1 starter. You're not talking about starting a rookie until maybe the bye week or something like that. And just one more word on J.J. McCarthy and Stetson Bennett. I'm talking about just on the field in terms of arm talent and accuracy. When you talk about off the field, one of those guys not even on a roster right now. I mean, Sean McVay took a chance on him with the Rams, had all sorts of problems. I think J.J. McCarthy is so dialed in. He's overperforming in a lot of these meetings. He's impressive a lot of people. That's why we're talking about him getting drafted.
Yeah, he was also great in the Goonies. Blaine, first defensive player taken. Is it going to be Latu, or is it going to be a DB, or maybe Dallas Turner?
I think it's Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Here we go.
All right,
First
it's going to be Caleb Williams. We all know it. We all know it. Here we go.
There's no way it's not. Yeah,
There it is.
There we go.
Is he wearing fingernail polish?
you had to.
Let me see it. Let me see. I don't know. I don't think he is. All right, so Caleb Williams, he's obviously going to go to the... Again, it's a better situation than the Patriots and the Commanders right now. If you're the Chicago Bears, and Bears fans out there, remember, you can call in. We want to know what you think. I think you had to pick him. You had to.
It's a good pick, man.
Well, because, again, the ceiling is so high. The off-the-field stuff I'm not in love with. Again, coming out of USC, 6'1", 215, a guy that operates really well in the pocket and creating with his eyes downfield. You made that point today.
Yeah.
He's not looking to run. He runs when he has to. And in the NFL, you're not going to be able to weave your way around these defenders, and you're not going to last. Just ask Anthony Richardson.
Michael Penix Jr. is my favorite pure passer in this draft, maybe the best we've seen the last 10 years outside of like Joe Burrow. I hope he goes in the first round so that we can talk about him. But outside of just pure pocket passer, someone who can bang hole shots to the field, that guy, Caleb Williams, is the most dynamic quarterback in the draft. Okay, I know in a straight line, Jaden Daniels is faster, but what this guy can do when you're talking about escaping the pocket with his eyes downfield to still extend plays with his arm, it is truly incredible. I have to say, I think it's unbecoming of a young man to wear nail polish and lip gloss and whatever, even in 2024.
Hey, check your privilege.
I get it, and I'm trying to do that every day. Thank you. Especially at the quarterback position, where you're trying to go in as a young man and lead men in the most masculine sport in the world. It is weird to me. All I can do is talk about his ability on the field. And I talked to a Pac-12 coach this week who had to play against him 3 times in the past 2 years. And he goes, hey, man, like, we were looking like, is this guy the real deal? Is he overrated? He's 6'1". What's he really all about? He goes, man, he's an absolute gamer. And on a USC team this past year, it really wasn't that good outside of him.
No, I agree with that. And again, if you didn't take him, and he ended up being what some people thought, you're fired. Like, you're fired.
We're talking about a franchise that's never had a 4,000-yard passer in the same division with Green Bay, who can't miss on a quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to now Jordan Love's overperforming. You got the Lions in that division as well, who, like, they're on a roll right now, one of the most electrifying offenses in the league. So they've got to get something going. I think it's a good situation. I mean, Blaine, rattle off some of the players that the Bears brought in just on the offensive side of the ball.
So, I mean, you brought in Keenan Allen, which is a huge piece. You're going to keep DJ Moore. You have Cole Kmet. He's a top 5 tight end, in my opinion. You're going to get a tackle with this 9th pick. Bryce Young is watching this and just shaking his face.
Didn't they get a tackle last year?
I'd be so pissed.
I think, the Bears go tackle at 9.
I think
they may trade that pick.
They got a tackle last year, the kid from Darnell Wright from Tennessee.
You know what's better than one?
Yeah.
2 of them. That's what the Titans may do, too, today.
Yeah.
And all of that look, I don't think any 3 of us are huge on Eberflus, but he is a great defensive coach. They have a solid defense. They still won 7 games last year, even with Justin Fields, who was struggling to figure it out. And that offensive coordinator coming in from Seattle.
Well, here's what I told you this morning on the show. I think the OC that just got brought in from Seattle is going to be Caleb Williams' head coach in 2 seasons from now. I think the Bears will be okay. I think the offense will look better. Caleb will look good. And they're going to want to surround him with a coach that they believe in. I think that's why they brought in the OC, to be honest with you, as almost an insurance policy or an eject button when they get rid of Eberflus.
To me, it feels like if Caleb doesn't perform early...
Mitch Trubisky went 2, man.
Yeah. How crazy is that?
That's wild.
How crazy is that? So, I think if Caleb doesn't perform early, and it's 1 year, maybe 2 years where he's not doing great, I think a lot of people think there's only one guy you can call to come fix him.
Who?
And that guy's coaching the USC right now.
Talking about Lincoln Riley?
Yeah.
I actually think Lincoln Riley would be better in the NFL than he would in college. Right? In college, you have to be a little more hands-on as the coach. In the NFL, it's a totally different animal the way you go about it. Not that you can't be the coach for everybody or that you're not going to be hands-on, but Lincoln Riley's problem is he's a great OC in college. He just hadn't been a great head coach. In the NFL, it's a little bit different.
Your point about the offensive coordinator taking over as the head coach is really interesting because if the team does well, Eberflus won't get fired.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The offense would have to do well, but the team struggles. And the biggest criticism so far has been, it's just a lame duck situation in Chicago. Eberflus is going to get fired after this year because they're not going to be great. I was thinking that in the middle of last year. Right now, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. And it's a better position than what these next 2 picks, Washington and
look,
New
I
England.
never root for a coach to get fired. I'm going to get to the chat in a second. But I never root for a coach to get fired. But I do wonder if this offense looks good but the defense doesn't struggle, but they don't win how they think they should win with what they've brought in. Because again, like you said, the Bears, skill position-wise, you should expect to win if Caleb Williams works out. I just wonder if they believe in Eberflus enough, even if it's close. Even if it's close, should we let him go? Should we not? I think they pull the trigger. Depends on how the offense looks.
You got to remember, the Bears right now are projected to win 9-10 games.
Yeah.
What's their over/under? 9.5?
I think it's 9.5.
Man.
Also worth noting, too, Caleb Williams' Heisman Trophy year a season ago, 4,500 yards, 42 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions.
Look, the dude's
I get he's
got
playing
ability.
for Lincoln Riley, but wow.
The dude's got ability, but when you act like he does off the field, you make yourself have to play really well.
True.
That you had, it's not, that's the difference, I think, with some of these other quarterbacks. But let's get to the chat here, Blaine.
All right, let's start it off with official RVA Sports, $10 donation. He says, let's go, Brandon. And what do y'all think the Dolphins will end up doing in the first round?
Why do I keep seeing the Dolphins getting Xavier Worthy? Why do I keep seeing that everywhere I go? I mean, if you look, they've got the 21st pick. Obviously, Xavier Worthy had that incredible 40 time at the Combine. I keep seeing that. I just don't believe it. They need help, to me, on defense.
Well, let's see, there's only one football. You can't get all the guys the ball all the time. It's kind of what you run in with the NBA, but you need defensive linemen. You need noses. You just lost Wilkinson, one of the best players in the D-line in the NFL. I'm thinking the kid from Illinois is a good nose you can bring in and get it done.
All right, do we want to get to the phone lines here, David? I know we got a couple.
Yeah, let's bring in a call here before Washington's pick. Let's go to Jose in San Antonio. Jose, can you hear us?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, man.
Jose?
Appreciate you joining us.
Good. Yeah, got a question for you. I grew up playing football video games from Nintendo all the way till now.
Respect.
And I think the game, Madden, has affected how coaching is done today. You know,
What do you mean?
And, okay, so I'll be playing with my friend. He's on his own 10-yard line, and he's going to go for it. He's all like, that never happens. 4th and 1.
Yeah.
Middle of the field. That never happens in football. Now
Yeah.
it happens all the time.
Well, Jose, it's funny. We joke all the time on the show. That card you see him running around, like the card, like the when to go for it, I think it only says go for it, and if you score, then go for 2. I don't think anywhere on that card it says punt the ball or kick the extra point or kick the field goal.
I think the networks are behind it. They put up the ESPN analytics so more offenses will go for it. But, Jose, hold on one second here.
All right, we got this pick coming in. Jaden and Drake.
Got to be Jaden.
There it is. There it is.
Come
Brad,
on,
so
Jaden
far.
Daniels. I love
Come on.
the
Hey,
pick.
one of our best interviews at SEC Media Days.
Come on,
I
Jose.
love the pick. I'm rooting for the guy. Jose, real quick before we let you go, what do you think about Jaden Daniels? Yay or nay?
Yay.
Yay, I agree
Yeah.
with you. Jose, thank
Jose,
you, buddy.
I'll see you in the new NCAA game.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to do a
See you
dynasty on there.
Appreciate it, Jose. Thanks for calling.
The one worry I have about Jaden Daniels is that he's a fearless runner. I think Jaden Daniels is actually fast enough to be an effective runner in the NFL. I actually think he can run past 80% of the guys in the NFL. The problem is he's still slight, and we saw him at SEC Media Days, and he's going to get – if Anthony Richardson can't make it 5 games running the ball, Jaden Daniels, they're going to be picking up pieces of him all over the turf for a year and a half.
Yeah.
But again, we've watched him grow as a quarterback. What was his problem a couple years ago? He wouldn't push the ball down the field. Halfway through the season, pushes the ball down the field. LSU's offense changes. His career trajectory changes. Last year, pushes the ball down the field after the Florida State game. That was the biggest surprise to me on the first one. And now he's the second pick in the NFL draft.
We had a question today, Blaine, that because of the 2 receivers he had to throw to, Malik Nabers and Brian Thomas Jr., did that sort of elevate him up to the second pick because his Arizona State stats didn't worthy a second overall pick? That was the question in All Access. What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, of course it did. And he's in the type of situation you don't really see often. He's going to go to the NFL, and the receiving core is going to get worse. From what it was in LSU. But I do think Jaden Daniels is such a different type of runner, especially against Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson is more of a power of a guy. And the thing I'm less worried about it because in the NFL, they protect quarterbacks a lot more than what they do in college. So anything, it's only going to get better.
Yeah, you're safer. You're actually safer, as crazy as it sounds, with the way they protect quarterbacks in the NFL when it comes down to
His running ability will get him out of trouble early on until he's able to pick up the game. right? I mean, we saw this with Lamar Jackson, right? Be electrifying early. Now Lamar Jackson's a great pocket passer.
For sure.
That's going to help him a lot. I went back and watched as much tape as I could these past 2 weeks. He doesn't have the arm strength that Michael Penix Jr. has, Drake Maye, or really maybe even J.J. McCarthy, but he makes things look so effortless. Even back at Arizona State.
He's a pure passer.
I mean, and even the running, like the decision-making, he makes things look so smooth. It's fun to watch him play.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back to the phone lines here before this next pick. David, I think we have a question about the Falcons.
Okay, let's go to Trey in Atlanta. Trey, what's going on, man?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Trey?
Hey, I just wanted to. First of all, I wanted to say, Jake, you need to script what you're going to say to these guys from now on, so you don't end up back on the board of shame. What
did I say? What did I say?
I think I know what you're talking about.
What did I say? What did I say this time?
I'm not going to. No,
what was it?
You guys have been playing over and over again. There you go.
You guys take everything I say.
It lives forever. That's the great thing about a live show.
Out of context.
It lives forever.
That is a terrible mascot.
Just be careful.
That is an awful mascot by Washington, and I told him to get off my lawn a year ago.
So what's your question, Trey? Outside of just bashing me.
So who do you think? I'm not bashing you. I'm watching out for you. I'm saying script what you're going to say. Who do you think the Falcons are going to take? I thought for a while it was going to be a quarterback, and obviously you're not going to do that with the Kirk Cousins thing. So now it's, I think they need really big help in linebackers because they got nothing but slow-ass white guys in the middle there. So
whoa.
Taking DB.
They do. They cost me.
It's the truth. They cost me. They cost a lot of us.
It's true. So, I think Dallas Turner would be a great fit.
I think so too.
So you would take Dallas Turner over Latu.
Yes.
Right? I know. So, you're looking at linebackers. There's really not one that's jumping out here in the first round. But again, I mean, you have some DBs there on the board too. I mean, Terrion Arnold's going to be there. Kool-Aid's going to be there. But I'm with you. Give me a guy on the edge of the line of scrimmage.
And the thing about Dallas is he can put his finger down and he can stand up.
Yeah.
Right? And as a defensive coach, God, that is so great. And he runs like a linebacker. Yeah. He's flying, has great angles.
I mean, he was all over Alabama just has people after people after people. Obviously, I'm a Bama fan, so I know this. But he had some hits. I mean, he completely flipped some games. I know. I mean, everyone talks about the Jaden Daniels. Alabama was going to win that game probably, but that sealed the game right then and there.
Yeah. Well,
he just is a difference maker.
Trey, we always talk about dual threats at like quarterback and running backs that can pass pro and run the ball and catch the ball. I think Dallas Turner is a true dual threat edge player, really a triple threat, because I think you could drop him back in a short zone and he could be okay if he had to. But he can turn speed to power, right? And he can turn power into speed, right? When you look at the pass rushing game, his ability to spill the puller, or box the puller, or set the edge, I think Dallas gives you a little bit of everything. So, Trey, I'm with you. Anytime you take a defensive end from Alabama, I don't think
there's a reason he played for Nick Saban.
That's exactly right. Trey,
there's one other choice I think that they could go with is, they could also double down on the offense and go and grab a receiver because there's going to be plenty of guys sitting there.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you need more help on offense or defense? So,
no, that's a good question. I think the wide receiver class is
appreciate it, Trey.
Yeah, Trey, thanks,
man.
Patriots pick is in. This is where it gets interesting to me.
Come on.
Chalk so far on the first two.
Well, there hadn't been a trade. There hadn't been any trade update or
Let's
anything
keep
like
chalking.
that. Some people thought that. It's got to be Drake Maye to me, right?
Let's keep chalking.
I don't know if it has to be.
Just watch it be JJ at 3.
You have Drake Maye
Watch them pick some guy named Don Brady, and it says Tom.
Yeah, it's just Tom with a mustache. All right, Roger, what do they got?
Got to be him.
There it is, baby. Come on. My favorite quarterback in this draft. I'm telling you, Drake Maye, he's got some witch in him. It's a Hogwarts special. I think this guy, to me, is a more athletic Justin Herbert. Right? I know people say, that's pretty high praise. Well, yeah, I think the guy didn't have a lot of weapons around him last year. Remember, Tez wasn't eligible, his best wide receiver, until really past halfway through the season. He lost Josh Downs, right? There were some injuries around him. They lost a couple really good backs the year before as well. So I'm excited for Drake. Great pick by the Patriots, making the smart pick. Don't outthink yourself. Don't get too cute. I love the Drake Maye selection.
Wow, man, that's incredible. Does he start week 1?
Yes.
No brainer. No brainer. Starts week 1.
Has to.
Absolutely has to. So it's going chalk, right? It's going chalk. Now at 4, will the Cardinals take Marvin Harrison Jr.?
At this point, I'm saying yes. I think Osfort's fielding calls right now as we speak. 6 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. But I think he's fielding calls just to see, like, hey, could I Rumpelstiltskin somebody's firstborn for this pick?
Yeah.
And if not, I'm taking Marvin.
Guys don't think you can because all the quarterbacks that are we considered elite are gone.
Such a good
already.
throw.
Huh? Like all the quarterbacks that we consider elite are gone already. So what trades really well? What are the Vikings?
Well, again, I still love Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, but Michael,
there's injury
he's slated
concerns.
11 to 13, which is understandable. But right now, if you're a Vikings, if you're a Broncos, if you're a Raiders, what's worth trading up? You know how much you have to give up probably to get a guy that really wasn't your first guy to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because, I mean, at this point, the 3 teams that needed quarterbacks took all 3 quarterbacks, right?
Yep.
And we're only 2 years removed. I had to go back and look at this just to double check. We're only 2 years removed from the first quarterback in the draft was Kenny Pickett at 20.
That's wild.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I mean, that was wild.
Well, it
That
just
was
shows you how different.
Yeah,
I mean,
year by year. And this
like
is one of the
recruiting.
deepest classes, especially when you start talking about that COVID year of extra eligibility. I mean, Jaden Daniels probably would have been gone a year before maybe. Michael Penix Jr., Bo Nix.
Well, I mean, you look at the transfer portal in college football, and I think we have a question from a Washington fan. We're interested to see what they have to say. But it's like the transfer portal. Last year, it was offensive tackles were getting the bag. This year, it's defensive tackles in the spring transfer portal window. I saw a number where defensive tackles, the highest level ones in the transfer portal in college, are making $500,000 to $800,000 on these NIL deals, which is absolutely insane.
All right, let's go to Adam in Washington. Adam, you in Washington State or Washington, D.C.?
I actually live in Phoenix now. My number just hasn't switched over.
Oh, nice.
Washington State.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
yeah, but I am a Seahawks fan and a Ducks fan. which
Nice.
leads me to
Seahawks
ask
and
a
Ducks.
question.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so this leads me to a couple questions. First of all, why y'all underrating Bo Nix? Like, come on, guys. Will Stein is a genius, and that's why y'all are getting on him, because he throws the check down. Like you guys said, that's smart plays. Yeah, he threw a lot of check downs, but they were check downs, and when he needed to, he threw it over the top to Troy Franklin for a crap ton of touchdowns.
Yeah. No,
And I saw that deep ball hit a lot this
for
year.
sure. Well, Adam, I mean, me and Blaine are both from Auburn, so we watched Bo, play since his freshman year when he beat Oregon that first year. Here's the question to me for Bo Nix is, and you hear this sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't make sense to some people, but is he already developed to the point where he's reached his max potential? I don't believe that. I think that's why some people are afraid of him, because, again, he did play in college for 6 years. But, again, if the check down is there and that's the right choice, I will never fault you for throwing the check down. But I've seen Bo throw the ball down the field. I watched Bo Nix run around LSU's defense for 3 minutes and then throw a touchdown pass in a game a couple years ago. So I'm rooting for him, a guy that we've had on the show.
All of these guys are great. All of these guys are great football players. There's Osfort right there. Looks like the pick is in. All of these guys are great football players. So when we're talking about the difference between the top 7 best ones in the country, we're talking about minutia, right? Yeah. And if Bo Nix goes 34 or 35, which I think he'll be inside of that, that's really not underrating him. Like, I'm not saying he's a 3rd round or a 4th round pick. Which one of these 5 guys that we're talking about when we say Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake Maye, Michael Penix Jr., which one of those guys would you take Bo Nix before?
So I wouldn't take Bo Nix before any of them, but I would sure as heck take him before J.J. McCarthy.
I agree with you. I'm with you 100%.
I think you can have an honest conversation about taking him over Michael Penix Jr., too.
Just for health reasons?
Even Michael
That's
Penix,
one of the reasons,
The only reason for Michael Penix is the injury history. But as an Oregon fan, shit, I know.
Yeah, you've seen it. You've seen it live and in person.
The injury history is obviously going to be there for Michael Penix Jr. But, look, the last 2 seasons, high-level Power 5 football, injury-free, 2 seasons in a row, threw for 9,500 yards. And another thing is he's not going –
Yeah, 4 NFL receivers.
Look, any of these guys has the capability to be a Hall of Famer or a bust, right? Like, all of them have to take that next step. The thing with Michael Penix Jr., it's not like we're talking about a quarterback who's been really injured who needs to move around like Jaden Daniels. Yeah. This is a guy who wants to operate from inside the pocket, and I think that's where he'll make his living. Hey, Adam, hold on 1 second. Cardinals pick is in.
Got to take Marvin. Yep. Yeah, good pick. It's chalk. It's chalk.
First 4.
Boy, Kyler Murray.
Wow.
I'm up. I know he's popping out of a cupcake excited right now, but Adam, great call, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it, man.
All right, buddy. All right, Blaine, quickly to the chat.
Yeah, big quick shout out to CP and Jack Mock. CP watching in Switzerland.
Dude,
Jack Mock watching in Hawaii. What's up, fellas? Let's go to a $5 donation from PBS. It says, which first-round QB will benefit the most from sitting their rookie season?
See, I really believe that is J.J. McCarthy. If he goes in the first
quarterback?
round. Yes. If I think he would benefit the most from it, and then I think he'll be ready a little bit. He needs that quote-unquote redshirt year in the NFL. That's if I know you asked first round, but it's feeling like he's going to go first round. Outside of that, I mean,
he's younger than these guys.
He is younger than these guys.
3 years
I agree
younger
with
than Michael Penix Jr.
I think that's the answer. Because look, I mean, Caleb Williams ain't going to sit. Jaden Daniels ain't going to sit. Drake May's not going to sit.
The honest answer might be Spencer Rattler.
It may be Spencer, but he's not going first round. Would it be Michael Penix? But I don't think Michael Penix
is not.
Michael Penix to me could come in and be like Michael Penix could come in right now and start for the Raiders. I don't know if they'd necessarily be a playoff team, but he could do it, right?
Yeah.
I think in the same way that who were you talking about? Spencer Rattler. Yeah. Spencer Rattler with his mobility could come in and just the same thing I said about Jaden Daniels could get himself out of trouble with his legs early on. I think J.J. McCarthy to me just with some of the accuracy issues and being in such a run first offense, I think it would do wonders to sit behind a guy like what we had talked about with Kirk Cousins in Minnesota before he got drafted. One thing right here about Marvin Harrison Jr. is on the screen. This run of receivers that the Buckeyes have had.
Oh, it's insane. I mean, and they've got more of them. Jeremiah
they just got the number one.
Problem.
Like, it's incredible, man.
Yeah. No, it's that's a great question, too.
All right, let's go to Zach Brown. I love your band. He says, bold prediction, Vikings panic from not being able to get one of their guys and trades their first-round picks for a current NFL starter, possibly Herbert.
If that happens, then the Chargers are about to draft J.J. McCarthy, if that's what you're saying. That's what I believe. All right, Blaine, one more.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from TR.
Thanks, TR.
What is up, brother? He said, all right, now that Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels are off the board, who would you rate your three next best quarterbacks?
I would rate it like this. I would go Michael Penix, I would go Bo Nix, then I would go J.J. McCarthy. Of guys that are going to get taken in the first round. In my opinion, and some people may think I'm crazy, I would take Spencer Rattler right now before J.J. McCarthy. That's just me. Again, I'm not trying to knock J.J. I hope he does well. That's the way I would rate
the ceiling, to me, there's right this second, J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix are comparable. Like we just said, Bo Nix is 3 years older. Imagine what J.J. McCarthy could be in 3 years. The ceiling is so much higher. I think that's what teams are falling in love with. But, hey, we're about to find out. Like, over the course of the next 5 or 10 picks, we're going to know.
Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We appreciate everybody in here and you guys joining us. Who do we got next, Dave?
Let's go to Matt in Alberta, Canada. We're international, people.
Yeah, baby.
We're international. Matt, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
So I was hoping you could help me understand this Caleb Williams hype.
Okay.
I personally don't get it. Like his record and his performance against top 25 defenses is not good at all.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever pulled through in an important moment. And I don't think showing off in today's Pac-12 is particularly impressive. You know, it's not like going and balling out in the SEC.
Yeah.
So I'm firmly convinced that nobody really knows anything about drafting quarterbacks because we've got the last pick in the 2022 draft starting for the 49ers.
Yeah, Brock.
And the 21 draft riding the pipe. Right?
Yeah, look at Tom Brady, too, where he was taken. Here's what I'll say. It's an inexact science. Drafting any position, not just quarterback, but when the quarterback takes on so much responsibility, obviously, that's the one that people dive into the most. Here's what I think people see when they look at Caleb Williams. I think the game has changed. They see his ability to create with his eyes down the field like we talked about. His nuanced ability as a passer, he can make every throw, whether that's on the run, whether that's going left, whether that's going right, whether that's staying in the pocket. The off-the-field stuff does give me pause. Some of these people, Matt, that are saying he's a generational player, I don't think that's true. But when it comes down to pure ability, just pure passing ability from the pocket, the ability to make every throw and anticipate. That's another thing people don't talk about enough with NFL quarterbacks. If you do go back and watch the tape, his ability to anticipate is about as good as anybody out there, and he did get coached by Lincoln Riley at the end of the day.
Which is a huge boon for him. And honestly, Matt, everything that you just said about Caleb Williams, I think could have been said about Justin Herbert coming out. And I know because I kind of said some of those things. Like, what meaningful game has this guy won? You know, he's being drafted off of ability more than his college accomplishments. Could probably say the same about
Tom Brady?
Tom Brady wasn't even in he was not even in that conversation, but say Patrick Mahomes, right? Like you could have looked at the first round there and said, like, why is Andy Reid and the Chiefs, why are they moving up to go get Patrick Mahomes, who's playing in the Big 12? What, like, big-time championship game has he won? They're drafting purely off ability, and now they're back-to-back Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, and Matt, you may be right. I mean, at the end of the day, you may be right. I have some questions about him too, but I think that's probably the best answer you're going to get, my friend.
Well, and I think, too, that a lot has changed. Like, you've got teams basically expecting to draft a quarterback and have them come in and save you, like, right away. Yep. And there's not as much of that emphasis on sitting for a year, development. Like,
Agreed.
I don't know. As a coach myself, I think that's a whole lot more important than just kind of waiting for your savior, I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, there's a reason you're in the womb for 9 months, right? That's the old saying. The game has changed so much, and then you look at what C.J. Stroud did last year, Matt. That's not going to help anybody wanting anybody to wait, right? Because one guy was able to do it, but then you look at a guy like Jordan Love, who bided his time, right? Who waited for his opportunity, and now he is ready. The more time that you have to get ready, the more ready you will be. But some of these organizations, I mean, Matt, if you're the Patriots or you're the Commanders, we don't have the time or the personnel to wait for you to get, quote-unquote, ready.
And a large reason is because of the second contracts. They're so astronomical now. Yeah. I mean, the Jordan Love situation, I think, that used to be the standard. Now it's more of the anomaly because, guys, you're talking about the 49ers having Brock Purdy start. They're cleaning up on a quarterback competing for them on a rookie deal so that they can keep the rest of that team together.
Yeah, I agree.
Appreciate it, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. Hey, I know there's some hockey on, too. You guys like that up there in Canada. So we got the Chargers up next. This one, the pick is in. All right, we're seeing the pick is in.
Come on, Malik.
We're going to get back to the phone lines. We know
you got Malik here?
Come on, Malik. If they draft Malik, I win $1,000.
Literally, no one has any idea what Jim Harbaugh is going to do.
You have a better idea of guessing what the Joker and
we know he's not moving back now, at least, right? Wait, you win $1,000? You win $1,000 right now?
Top 5, you're right. Yeah.
So wait. If they take Malik Nabers, you win $1,000.
Correct.
Godly.
I kind of want to trail this right now.
Yeah, I know.
I kind of want to lie.
So I'm 4 for 4 right now.
Yeah. So you did the exact order. All right, here we go.
I won't do it because I don't want to jinx you. I don't want to.
David, I appreciate that. Come on.
Haven't seen any updates about trades. We're going to get to you. I believe Kyle are in Georgia. You're next asking about Brock Bowers, which that one's going to be interesting to see too. But to me, this has been the most intriguing pick up to this point. I know everything else has gone chalk, but with the Cardinals not trading, it's going to be interesting to see what the Chargers do now with Jim Harbaugh there. There's no way they take J.J. McCarthy, Dave. There's no way. No way. They're going to use the pick. Adam Schefter. They turned away trade offer calls for Justin Herbert.
Wow. So if Chargers take...
There's no way they're going to take J.J. McCarthy with Justin Herbert. There's no way they're going to...
So if the Chargers take Malik Nabers, the Giants didn't take J.J. McCarthy.
Hold on. Chargers turned away trade offers for Justin Herbert. What'd you say, Blaine?
So if the Chargers take Malik Nabers here, the Giants will probably take J.J.
I don't know.
I
still don't know. That means Brian Daboll is gonna like bet the bank in a season where he has to have it on a rookie quarterback who I don't think would start week.
Well, if you're the Giants, do you get Rome Odunze?
Possibly, but Malik Nabers would still be on the board.
All right, here we go. Blaine's in freak out mode.
Come on, don't be Joe Alt. It's Malik. Come on. It's like Malik Nabers.
Oh! No! Oh! Harbaugh likes those O-linemen, man.
Look.
Harbaugh's trying to play bully ball, Blaine. I'm sorry. Look at him.
If you are the Titans, what do you do now?
Yeah.
You got to go tackle, right? You got so that's
like I said, they took a tackle last year.
Oh my goodness.
Took a tackle last year.
Wow.
God.
Hey.
I can't be upset about it. It's a good pick.
We should have known Jim Harbaugh, offensive line.
Who are you going to throw it to, Jim?
Oh, they'll find somebody.
Who are you going to throw it to?
Wow. Man, I did not see that one coming. I'm going to be honest with you. But if you're the Titans, if you're the Giants.
This is the most interesting pick.
You're taking Malik.
You got to take
it. This is the most interesting pick. Now I think it's Malik.
Malik, yes.
Because they get the first pick in the second round. I think that's more like they'll see which quarterback falls to them there.
God, 8, that sucks.
I just think Daniel Jones is going to be the week 1 starter for the Giants.
And again, I think that's smart with what Daboll's doing. Look, I know there's some Giants fans out there that hate Daniel Jones. They loved him 2 years ago, but he wasn't good last year. I love the pick. I will never get mad at you for taking the best offensive tackle in the NFL draft. The game is won on the edge of the line of scrimmage, and it'll always be that way. So good pick there.
But if you're Brian Daboll, again, I'm not him. I don't know who he loves. He's a quarterback whisperer. He's coached Josh Allen when he was at the Bills. He's gotten the most out of Daniel Jones in that first year with the Giants, not so much last year. What if the guy he loves Michael Penix Jr., he loves J.J. McCarthy, or even Bo Nix? What if they're all there?
Well, to me, if you're in love with Michael Penix, then I think you try and formulate a way to trade up or try and wait it out to get him on that second pick.
We don't need a quarterback. I think we're good.
Let's get back to the phones.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to Kyle in Athens, Georgia. Kyle, what's the word,
What a great time to be alive in Athens, Georgia, Kyle. Congrats.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Some blame. Sorry for your loss.
I'm dead inside anyways. It's fine, Kyle.
He's already dead inside. It's cool. We both are.
But so where do you guys think Brock Bowers is going to end up? And why are all the teams before that wrong?
I think it's the Jets.
I also want to know what you guys think about Latham, McCarthy, like how his career is going to pan out compared to the other receivers in the draft.
Well, I think Lad, there's legitimate, and we saw him, talk to him at the Senior Bowl. It was great to see him down there. I think the injury concerns are going to scare some people away from Ladd McConkey. But if he can stay healthy, I think he has a chance to be a pretty good pro. I mean, you look at, he doesn't have, obviously, the Edelman quickness, but his IQ is so high, being able to run option routes and the things, they ask you to do in the NFL and kind of take your IQ to the next level. I think Ladd has enough athletic ability to be able to stem guys, set them up, to be able to double move guys, and he's a guy you can move around. It's just the injuries. I think they're going to take, I think the Jets are going to take Brock Bowers at 10 and pair him with Aaron Rodgers, which is like, getting what you wanted for Christmas if you're Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and worst nightmare if you're a defense.
That's exactly right.
And he can block.
And he can block. I think that's the most underrated part of his game.
I think either Brock Bowers or Marvin Harrison Jr. will have the best rookie season out of all these guys drafted.
I don't think that's crazy. I think Brock
depends on the situation, though. The situation you go to matters so much.
Depends on where Malik ends up.
Yeah.
Well, I think Malik's about to go. The Giants, the pick's in for the Giants. I think it's going to be Malik Nabers. I think you'd be crazy not to take him. But I mean, would you, if they, how, Blaine, and Blaine, you're the receiver. I'll ask you this. How much higher would you rate Malik Nabers than Rome or Brian Thomas? Like, how big is that gap? Is it a big gap? Is it a smaller
I don't think
gap?
there's a big gap with any of those four guys. I think it's close, but I do think Malik, from a strength perspective and a crisp route running and a field perspective, is right below Marvin Harrison. I think Marvin Harrison and Malik are here. And you can have an argument to see who's better out of those two. But I do think from a speed standpoint, the other two are a little bit lower to me. Rome, especially go back in the playoffs, his routes aren't the greatest. He has stuff to clean up. So right now, give me Malik and give me Marvin Harrison just from a full receiver perspective.
Malik looks like he knows he's about to get picked.
I just look at Brian Thomas Jr. at 6'5", running 4.33. I'm
insane.
Like, come here. Come catch
that's an
football.
Avenger. You're that big, run that fast, like Samuel L. Jackson.
But then again, hey, 4.33, to your point, doesn't necessarily make you a great route runner.
Yeah, and sometimes that's not game speed as well.
I've watched Brian Thomas Jr.
and
in
he
the
can
game.
skate,
We all have.
but he's not. You watch Brian run his routes. He's not flying through his routes like.
All right, is it Malik here?
This anticipation is killing me.
Gotta be.
That's a great pick. That's a great pick, producer Justine.
Wow.
That's a great pick.
Thank God.
All right, so Malik's off the board. So Rome's still there. Joe Alt's off the board. Next up, it is the
Tennessee Titans.
Got to go O-line, right?
I thought they were going to go Joe Alt. So now the question is, are you going to get
Feels like, what is it, Fashanu from Penn State?
Yeah, are you going to get the kid from Penn State? Yeah.
I mean, him or Amarius
or
Mims.
Oregon State, the kid from Oregon State.
he's still there.
Tackle's good.
Or do you move back now? I don't know.
Look, I think everybody's made a smart. I think there's been nothing but good picks up to this point. I don't have a qualm with. I don't think anybody's reached yet. Let's see. We're at pick
7.
Good. The J.J. McCarthy second round bet still out there.
Yeah. Oh, mine hit. My outside the top 5.
Yeah.
Plus 130.
You're not clear from JJ until you get past 13.
Yeah,
so you're not clear from JJ until you get past 13.
Well, I had him outside the top
I'm talking about
he's talking about mine. I just wonder if somebody's going to
But now it's a lot more interesting for that back-to-back Minnesota-Denver, right? Because you've dodged a couple bullets here. I mean, no one jumped you to trade with the Chargers. Giants go wide receiver. Now maybe, I don't know. Does Denver feel the need to jump?
We'll see. Nobody's made a trade yet. All right, let's get back to the chat, then we're going to get back to the phones.
Let's go to Jaden Van Dyke. What's up, Jaden? Which team will be the first to majorly reach for a player that they could have traded back for, and who would you guess that player would be?
I'm going to say, give me Minnesota. I think they're going to take JJ, and I think you could have got JJ later. That's what I'm going to go with.
What are you saying?
I think the Vikings may take JJ McCarthy at 11.
Let's go to Joey Halfman. He says, I'm surprised no trades yet.
Yeah.
Houston went all in last year, and it looked very good.
How'd that work out for him?
Yeah, it's worked out fantastic. But again, I mean, I feel like outside of the Titans wanting Joe Alt, I feel like everybody else is still kind of in the position to get the guy that they wanted because everything has gone chalk. And if it's going chalk, then they know that it's chalk. So I think that may be why you're not seeing any crazy trades right now. But again, we still got a long way to go here in this first round. We're only on the seventh pick.
All right, let's go to John Bridges. He says, Jim Harbaugh, man, oh man, he's going to be a trip and hopefully live up to the hype in the NFL.
Well, he didn't reach. For a guy.
No. I think a lot of it was, he was building up his guy, J.J. McCarthy. He wants him to get taken early. That. He was building him up, the guy's, he's eccentric, but he's not dumb, right? He knows he has a generational talent in Justin Herbert. Now he's put a great offensive tackle in front of him. He's going to figure out the skill positions down ballot here in the draft.
We ride together, we die together, bad boys for life.
All right, let's go to TJ. I already messed up a TJ-JT situation today on the show. This is TJ in Dallas, Texas. Talk to us, man.
Hey, how you guys doing?
TJ,
good,
what's up, buddy? What's up, man?
All good. So I'm a big 49ers fan. Pretty bummed out for the Super Bowl, but want to know with even all our Hollywood stars, is something here in the pick, in the draft, I know we have maybe one pick each round. Mm-hmm. Is there something here that can push us towards the ring?
Well, I feel like the Niners, when you look at, we talked about that this morning. When you look at the 49ers, you're in a great situation because you're really not weak anywhere, right? You're just adding the icing on top of the cake. But you want to make sure that's pretty delicious icing, ask anybody that's eaten cake. We talked a little bit about Ayuk. Obviously, do you replace, do you bring somebody in for him as well? I don't think there's a guy out there, you're sitting at 31. I don't think there's a guy out there that is going to come in and be able to dominate early, but I think you can add a nice piece. And you'd much rather be in that position than celebrating about getting Drake Maye if you're the Patriots with nobody else around him.
I just think if you're a 49ers fan with the amount of elite talent you have on that roster, there's only one thing you can do to win a Super Bowl, and that's put a hit out on Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
I don't know what else, because right now you're slated for Xavier Worthy.
Like if you draft somebody from Sicily or something, if you're trying to, either that or start paying off the guy who makes Patrick Mahomes breakfast.
I think they go defense. The defense is a little older than the offense for San Francisco. Yep. Those offensive pieces are still young, plenty left in the tank. You still got Brock Purdy on the rookie deal. I think you start trying to replace and build some depth behind those older guys on D.
You know what I do? I look and say, all right, who's left that we really want from Bama, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State? Like, who's left from those top dog teams? Because I don't think you can go wrong there. I think the Eagles are going to do the same thing. But TJ, you guys are going to be back in the Super Bowl, man. Believe me, it's just, Patrick, we'll see how it goes with the Chiefs. Travis retires, I'd start feeling better about it.
Thanks, man.
Hey, but we have guys getting hurt just running onto the field. We need some better guys.
Man.
Younger guys.
Yeah.
Geez, somebody start stretching or get these guys a hyperbaric chamber.
I wouldn't be surprised if y'all go for a receiver, especially the Debo getting hurt. I think y'all need an impact and a little bit more depth there.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting.
Family with McCaffrey.
Yeah, look,
late.
That was my guy.
That's Blaine's most underrated guy of the draft. It's like drafting a guy with the last name Jordan in basketball.
There's no way he's bad.
It's a bad decision.
Yeah.
Look, at that point, go ahead and take Ricky Pearsall and let's really figure
Let's
it out.
ride. I love
Slick Rick.
I love Slick Rick. Thanks, TJ.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
You want another call?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's go to Colin in West Virginia. Colin, what's up?
Take me home.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, bro?
I want to know who you think the Eagles are going to take. I know every year they usually go for someone from Georgia or Alabama, so I was thinking maybe Amarius Mims, but I also know Jason Kelce retired, so maybe they go for that center from Duke.
See, that was my question. You know, do you go looking for that center in this draft, or do you try and make some moves before the season to get a veteran in there? Because it's asking a lot of a young center to come in and operate and be able to compete at the level the Eagles and the Eagles faithful, which they should want to compete at. To me, again, I'm going to go to the Alabama or Georgia train here. I think that's what's going to end up happening. It's a great recipe for you guys, and I would continue keeping your kitchen up that way. Give me the Egg Boise, the defensive end from Bama, or the defensive lineman from Bama. I wouldn't be shocked if they went there, but Amarius Mims, if he's still on the board.
Mims, whoever gets him is getting a monster. 6'7", 340, allowed one pressure on 168 snaps last year.
And this guy isn't built like, he doesn't look like he just walked out of a Golden Corral and shoved a bunch of coconut shrimp in his mouth and drank Diet Coke. I mean, this guy's like about as good looking and God, y'all gonna clip that one. Gonna clip that one. That's like he is a very well-built young man for the offensive tackle position in the NFL.
Y'all are going tackle.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Would you be happy with Amarius Mims?
Jake has a good eye for young men.
He does.
Oh, here we go. I can't escape it.
I love this.
From West Virginia. I
love this show.
From West Virginia to Alberta, Canada. I'm just gonna bring my wife on here. Just to prove it.
Look, we had a call today. Some guy of 12 years.
Listen.
Hit it for 12 years.
I knew I should have smoked.
I got your wife right here. Hold on.
I love and support you, but you're wrong.
See? Says my wife? That's even worse. That may be the worst one. But no, man, we appreciate it, brother. Look, I think you guys are in a good spot. Amarius Mims would be a pretty good pick.
Appreciate it, Colin. Thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy. Enjoy it out
what's
there.
the deal here? The Titans picks in. What do you have here?
God, this may be Amarius.
I mean, right now, you got to go Tennessee, old boy from Oregon State.
Is it Fuaga?
Either Penn State tackle, Oregon State tackle.
Well, shoot, I'd take Amarius Mims before I took that Penn State tackle.
What bets do I still have out there?
Look, I think Amarius Mims has a chance to. He may be the second best tackle in this draft behind Joe Walt. From a development standpoint, Amarius Mims is a freak.
Right now, I'm seeing him projected at 22 to the Eagles.
Yeah. Amarius?
Yeah.
Or like seeing a lot of that changes with Alt going a little early.
Well, it bumps it up. That's what
the Titans.
Yeah.
Depends on the Titans take a tackle here now.
All right, here we go.
Wow.
From Bama. Yeah, tackle. Yeah. Wow.
All right.
Some people thought he was going to the Chargers.
I still like my under 9.5 offensive lineman, but
no, yeah, I
that's
feel
great.
really good about that. JC, it's a nice pick. Not too far from Tuscaloosa either. There in Nashville. So the Titans got what they needed to get.
They'll pair him with Peter Skoronski they got last year out of Northwestern.
Which I like him.
Yeah.
I like him a lot. All right, Will, you should have your 2 tackles. All right, we'll see if you can work it there on the outside. Nice pick from the Titans. Next up, we got the Falcons. Had a call earlier, Trey from Atlanta. Asked us about him. Blaine, if you're the Falcons, who are you taking?
I'm taking Dallas Turner. Please take Dallas Turner.
Can you please say it again so everybody can hear?
For the love of everything holy, Falcons, take Dallas Turner.
Yeah, I agree with that. That'd be a hell of a pickup.
I got 3 callers on the line from Alabama, so let's go to William first in Alabama. How you feeling about that pick right there from the Tide?
Oh, man, you love to see it. You love to see it.
Yeah, I bet.
Must be nice.
Yeah, must be nice.
Must be nice.
That guy's a dog. Just wish we could keep him, you know?
Yeah, we can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah, we can't stop him on 4th and goal from the 31. Looking at Alabama, getting Caden Proctor back, that was big at the tackle position. Back from Iowa.
Big.
Literally big. But what else you got, William?
We all watched college football last year, right? Like we watched it.
I didn't watch
any. Explain to me why Michael Penix is still on the board.
Thank you. Thank you.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense
to me.
Here's the way I'll try and pick's already in for the Falcons. They're probably getting Dallas Turner. That's how quick they pulled that trigger. I think it's sometimes when a bunch of guys that are really smart sit around in a room, they talk themselves out of smart things. I think that happens all the time.
To me, you had Michael Penix number 1 on your board, right?
I did not that I thought he was going number 1. I mean,
I'm talking about your rating, the David Cohn rating.
I've said if I'm the offensive coordinator and I'm calling plays, man, the throws that this guy's make, it's just absolutely incredible. Oh, he's banging whole shots all the way to the field. No, I don't think so, but it makes it a little more interesting, kind of like King Griffey swinging left-handed from
Tua's helping out lefties in the NFL, right?
He is. I mean, Tua did it in a much different way. I think Tua's the best slant route thrower I ever saw in the college game. Michael Penix Jr. is doing it in such a different way. I'm talking about rocket launcher on his arm with extreme accuracy. I know he had 3 great route runners when you talk about McMillan, Polk, and Odunze, but he's still putting dots out there. So maybe these medical teams know information we don't. I'm just going off the information that I have based off his previous injuries. But like I said, 2 seasons in a row that he stayed healthy, over 9,000 passing yards. And we're not allowed to play clips on our show, but I did pull a handful of Michael Penix Jr. clips that I wanted to play today to showcase how elusive he is in the pocket. Is he Caleb Williams? No.
Well, there's an art to that.
No, there is an art to that. Even someone like Dan Marino.
Drew Brees made a lot of money being mobile.
Dan Marino was one of the slowest quarterbacks that's ever played the game. He was elite at moving around in the pocket. Michael Penix Jr. is the same way. The way he dodges hits and doesn't really take flush hits, it really is incredible. He always has his eyes downfield. So I don't know. Someone's going to get a great one, but just not. Not.
I mean, you can time Tom Brady's 40 with a sundial if you wanted to, but again, being able to move around in the pocket, it's like a big man in basketball that can operate with his back to the basket, right? You create a problem, and that's really what the game's about. But, William, I agree with you.
Well, I love hearing Alabama fans talk like that because it tells me that they're watching the entire landscape of the country.
That's exactly right. Nobody loves college football as much as us from Sweet Home Alabama, baby. Tell them, Willie.
You better believe it. You better believe it.
All right, buddy. Hey, thanks for calling in, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so
what are the Falcons doing here?
It's starting to feel like a reach, right?
Really?
How so?
It's starting to feel.
Is that in your tum-tum?
Well, look, I just see Dallas Turner to be the first edge defensive end taking off the ball.
Oh, so you're trying to will this. Do you think
it doesn't have to be the Falcons? But I think right now, I mean, the Falcons are sounds like they're starting to lean quarterback.
What, with Kirk Cousins?
Even bringing Kirk Cousins in, I mean, you're going to get a guy to come sit.
You just dropped $1 trillion to get Kirk Cousins. You made him like the highest paid quarterback, or one of the highest paid quarterbacks ever. He's made just about more money than anybody in NFL history, believe it or not. I would be shocked.
But leave it to the Falcons organization to reach for a pick.
Man.
If anybody's going to do it, it's going to be them.
If they take a quarterback with this pick, Falcons fans are going to freak. You want to talk about peaceful protest? There ain't going to be no peaceful. They're going to have Ludacris, Nelly, everybody rolling up to the mayor's house, which they're probably already with the way it's going in Atlanta. But there's no way they go quarterback here.
I don't think so.
I'm going to say Dallas Turner or Latu from UCLA.
No, definitely not him.
They reached a year ago
definitely not him, Blake.
with Bijan Robinson, but look, he played great.
That wouldn't have reached.
He played great. So it's like he justified that.
Well, it's like Jahmyr Gibbs.
You reached more for Desmond Ritter than you did Bijan.
Hey, no one in the state of Georgia would argue that.
Yeah, I promise you that.
That's exactly right. All right, let's see Goodell.
Just don't be Latu.
I'm going to will it for you, Blaine. It's Dallas. It's Dallas Turner. Come on, Roger. Skip your goofy ass up here. Let's go. First, hey, button your shirt up. Yeah, dude. Button your shirt, man. You make $60 million a year.
David Hasselhoff look,
There's no hair, though. You need some brown sugar there.
Some of that sugar. Don't be Latu. Don't be Latu.
No! I told you! No way!
This is what I do!
No way!
Who did you talk to?
No way!
We're trading for Kirk Cousins and drafting Michael Penix Jr.?
Smelled like a reach.
First of all, I love Penix in Atlanta. I love it. But we're trading for Kirk Cousins.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Oh boy!
What are we doing?
I can feel Georgia.
What are we doing? This is like the guy at Hooters off Big Daddy at the 5 year. It has the 5 year plan.
I can't believe what I just saw.
That's running the Falcons. We got to get to the chat. What do they think?
Well, everyone's saying U-Haul Choms, Atlanta, epic reach.
Epic reach. This is incredible.
DR, leave it to Atlanta to reach. They always do.
Oh God.
Anonymous, Penix is the pick. I can't believe it.
Again, I don't think it's a reach on the surface if you took Kirk Cousins out of the equation. That's what makes it wild.
It's not a reach if you draft him at 27. Like, it's not a reach if you draft him at 30. Or even wait to see if you can get him early in the second round. You just took him at 11.
I think it would be a reach anywhere in the first round.
Or at 8,
after you got Kirk Cousins. Like, you're getting a quarterback in the first round?
You just took him at 8.
Wow.
I am shocked. I'm legitimately shocked. But that's good. Hey, Dallas still in the board.
That's fine, yeah.
Last left-handed quarterback they had a pretty good career in Atlanta.
Oh, my God. Yeah, look, I get it, but with what they just paid Kirk, I can't believe this. This has actually got me stunned. The Bears are at 9. I think we have a question from Trevor, too, about the Bears' 9th pick. We want to get that before they do it.
We talked about which guy would benefit most from sitting behind a more experienced quarterback.
Not Michael Penix.
Penix wasn't on that list to me. I thought he could come in and play right away because he's played in college for 6 years at this point. But now he's going to sit behind Kirk Cousins. It'll be good for him.
Maybe Trevor can be on here while they make the pick.
Trevor in Lincoln, talk to us, man.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Dude, can you believe that Penix Jr. pick? Can you believe that?
That is wild. That is absolutely wild with Kirk Cousins sitting there. No, I was curious what your guys' thoughts are about this. Do you think Chicago is going to trade down to get more picks, or do you think they're going to take a wide receiver?
Well, to me, I don't know if they thought you'd still have every edge on the board right now. Do the Bears go defense?
To me, it's two answers. One, it's Dallas Turner. Or 2, it's either the tackle from Penn State or the tackle
from Oregon State,
or Amarius Mims if you want to.
Yeah, I think the smart pick is probably tackle, right? But I don't think they'd be crazy to trade this. But it looks like the pick is in.
I think they're going Dallas Turner. No one picks this quick. This is one of those things like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Get it in as soon as possible.
Trevor, what would you be happy with?
I would be fine with an edge rusher. I was pretty upset when they got rid of Khalil Mack. So
that is true. And then Roquan's gone too. But, I'll be honest. Y'all played better defensively after Roquan left than I thought y'all were going to. But it's going to be either a pass rusher or a tackle. It is an edge line of scrimmage.
Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Wow.
Sounds like the Raiders tried to move up to get him.
Wow. That's crazy.
Oh, God, you have 2 torn.
Wow. Thanks for calling in, Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor, good luck on this next pick, buddy. Thank you. Lincoln's a beautiful place, too. I cannot believe that, dude.
Wow.
Bro, I'm shocked by this. I'm shocked by this. All right, let's get back to the chat before this pick comes in.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Cousin Eugene. What's up, cuz? Says the Bears went from painting the field with the blood of their foes to painting their nails.
Yeah.
Sad. What has this world?
Look, you're not the only one.
Let's go to Joey, half a man. No way Cousins starts the season in Atlanta, right? Right?
You just paid him. A king's ransom. I think you're stuck.
How many years did they sign Kirk for? 3?
3. It's 3, I believe.
Dallas Turner.
Odunze going to be paired up.
Why?
Well, you pair him with DJ. You pair him with Keenan.
You didn't need this.
Well, I don't. Again, I can understand it because they drafted Caleb. They're trying to surround Caleb with as much talent as possible. But you know how you surround Caleb Williams with talent? You get his ass an offensive tackle that can protect him so he can get. You got a guy in the middle, Cole Kmet. You've got Keenan Allen. You've got DJ. You've got a couple other nice little pieces to put on the table next to the China. Or you go get that edge rusher. Guys, we are literally 9 picks in. We're going to the 10th pick, and there has not been a defensive player selected yet. And I think the Jets are about to go Brock Bowers at 10. That's wild. Absolutely wild.
That is wild.
Hey, here's a trade alert. Oh, we got a trade alert. The Jets trade the pick.
Oh,
to the Vikings! Is it JJ?
JJ!
Is it JJ?
Hold on. Why would they trade the pick to Minnesota was next?
Huh.
Oh, they didn't give him the 11th? Hold on.
So Minnesota has 10
and 11.
What do they give up?
Wait, they keep 11?
What do they give up?
They give up the whole rest of the draft?
Let's see. They got the 23rd pick, David. They got the 23rd pick, too, in the first round. I would assume you gave that one. And maybe a couple bodies? Let's see here.
That's going to be picks.
Man, good for him. How about Washington?
Back to back.
Yeah, doing their best Bama impression right now.
No. There they updated it.
Okay.
So Jets.
That makes more sense. Why is
the Jets aren't going to take a quarterback?
Why
Are they
is
not
Minnesota going to 10? Unless they
wait a second.
Unless they take
it's Brock Bowers. Who's the Vikings tight end?
Well, here's
that the Lions.
Here's the reason maybe they did it. Maybe they were worried somebody else was about to trade that pick with the Jets and go get the guy they wanted.
Maybe they thought Denver was going to jump.
Maybe, yep. Okay, that would make sense. So it's not as crazy as what we thought. I just want to know what so did they just trade picks? I mean,
well, let's see who they take.
You wouldn't do that for nothing if you're the Jets.
Obviously, the Jets got something else too.
Well, I'm wondering what that something else is. Is
Probably,
that the 23rd pick?
Maybe a second, third round?
There's no way you move up one spot unless you just love a guy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You just love a guy.
This is nuts, dude. It took it a while to get crazy. So Penix is off the board. You've got JJ. You've got Bo Nix. I mean, outside of that, man.
I want to hear from some Packers fans. I want King Don to call in at some point.
Yeah.
Because the Bears are putting a little something together right now.
Oh, if you're a Bears fan, to me, I am a little worried that you didn't go get a guy on the edge.
Let's
worried there.
Let's take a call here quickly. Let's go to Kevin in Montana. Kevin, the Vikings pick is in, but before we get to it, what's on your mind?
Oh, I was just wondering if you guys think any current players are going to get traded tonight.
I mean, I never say
T. Higgins, right?
I never
Higgins,
say
honestly.
never. T's one of them. Are you talking about guys that are getting drafted and then will get moved, or are you talking about guys that are going to get moved that are currently on the roster?
Currently on the roster, I saw reports about Deebo Samuel.
Really?
And Ayuk could be getting traded.
Ayuk, I think they would move Ayuk. I don't think they would move Deebo. We talked about T. Higgins this morning. Obviously, there's been that rift with him and the Bengals here lately. Really, nobody else is popping to the top of my mind that may be a little disgruntled or somebody's trying to move that everybody's going to know. I think you're going to just get a lot of traded picks. Maybe not as much personnel, but I mean, Kevin, you know as well as I do, buddy. Who the hell really knows at the end of the day in this NFL draft? But it's going to be interesting, man. Let me ask you. Go ahead.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Brandon Ayuk, if he does get traded, or whether it's Deebo, them going to Buffalo.
To the Bills?
To the Bills.
That would make sense.
And I don't know if the Bills might give up a pick for that. But
well, if you're the Bills,
have to give up a first round.
Well, I don't know, man. If I'm the Niners, and the Bills are sitting there at 28, you got rid of Diggs. I know you need a receiver. You get a proven guy with Josh Allen like Brandon Ayuk. I need that 28th pick, dog. Like I need that. It's not like it's the 11th overall pick in the first round.
And the 49ers are 49ers are 30.
The 49ers are 31, but the Bills are 28.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about, if I'm moving up those three spots, that could be big. Maybe that could be a three-way trade. Who knows? That's like a good old-fashioned
I would slate
trade.
for 2 second rounders for that.
That's interesting. The Bills.
Kevin, that's a good question. We haven't really talked about that tonight. Enjoy Montana. It's a beautiful state. I lived there for a year and a half.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Bye.
All right, bud. Appreciate it, man. All right, Alexander in Columbus, Ohio. Alexander, talk to us, man. You a Buckeyes fan or what?
Hey, what's up?
Or you a Michigan fan in enemy territory?
I'm still amazed that Michael Penix went 8.
Dude, I can't believe it. I told y'all it's going to be the Falcons.
I'm just wondering, do they trade Michael Penix? Did the Falcons draft him to trade him? But why the hell would you do that?
There's no way.
I'm trying to find some sort of semblance of a reason. I understand loving a guy. Like, man, I really like this guy. But you know what?
I'm sorry. I can't get away from it.
I can't say. That's just, y'all know what I mean. All right? I can't, there's no reasoning for it. I don't get it. It's like Dr. Evil talking to Scott when Scott's like, why don't you just shoot Austin Powers instead of just closing the gate and assuming he's dying? And he looks at me, you know what he says? He says, Scott, You just don't get it.
You don't get it.
I don't get this one.
If the Kirk Cousins trade happened a year ago and you still have 2 years left on the deal and you just love this guy, I could understand it more, but he just got there. He's still unpacking his bags.
Dude, what in God's name are the Falcons doing?
I don't know. This one's really interesting here to me with the Vikings, though, just because I think you're right. I think the Jets just called and said, hey, Denver or Las Vegas is about to jump you. Will you give us more than they're giving us?
Yeah, and they said yes. I wonder if it's JJ, though. I wonder if it's JJ. Alexander, who do you think the Vikings go with right here?
I think this is JJ.
Yeah.
Probably.
They wouldn't jump up not to get a quarterback.
Probably.
Yeah,
is.
I agree.
Alexander, hey, great call, man. Love to hear you in the morning on the morning show, man. Good call.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. The pick is in. Let's watch Roger waddle his way up here. I just cannot understand that. I can understand why the Bears would take Rome. I get that, right? But why the Falcons would take Penix Jr. is absolutely mind-blowing to me. It's not a great start for Raheem Morris, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. Not a great start for Raheem Morris, in my opinion. But we'll see. Man. Trey, can you believe that back there? Can you believe that pick? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Producer Trey is in agreement. There's Mel. Shake your head no. All right, while they're talking, let's get back to the chat for a second, then we're going to get back to the calls. 1-855-236-3228. The action's flying. It's popping. It's popping off. We want to know what you think.
All right, let's go to Rick S. He says, what do you feel like the Cowboys are going to do in this draft?
What do you think?
This is such a tough question.
What team is it?
Cowboys.
Do you go defense?
Probably. I'd probably go secondary.
Secondary?
I'd probably go secondary. Yeah, I remember the Cowboys played without Trevon Diggs last year.
I mean, Rick, there hadn't been a defensive player taken yet, and I don't think one's going to go here at 11 or 12 or 13. So you may have your, a little bit more of the pick of the litter than you thought. All right, here we go. Special guest picker.
Man, good on the NFL.
Wow.
This anticipation is killing me.
All right, here we go. It's got to be JJ, right? Right?
Yeah.
So you're going to get JJ at 11.
It's either
or
JJ or Bo Nix.
Take Bo. Wow!
Top 10.
There it is.
Good for you, JJ.
Man.
Good for you, man.
What a reach.
Look, I can't argue with the reach right now, but I will say he's the greatest quarterback in Michigan history. I'm proud of him. I hope he goes on to have an awesome
I hope he
NFL
goes
career.
on to have a great career.
The question is he starting week 1? I mean, you can start Sam Darnold?
You took him at 10. The question now, if I'm Justin Jefferson,
I'm out.
If I'm Justin Jefferson, hey, how
can we at least have a throw-around session first?
How quick
out of there?
Hey, how
see if
quick
JJ drop it over the top?
It's not getting better.
No, it's
you think Kirk Cousins is mid?
Yeah, exactly. JJ McCarthy, for what I've seen, is mid. If Kirk Cousins
27-1 gamer, national champ.
I hope he does.
Go top 10, kid.
It's really hard to do this. Hike.
Go top 10, kid. Look at this throw right here. Should have been picked off, but
that's a pick.
It's a touchdown.
Why is that the first
We're beating our rival with the touchdown.
You're sacked.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at 9. What are you
to the left. Look at this. Dot.
God.
Touchdown. Roman Wilson.
Matt Rule just threw up. Watching that clip. Look, I like him.
Look,
he has a high ceiling, but he's not ready.
He's going to have to get more accurate with the football in a hurry, and I think he's going to have to put on weight quickly.
Man, wow. That's wild. So the Jets at 11, the pick's in. It's got to be Brock, right?
So was that okay? Jets, yeah.
Yeah, it's in. It's got to be Brock. All right, let's get to the phones here.
God, what if the Jets took it in?
Let's go to Jake in Michigan. Jake, what do you think about J.J. McCarthy getting picked, huh?
Excuse me, what?
What about J.J.
McCarthy got picked at 10?
W pick, for sure.
Okay, I respect it. From Michigan, I respect it.
Look at that.
I'm from Michigan, but I'm definitely not a Michigan State fan. But I am a Michigan State fan. Don't like Michigan, but I think he's a very talented player.
Yep. What you got for us, bro?
Great receivers to throw it to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, close your eyes and throw it to Justin Jefferson. It's not a bad way to go through life. Who's your NFL team?
Great receivers.
Lions?
Tight end. Yeah. Very good pick.
Yeah. What are you a Lions fan?
Nope, Eagles.
Eagles. That's your question. Who do you think the Eagles are going with?
I'm sure we're gonna end up picking the name's slipping my mind, corner from Alabama.
Terrion Arnold?
Arnold or Kool-Aid?
If he's there, you've got Terrion, you've got Kool-Aid. The question becomes, do you take a tackle? If Amarius Mims is still there, now that Latham's gone, now that Alt's gone, obviously Fuaga from Oregon State still there. The Penn State guy is too. But I mean, I think it's Amarius Mims.
Yeah, if he's available, I'd say he's a solid option.
Mm-hmm. For sure, man. Well, dude, enjoy it up there in Michigan. Don't get too cold this winter.
Well, it was definitely not a very strong winter this year.
There you go. Well, man, we appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Man,
that's wild. We had, 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 10?
5 in the top 10. No defensive players taken yet. They're all on the board. And I think the Jets are going offense,
and we still haven't seen Broncos or Raiders.
No, which they're most likely going quarterback. I mean, hell.
See, that's what's crazy to me is the Raiders aren't trying to get this pick.
Well, the happiest person in the world right now should be Bo Nix, because he just became the best looking girl at the dance.
He's not making it past 13.
No, it's
Bo Nix.
Yeah,
not past 13.
No, and he never was.
Oh, I thought he said the Jets traded again. I was like, what?
That's why I wouldn't be surprised if you're the Raiders, how you're not. If you get a quarterback and Bo's your guy. I mean, I know you got Favre right now.
Yeah.
Aiden O'Connell. Yeah. He's good, man.
Yeah, I like Aiden.
I need Brock to get picked in the next 2 picks to hit my under 12.5.
He's going right here. I think he's going right here. Blaine, let's get to the chat real quick before this.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation. I'm going to get all the donation, guys. Trust me. From CD Nighthawk. He says, I think JJ will have a better career than Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels. Wow. He will be a Hall of Famer.
Wow. Okay. Let's hope so.
B. Dallas Turner.
They went tackle.
Good for them.
They went tackle.
Good for them.
Hey, honestly, that's what they needed most. That's what they needed most.
Yeah, it's a great draft pick. It was either receiver or tackle for them.
All right. So, Denver at 12.
Bobo.
Is it Bo? Is Bo and Sean getting together?
I don't think so.
Brock Bowers still there, man.
Brock Bowers is 15 to the Colts.
Yeah, my under 12.5.
I don't know. Do the Saints take Brock Bowers?
No, Saints, get a lineman. 14?
Well, I know there's some Saints fans that would be pretty happy with Brock Bowers. Look, good for him. I didn't think he'd be the next tackle that was taken, but good for him. So that Joe Alt's off the board. J.C. Latham's off the board. Fashanu from Penn State, who's a monster, by the way, is off the board. So what? That's three offensive linemen. Dave, you had under 9?
I have under 9.5.
Yeah,
so I got the hook there. Let's go to Jack in Mobile, Alabama. Jack, are you a bluegill by chance?
Oh, God. Give me some tuna dip.
No, not tonight, guys. First off, I'm glad that the Falcons made the blunder of the draft so far, not the Giants. Because I'm sorry, Coney, but McCarthy's not a top 6 pick. I'm really happy with Nabers.
Don't say sorry to me. I'm kind of shocked too.
Wow. I'm really happy with Nabers, and I like the idea of giving Jones one last season to prove himself, because there is no risk after this season. There's no more guaranteed money in the deal.
Yep.
And personally, for me, I like Ewers as the heir apparent in next year's class. Just wanted to get y'all's thoughts on that.
No, I don't think that's crazy at all. When it comes to, number one, getting Malik Nabers, I think it's a hell of a pick. I think he's going to be able to get in there and fit right in.
Do you believe that Daboll, if it goes bad again for the Giants, can hold on for another year to get that quarterback? Like, has he bought enough equity after having that good year with Daniel Jones? If he has 2 bad years in a row, do you think he's gone?
I don't think he can finish on Daboll depending on factors. Injuries obviously take into effect.
Yeah.
Personally, I think he did buy himself because as much as I love Daniel Jones, he is in the mid-tier of quarterbacks right now. 1A would be Kirk Cousins, 1B would be Daniel Jones.
Well, you know what's going to happen. Daniel Jones is going to ball out, and then y'all going to have to give him a second contract.
He already got that.
This will be the last year.
Third one.
This will be the last year Daniel Jones plays for the Giants.
If he goes and balls out, I'm talking about balls out. Lady Ballers 2, go balls out. Like this, I mean.
Well,
it's an that would be a great
Brian
predicament.
Daboll would build up,
or what we call that's a high class problem.
Remember, things were going bad this past year before he got hurt, and then even after he got hurt, there was all sort of infighting with the coaching staff. I mean, Wink Martindale and Brian Daboll are getting into it. There was stuff other than just injuries. Yeah. Now Saquon's gone. Yeah. You know, the Giants. That's why I keep saying they're in such an interesting position because Daniel Jones is going to be the week 1 starter. You wouldn't start a new guy, I don't think, until the bye week or until he would get injured. In which case, are you going to rely on a rookie to come in and make the playoffs?
I think a lot of it has to do is how the rest of the draft goes. And if you do lose games, how do you lose them next year?
Sure.
Because you did lose Saquon. Malik's going to be a great pickup. I think you can get a quarterback, a good quarterback late in this draft. I do think that Daboll's the right guy for the Giants. I just don't think Daniel Jones is the answer.
I do too.
I agree with that. He does have that Buzz Lightyear chin, though. I got to give him credit on that one.
He always looks lost.
Jack, get some tuna dip for me there at Bluegill. I'll be down there.
5-1 Brick Squad, Jack.
All right, let's stay in Alabama. Let's go to Connor. Connor, talk to us.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are y'all doing?
Good evening to you, sir.
Well, most of the time when teams pick quarterbacks, it's like 90% depends on the situation they're put into.
Yep.
So my question is, do you think that Caleb Williams can overcome his, lack of work ethic and his, being an eccentric? Do you think that the Bears have done a good enough job to make him a good quarterback? Or you think he's going to be a bust?
Well, I'll say this. I think an NFL locker room has a way of humbling you.
Yes.
Pretty quickly.
Yes.
It's a very different atmosphere than the one that Caleb is coming from, where he was the big dog, right? Mm-hmm. And Caleb Williams, you can paint your nails, you be in My Chemical Romance videos or whatever the hell else he's doing with his free time. You get in that NFL locker room, these guys' checks, the way they make a living, depend on whether or not you play well for the other 10 guys on that offense. So I think the NFL will, not that Caleb doesn't need to be himself. I understand that, right? Being a quarterback is kind of like being like an artist. You need to be a little bit nuts and also a little bit yourself. I think there's things that he could get away with in college that he's not going to be able to get away with in the NFL. And the problem with Caleb Williams, and this is the part that I'm waiting to see, and one of the reasons why I like Spencer Rattler as much as I do, is that I don't know. I think Caleb Williams got some front runner in him. I think Caleb Williams is great when it's going great, and I think he's bad when it's going bad. If he can get over that hump, and I think that locker room can help get him over that hump, he's got all the talent in the world, and he's got a great opportunity to be the first pick that's actually going to a team that is somewhat built to win more than the other guys, I think even in the top 5. So we'll see. If the locker room can't humble him, then nobody's going to humble him or help him.
I will say this. One, I don't think you get to where Caleb Williams is with a crappy work ethic.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't know about his work ethic, but to the levels he's got to, I think it's pretty good. Two, he's going to be the face of this franchise. Caleb's always been Hollywood this, Hollywood that, USC. That's the role he's fit into. And everything's a lot easier when you win games. Caleb Williams is walking to a very good situation in Chicago.
Well, I'll say this. The reaction's going to be different if they lose the way he lost at USC, if we're going to be honest, at the Bears. So
they're going to lose football games.
I mean, well, if they lose 50-49 like he did at USC.
That's different. That's different. That's different.
But he does have a weak work ethic, then the answer to your question is no. He can't overcome with just natural ability a weak work ethic in the NFL where there's only 32 of these guys. You know, like, yeah, you could, if you're the best that's ever done it and you have a bad work ethic, maybe you could be decent or even good, but you can't be great.
Physically freaky. Jamarcus Russell, to me. That's the only way.
Yes, but could he overcome this eccentricity, this weirdness of painting his nails? Sure. Cam Newton's a weird guy, right? But you have to go ball. Let's hear this pick from the Broncos real quick.
Here we go.
Good for
Wow!
Bo, not
they
good
did
for
pick Bo Nix. Look,
Good
I'm happy for Bo, man. I'm happy to be wrong about this one, man. I like Bo.
A guy
Nix.
we've had on the show a lot of times. Congrats, buddy.
Congrats, Bo.
Dad Patrick right there. That's awesome.
Honestly, that's kind of the
Dude,
that's
Bo
where I had
Nix.
him, the sixth quarterback. I just didn't know we'd see him in the top 12 picks.
Dude.
That's 6 quarterbacks in the top 12.
Bo Nix went 12.
So my question now is, does Sean Payton love Bo Nix to take him at 12? Or were there 5 other guys he liked more who are all gone and he felt like he had to do this?
It could probably be a little bit of both.
I think
right?
it was
could
always
probably be a little bit of
Bo
both.
or Michael Penix.
I agree
That's
with that.
the only guys he thought will be available at that point.
I tell you, I like Bo Nix better than J.J. McCarthy earlier. I've said that a million times. This is the play I was talking about against LSU. He's got some witch in him. Now, you're not doing that in the NFL, but just the fact that he was able to do that at that level, Bo Nix ain't doing that.
Bo's a gamer.
Bo's a gamer, but he's not getting away from NFL defensive linemen like that. LSU's defense has struggled the past couple of years. God, I love those uniforms from Oregon. Bo's a good player, man.
He is.
He's a good player.
He'd be a great fit at Denver.
He will.
With the offense they run.
And you want to talk about mentally steady?
Steady
Steady
at all,
Eddie,
man.
dialed in,
Guys,
and he can move.
Unless I've lost my mind, do the Broncos have 2 Auburn quarterbacks in the room?
Stedham's still on the.
He's on the Raiders.
Raiders, right?
Oh,
Jared's
Raiders.
the
Well, their picks up. Their picks
See,
up
this
now.
is when it gets interesting.
Now, what are you doing?
Because you're not getting.
No, Jared Stidham's on the Broncos. Yeah, y'all traded.
Oh, he got traded?
Yeah, he's in the Broncos.
Huh.
That's.
Jared Stidham's in the
I
Broncos.
thought he
He
went
is.
from the Broncos to the Raiders. You got a Raiders to the Broncos.
He went Raiders to Broncos, I believe.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Happy for Bo. Yeah, it gets. You talking about the quarterback position, Blaine? If you're the Raiders,
It's done now. It's done now. You didn't move up to get a guy. So obviously there wasn't a guy.
I think you tried, and the Vikings stopped you from doing that.
Well, obviously you didn't do enough.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
So right now, if you're the Raiders, I mean, what are you thinking here? I think no, you can't get him. You already got one last year.
I mean, you got who do we like that's left on the board at quarterback? Spencer, right? Rattler. I'm trying to think, guys.
7 in the top 13.
That's insane. If
We
you're
knew
the Raiders,
this was a deep class.
This is
but-
worst case scenario for the Oakland Raiders. This is El Nino.
Well, they're not moving back because the pick is in.
This is a category 5. It smells like Dallas Turner to me. Do you put him on the other end of Max and let them both go get it?
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
I don't think that'd be. I don't think, with what's left, I don't think you take a quarterback right here. I mean,
or are you just going best available?
Well, do you call Atlanta and you're like, listen, how much?
God,
how much for Penix?
It hard.
Please.
It wouldn't be hard
Please.
for me to be Terrion Arnold. Why don't you come over here and play some defense?
Yeah. Help us tackle somebody. I mean, this is insane, dude. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 10th, 12th. All quarterbacks. All right, let's get to the chat here before this Raiders pick gets in.
All right, let's go.
This is drunk.
Let's go to Jaddle. Jaddle, what's up, dude? Says, hey, fellas, love the content. Why do the Falcons love losing?
I don't have a good answer for you, man. You want to know why I don't have a good answer for you? Because there's not a good answer. Because that pick, not that Michael Penix Jr. sucks, but that pick sucked. 2 things can be true at once.
Let's go to Addison Culberson. Addison, what's up? Says, what did my Vikings trade for JJ, and is it worth it? I don't know.
Well, I think they beat the Broncos on getting up to get a guy, but the Broncos got Bo Nix. But it was the Raiders.
Brock Bowers in silver and black, baby.
I literally was going to say this, but you drafted old boy from Notre Dame last year.
Yeah. Well, now you got 2 of them.
Now you got 2 of them.
Now you got a pair of them.
Dude, this is wild. So, Aiden O'Connell, maybe the happiest guy on the planet right now.
Golly, Brock Bowers might be the best tight end I've ever seen come out of college.
He's at 6'4", 230 coming out of Georgia, 2,500 yards, 26 total touchdowns. The dude can do everything. They even said he sold the most hot dogs out of any vendor at halftime of the Georgia games.
And not just can block, likes to block too.
But that is his weakness.
Well, if he does have a weakness, but I don't think he's weak.
I think we said it just because he's such a great pass catcher.
Yeah. Well, he's not. No, I'm saying he's not. He's not really that good of a blocker.
I think he's
with his hand down tight end. He's not that great. He's 6'3", 235 pounds.
Well,
I don't think he's bad.
Right. So I think why the Raiders drafted him, he's going to be doing a lot of that.
Yeah, he's going to be split out.
Because you already got.
I would do that with.
You already got the tight end from Notre Dame last year. I don't know why his name's not coming to me right now. Myers, who is a hand down 6'6". True. Let
me introduce you to a little thing called 12 personnel.
Yeah,
I'd be
seeing that
living
more and more.
in that. The Raiders just decided to go 12 personnel a lot.
Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer, yeah.
Yeah, the painter. Wow. What? Saints got to go. Where are the Saints going? They going Dallas? No defensive guys. There has not been a defensive player taken in this draft, and according to my calculations. Guys, we're on the 14th pick.
You think the game of football has changed a little bit?
A little bit, just a little bit.
Think the rules have impacted the game of football a little bit?
Just a little bit. All right, let's get back to the chat. We're going to get back to the phones. I know we're full.
All right, Nick Hamrick said the Vikings gave up 11, 129, and 157.
Worth it.
Okay.
Worth it. If you thought you were going to miss out on your quarterback, it was worth it. But I just wonder, did the Vikings just not like Bo Nix? Was it just one of those things where...
Well, we've been hearing how much they like J.J. McCarthy. We thought it might be a smokescreen. We were hearing they might have to move up as high as 5 with the Chargers to get him. So if you didn't have to do that, you only had to move up 1, that's a win.
I agree with that. I like that.
All right, let's go to Muffin200788. Says, Denver, gosh, they need everything. Or was the QB situation just so screwed up? Disappointing Sean Payton was unable to get anything out of Russell Wilson.
Yeah, it is a disappointment. It's going to be interesting watching Bo Nix and Zach Wilson and Jared Stidham kind of do this ping pong back and forth. But again, I believe in Sean Payton, man. I trust Sean Payton. I have no reason not to. It's going to be interesting to see, the way it plays out. But I think that was a smart move by the Vikings at the end of the day. I get it. It makes sense to me.
Let's go to the Dennis Moore. He says the Vikings are giving the Packers the division for at least 4 years.
I don't know about 4. The next 2, the Lions are right there too now.
The Lions,
Let's not. Hey. They're not exactly crying in their hands about what's going on there.
That division's going to be a lot of fun, man. NFC North last year, Detroit 12 wins, 12-5. Packers 9-8. Vikings went 7-10. They got rid of Kirk Cousins now, obviously, and then the Bears were 7-10.
Well, I like the Bears more than the Vikings right now.
I do too.
Again, that's why if I'm Justin Jefferson, let me sprinkle some lemon juice on the back of this piece of paper, see if there's an escape plan.
Let's have one throwing session first. Let's see J.J. McCarthy just pepper that thing in there.
Yeah, just pepper it in there.
Let's feel his, optimism, his energy. Get to know him a little bit. Maybe go have a cookout. Before we just start bolting out of there.
I don't know. I'm Usain bolting out of there. It's me. But all right, let's get back to the phones as we wait on this Saints pick. David, who do you want to go to?
Oh, you want phone lines?
Let's go phone lines.
Let's go to Michael in Sacramento, California. Michael, talk to us.
Well, if it isn't Blaine Crane, it's me, Michael Povey, your biggest fan.
Povey, what's up, dude? How's life?
I just had to call in. This draft is blowing my mind right now.
It's nuts, dude.
I've been thinking about my questions, refining them and getting them right. But I'm still kind of just blown away by the whole Michael Penix thing.
Yeah.
Little confused by the Raiders. But as you know, I'm a big Niner fan. And I'm not used to being in the first round. We haven't picked in a few years. And then before that, we had Trey Lance, which didn't work out.
Well, you got the 31st pick, so you're just sneaking in there.
We'll call it first round. But I'm watching all of these defensive players trickle all the way to the bottom. And I'm right. We haven't seen a defensive player.
No, we have. That's what you're right. Blaine's got a bet on Dallas Turner being the first defensive player taken.
First edge player.
First edge player taken. We're 14 picks in this son of a gun, and not only has there not been an edge player taken, there hasn't been one guy that plays on the defensive side of the ball taken, and I think Cone brought it up. Is the game changing or what?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking now. But in the context of the 49ers, let's say we're picking defense. who the heck do they go with, or what position are you guys thinking? I mean, help me out. I've gotten too close too many times.
Well, I never think you can go wrong getting a good defensive lineman. I never think you can have too much depth there, especially with some of the injuries, right, that the Niners have had. Looking in the secondary, I mean, Michael, let me flip it on you. I mean, if you're the Niners, right, if you're Shanahan and that crew, what position group are you picking out of on the defensive side of the ball first?
Dude, it's not as flashy as I'd like it to be, but for some reason my heart is telling me I got to go with the corner because we've invested in the D-line like all the time. And I have a feeling that the Niners fan base, while you might get a good defensive end or a defensive lineman, they might not want to see another defensive lineman come back into the fold.
Mike, I think I got the guy. I don't know if he's going to drop all the way to y'all, but if I remember correctly, y'all's safety got hurt for the year last year. With the hair, I can't remember his name. But talking about a guy who can play both, all right, and would feel like a good fit.
Terrion's not going to be there.
Cooper DeJean.
Really? I don't think that.
Cooper DeJean. If the Packers don't take him at 25, he's a guy you can play at corner.
Think about this. Think about this. Who's the GM for the San Francisco 49ers,
exactly.
Michael? Who is it?
John Lynch.
It's John Lynch.
Come on, dude.
Come on. Hey, listen, beating the stereotype. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that'd be bad. Again, the question becomes, I mean, there's going to be so many guys that are available. I don't know, obviously, who they like the most on their board.
You see that right
there?
But
I like that.
13 straight offensive picks is the most of any streak in the first round, not just the first 13 picks at any point.
Hey, Michael, great call, bro. We really appreciate it.
Love you, Pose.
Thanks, Michael.
Hey,
keep in touch.
Fantastic show. I love all three of you. Take it easy. Let's kill this draft now. Let's do it.
Thanks,
let's
buddy.
do it, Mike. Let's do it. Have a drink on me, Mike.
All right, before this Saints pick gets read, let's go to Robert in Montana. Robert, how's it going in Montana,
from Montana. We're basically the Montana boys right now.
Yeah, it's good. Thanks for seeing my call. Love the set, and you guys do a great job.
Thanks, man.
And I know the Saints, I'm a big Derek Carr, and wouldn't mind. I was hoping Brock Bowers, but I'm also a Raider fan, so I'm also I'm happy about that pick. So it's kind of.
Well, I tell you what, man, the fact that you're a Raiders and a Saints fan and you sound so happy on the phone, congrats to you. It must be going
You make me feel good.
Yeah, you make me feel good.
Hey, when they play each other, though, who do you root for?
Gosh, I guess the Raiders.
Okay.
But what I was going to say was I think they should go defense.
I agree.
Yeah, but offensive line, they did have their offensive line guy do retire. The Saints did.
Yeah, tackle.
He just retired.
Well, I mean, Fuaga's still there from Oregon State.
Mims.
Amarius Mims is still there. You haven't had a ton of offensive linemen taken, and all the offensive linemen that have been taken have been tackles. So, I mean, I think if you're the Saints, it's almost hard to screw this pick up.
I was going to say, Jake, Spencer Rattler in second round should go to Las Vegas. That's my.
That'd be a great. That would be such a great.
That may be what they're doing.
Pick. That may be what they're doing. You may have knocked out of the park, Robert.
Hold on one second.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, let's listen to this together. Yeah.
They went tackle.
They went tackle.
Smart.
Yeah, smart.
Okay.
Smart. How do you feel about that, Robert?
Good. They need to protect Carr, so.
Definitely. Man, it's a good pick. Outside of, in my opinion, the Penix pick, and I don't think that the Vikings taking McCarthy was as egregious. And again, it's not because I don't like Penix. I do like Penix. I just don't think the Falcons needed to draft him there. I think that it's been pretty smart. I mean, the picks have been pretty good about what we thought. But, Robert, great call, buddy. Thank you. Enjoy Montana.
All right. Hey, I just want to say real quick, I have a Bo Jackson Raider jersey I've never worn. I would love to give to you guys sometime.
Dude.
A T-shirt. I'd love to give to you guys someday.
Dude, please, send it in.
Hey, yeah, we'll find a way so you can mail it in. We got a P.O. box. We'd love to put it on the studio, man. We'll give you a shout-out and everything.
Okay, I'll try to locate that for you. All right, God bless. Have a great night.
See you, bud.
Studio.
Hey,
Thanks,
appreciate it, Robert. Thank you, buddy. Man.
All right, I want to go to Brian in Boston because I just want to know, Brian, Drake Maye at 3. How you feeling, bud?
I'm trying to talk myself into liking it.
Yeah, let's go.
Why don't you like it, Brian? Why don't you like it?
I don't know, man. Early in the week, I asked you to talk me into it, and I'm trying to get there, Jake. I really am, but
Hey, until that first touchdown pass. Yeah.
No, well, first off, Brian, how nuts was that Falcons pick?
That's insane. Why are you going out and getting Kirk Cousins if that's where you're going to go with it?
I don't know. It's like why are you married to Kim Kardashian but you're talking to Instagram models?
But isn't that what everybody wants? They want a guy to come in and sit a couple years.
But
the
a lot like Drake Maye would be a great one.
Yeah,
Drake Maye would be a better one to me. That like Michael Penix Jr. is already.
To me, J.J. McCarthy was the best guy to come in and sit for a couple years and then get ready. But when it comes to Drake Maye, here's the problem, Brian. I feel like Drake Maye is somewhat in a similar situation to what Bryce Young was going to the Panthers. There is no help around you. There is nothing around you. So it's football. This isn't tiddlywinks. This isn't basketball. This isn't baseball. One guy can't go out there and win the game for you. So to me, it's not just on Drake Maye. For the love of God, it's like the violinist on the deck of the Titanic. Somebody get this man some help.
Hey, there's a high ceiling, though, Brian, for Drake Maye. I agree with everything Jake's saying. It may be ugly at first, but I think a ceiling comp for him is like Justin Herbert. That kind of ability coming out of college, that kind of build. In terms of the Falcons and the Penix and Denver, Minnesota, all of that would have made more sense if Kirk Cousins was still in Minnesota.
I agree with that.
Then the Falcons go quarterback at 8, 100%. Right? Get the guy they identify. And then J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback we said could benefit the most from sitting behind a veteran, would have made sense at 11. Hey, this is the guy you like so much, or they moved up to 10 to get him. But so everybody's going to question that. But, hey, we'll see how it plays out.
Well, we'll see if the Patriots make some moves here and actually move up in a draft. That'd be interesting to see.
100%. And I love the fact that Drake Maye is 6'4", 230. Like, he's the build, the prototypical.
And he can run, NFL Brian. He can run.
Yeah. That's great. But my problem is it's not just him, so I don't want to take it all out on him. It's the fact that you hired a first-time linebackers coach. I was live on air with you guys when that announcement came out, and I told you right then and there that I didn't love the head coach hire. And then they give him a washed, not even a washed-up, a guy that Cleveland cuts loose as their offensive coordinator to try and mold this guy. He needs some work. He needs some talent around him. You guys touched on it. They don't have a ton of talent around him, and you're going to give him a linebackers coach who's never even called plays before in his life as a first-time head coach with a stiff OC, and that's what we're going to put him around? Yeah. So I'm sitting here like I want to be excited about it. I'm sure I'm going to be all in by the time the season comes around, but what else are they going to do? Are they going to be able to trade back into the first round and grab a receiver or a tackle here or something? I don't know.
Well, it's like reading the first chapter of the book. I need to know what happens in the next 12 chapters before I tell you whether it's a good book or not.
How about the book that came out before? Here's what I mean by that, Brian. In your house, do you have a lot of posters of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick and those 6 championships they won together? You got posters and plaques and stuff? Because I would say look at those for a long time here, buddy. That can get you through a lot.
Yeah, y'all have done a lot of winning.
You're getting no sympathy from NFL fans across the country right now.
The Bruins are up 2-1.
You're speaking to the choir. I watched the right before the Super Bowl started. I rewatched the New England-Seattle Super Bowl, the greatest Super Bowl of all time.
You should have just watched that during the Super Bowl.
Reliving the glory days.
Let's don't hand the football to Marshawn Lynch.
Right. The Bruins are up 2-1.
Hey, Brian, I was just about to say, Bruins up 2-1.
Yep.
2-1, and you know our boy Kirk's back in the chat right now. He said he's out of the
Kirky, welcome back. Dude.
Good. Glad he's doing better.
Brian, what do y'all pick in the second round? Is it?
It's got to be receiver.
Like
second pick
or something. It's early.
Okay, it's a second pick.
Yeah.
I mean, you go Tony Franklin, right?
You've got to go receiver. I mean, hell, the Bears just got another receiver to help Caleb out with Rome.
You guys are the experts for college for me, but I've been hearing a little bit of buzz about this stud receiver from Texas that might.
Xavier Word. You talking about A.D. Mitchell? Here's what I'll tell you about A.D. Mitchell.
He can fly, right?
That's Xavier Worthy. You're not getting him in the second round.
To me, I don't think A.D. is going to make it that far, but I think A.D. Mitchell's a complete receiver. But the thing I like about A.D. Mitchell, you know when he played his best? In the biggest moments, in the playoffs. That's something that you're born with. It's not Maybelline. That's why I like A.D. Mitchell. That's why I was shocked when he transferred from Georgia to Texas. But then goes out there and balls out like we thought he did. But, Brian, man, thanks for calling in, brother.
Appreciate it, Brian. Hey, maybe if you're the Celtics, maybe we figure out a way to win at home against the Heat when Jimmy Butler doesn't play. You know what I mean?
Thanks,
Yeah.
man.
Maybe Miami doesn't hit 1,000 threes in the game either. All right, going to get back to the phone lines. Blaine, I know you're looking up a ton over there, but let's try and get to the chat quickly before this next pick.
Okay, let's go to a $20 donation from Flint Ironstack. Since the Raiders missed out on a QB, could they sign Ryan Tannehill?
Don't do that.
Why would you want to sign a receiver for a quarterback position?
Yeah, no.
Ryan Tannehill.
What team?
The Raiders.
The Raiders. I don't think that's nuts, Flint. My question is, if Spencer Rattler's still there, right, or there's a young guy that you really like at the quarterback position, I think Ryan Tannehill has shown me enough. I know who Ryan Tannehill is. If you show me who you are enough, I'm going to believe you. All right, I think Ryan Tannehill was a reach coming out of college, if we're going to be honest, from Texas A&M. I would rather go Spencer Rattler and try and build that guy from the ground up than take the used car that is Ryan Tannehill and watch him complete 52% of his passes.
Raiders don't pick again until the 44th pick.
What is
Which
this
Spencer
right
will
here?
be there, I think.
What is this right here? Is this Brian Thomas? Be Dallas.
Oh, no. I did have him under 16.5, so
no doubt.
I kind of feel good about that. But
That's tough.
It's
good, Colts. I wish nothing but the worst. Nothing but the worst.
Why you put that evil on them, man? Why you put that evil on them?
We're having a power forward play quarterback.
6'4", 265, 23.5 sacks last two seasons.
You pass on Dallas
Y'all
Turner.
think this is bad. You should wait to watch an Auburn game.
Y'all pass on Dallas Turner.
Yeah, I would have taken Dallas Turner in front of Latu, but, I mean, Latu's a pretty good player. They told him to medically retire. That's one of the craziest stories. You want to talk about an injury history that worries me? Another reason why I'd go Dallas Turner? They tried to get you to retire.
And now you're the first defensive pick.
You're the first defensive pick. So whatever doctor that was should be fired.
Boom.
Or maybe federally investigated. No, this is a guy that can do a lot. He's obviously a pass rush specialist, but I think you can drop him in zone coverage like we talked about with Dallas Turner. I think his game's going to translate pretty well if he can stay healthy. But first defensive guy goes, and that is pick what?
15.
15. Took 15
That's
picks.
crazy.
Right, to get there. But, all right, let's get back to the chat, then we're going to get back to the calls.
All right, let's go to Leo Maltos with the $5 donation. Appreciate it, Leo. Shout out to Caleb and JJ. Welcome to the North. We'll either have more wins against Green Bay than Justin Fields.
Yeah, look, I mean, Justin's out now. We'll see how that experiment ends. But no, I'm rooting for these guys. I hope they all do well. We know they're not all going to do well at the quarterback position or really any position in general. But that, again, you brought it up. That division up there, man, it's
going to be a lot of fun.
With the Lions and the Bears and the Packers and the Vikings, it's going to be a lot of fun. But Latu goes and the Seahawks are on the clock. Who's on the clock over here, Dave?
All right, let's go to Matthew in Atlanta. Matthew, what you got for us, man?
Oh, God, Matthew. Is everything okay out there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, Matt?
Yep, it's actually me, Atelian.
Oh, okay.
What's up, dude?
Yeah.
Blaine, I share your pain as a Falcons fan, man, but hey, nothing can bring me down today. We just found out that we're pregnant with our second kid. Just wanted to get
Congratulations, man.
One ring to rule them all, and in darkness shall find them.
I love it. For me all around. Penix Jr. can't bring it down. Maybe that's a good sign of things to come.
There's some things that are more important than the others.
Look, he's a great quarterback, dude. It's weird to sign Kirk Cousins, but still.
Yeah, man. I love him, and no one's going to be rooting harder for him than me. But I wanted to ask, we're getting to my favorite time of the draft right now. Mm-hmm. On top of it being the Seahawks trick, and that's always a wild card. Mm-hmm. We're coming up at the end of the first round, and we've always got guys coming in who just seem to come out of nowhere. And I'm just wondering what players you might think could sneak into the back end of round one. Because I've got guys like Tyler Nubin, the free safety, from Minnesota. I've got Braden Fisk, who's Jared Versey's teammate over at Florida State.
Love Braden Fisk. Loved watching him at the Senior Bowl. He looks really, really, really good. I think he won defensive MVP at the Senior Bowl as well. You talk about a guy on the interior that can do multiple things. I'm just interested. There's been so many quarterbacks taken, Matthew, that I'm wondering if maybe, just maybe, a Spencer Rattler could slide in the back here.
That'd be interesting. I also think, can Ladd McConkey get in there at the very end of the first round?
That's another guy that we've talked about.
I don't know if Ricky Pearsall is going to make it up in there.
The reason I don't think there's going to be a defensive guy is because there's been one defensive guy taken. There's so many of the top flight guys that are still on the board. I don't know if somebody's going to reach in the back of the, Bob for apples at the bottom and bring one out. When you still have Dallas Turner, Terrion Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean, Byron Murphy, Jared Verse, Chop Robinson.
Yeah.
Good God
Almighty!
I think
Xavier Legette might sneak in the first.
That's a good one. I like that one too. I like that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget how many offensive linemen are still on the board too.
Oh,
I've heard
God.
a lot of great things about Powers Johnson and even the Duke guy.
Do you think Chop's going to go in the first round?
That's going to be an
interesting
interesting one.
Buccaneers.
To the Bucs.
It's either him or Jared Verse.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, both of those guys are so good.
I have Verse going to Seattle at this point.
When do you have Brian Thomas going?
Right now, I've actually got him lower on my board than even Xavier Worthy personally. I've got Xavier Worthy going to the Bills, and I think that I've got Brian Thomas going to the Ravens at 30.
So you think the Bills would?
See, I had Brian going at 28.
I don't think I'm the Bengals, right? We talked about would they trade T. Higgins, bring in Brian Thomas Jr. So you've still got the Seahawks coming up, like you said. Who the hell knows? The Jaguars, the Bengals, the Rams, the Steelers, right? The Dolphins. If you're the Steelers, that's an interesting. We hadn't talked about this.
And they're always right there. They never pick super early because they always have a winning season and make the playoffs.
If you're the Steelers,
need is tackle. Yeah, they're obvious to me. I think they need offensive line help.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got two quarterbacks that you just invested 1 year into.
Yeah.
You got to find out who it is. You got to give them all the help you can, and they need offensive line help, something fierce. Mims is still on the board. I think he'd be a great fit for him.
I agree with that.
I think that they've got, unfortunately, the offensive linemen are going there, but Guyton could definitely sneak in at that point. He's got potential.
I agree. I like that. Now, it feels like if Amarius, well, here's the question. Do the Eagles try and trade up if they like Amarius that much with the Steelers to try and get him? I don't see that happening. I think you're right.
You know who I love for the Eagles, though? And this one's crazy for me. Cooper DeJean. I think you put him in that. People aren't talking about how he could play wide receiver, I think, in the NFL.
Dude, well, I think he's a safety. So I think he's a safety or a nickel. That's what I think he is.
Eagles need help there, right?
Yeah.
You get him with that's why we're talking 49ers with him. You put him in Shanny.
Well, we were talking about John Lynch. Hell, John Lynch is the GM. If anybody knows anything about a white DB, it's him.
Yeah.
Seahawks, the pick is in for the Seahawks here, and they're fascinating to me because the last 2 years, I've thought they've drafted so well. Outside of what the Texans pulled off in the first round, I really thought the Seahawks, were really one of the huge winners last season. First year without Pete Carroll being the head coach, though. Going to be in front office.
Remember, obviously Geno trying to keep that momentum going that he had, but they did bring in Sam Howell from the Commanders as well.
Sam Howell, and your OC is now OC with the Chicago
Bears. Yeah.
So
look, if I'm a Seahawks fan, and you can tell me I can have Witherspoon on one side and Terrion Arnold on the other.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good about a lot of things.
So you think Terrion Arnold here?
Yeah.
16?
Mm-hmm. This feels like this one could be a lot of different places. But, hey, great call. I think thanks for calling
Appreciate it, Matthew.
Hey, thanks, guys. God bless. And y'all stay safe. Have a good night.
Congrats. All access every week.
Yeah, you too. And all access every week. All right, the pick is in for the Seahawks. Let's see. Who do they got up there? They have a special pick here. 5% chance Dallas Turner available at.
I'm going to throw up if they pick him.
How do we feel about that Sudie's one?
God, it's because I bet him. That's why.
Of course.
That's why.
No, they called.
You're up like 50 units. I can't.
It's his green jacket. Who let him wear that? Of course, the Seahawks are going to draft him now.
You got to go to Seattle now.
He just brought a bunch of different jackets and changes to the color of the team. It's brilliant.
Oh, I love.
I mean, yeah, the Colts called and they're like, "Hey, listen, Blaine's bet on Dallas Turner to be the first edge. We got to go Latu."
God, you know what we should have had a tracker of how many times Mel Kiper was wrong today.
Dude, I said that. What did I say in my 9 guarantees in the draft?
That's right.
Yeah.
Doesn't it just look like, well, what do people do? What's that called? Floundering?
Flounder.
No, what's it called when you get the catfish?
I've never been to Belgium.
Get the catfish out of the mud.
Noodling.
Noodling. Doesn't it feel like a guy who noodles is going to put his hand down there and pull up Mel Kiper? It's just Mel Kiper's face.
Roll Tide Willie's going to be
right?
noodling. And
Mel Kiper like, I can't believe they took Michael Penix.
Yeah,
right? Just put him back in there. He just can't deal with it.
And he's still talking.
And the bubbles. Just bubbles are popping up.
Catch and release.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Oh, that's great. All right, let's get to the chat.
Man, this pick has been in. Let's hear it.
Oh, they're stretching this thing out.
All right, let's go to Josh Baker, the cookie maker.
You love that.
I made the last part up, but it sounded good.
What if he was a cookie maker?
He's a baker. Do you guys think the Bills will pick a corner or a safety? I'd personally like a safety after letting go of Hyde and Poyer. I think we're fine on corner with Douglas and Benford.
I think they're going wide receiver.
I think they're going wide out, man.
You know, I honestly think they're going wide receiver.
If it's Dallas Turner, I'm walking out.
Just a quick walkout, just a lap. If you did that, you mind?
I'm putting a bunch of food on DJ's couch and I'm walking out.
All right, what we got? A little military.
Pick is in. They pick an F-16.
Yes, great pick.
Great.
Great. They picked an F-16. They're just going to tape the ball to it and have
who's
it
gonna
take
cover
off
that?
and land in the
So
end
you're going to play slot.
Who's going to cover
Brilliant.
that, man?
They're really thinking outside of the box here. I thought he wasn't going to go. I thought the F-16 Raptor wasn't going to go to the second round. All right, while they're doing this. All right, let's see here.
Scott Burton, Quinyon Mitchell, or Terrion Arnold for the Jags?
Ooh,
Jags going receiver, dog.
You think so?
Yeah.
They got Gabe Davis, didn't they?
Well, Trev's got a you-know-what or get off the pot. I do agree with that, but Quinyon's still there. I think he's the best corner in the draft. All right, here we go.
Don't be
Here we
Dallas
go.
Turner. Don't be Dallas Turner.
Wow, they went.
Okay,
Byron
defensive
Murphy?
tackle. I love this pick, though.
Okay, you must have wanted
love
an
this
interior
pick,
guy
man.
then.
Monster.
You must have had to have an interior guy then. Because if we're going best available, it had to be Dallas Turner.
Monster up front.
On the defensive line. I don't hate that pick. I'll never get pissed at you for taking a good interior defensive line.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to remember Seattle couldn't stop the run and save their lives.
That's true. That's true. If you're going to go with an interior guy, I think Byron's there at the top.
I like
Not
that.
crazy. All right, so now the Jags are up. We'll see here. You think receiver, Blaine, you said?
I'm thinking receiver if you're a Jag.
All right,
You're a Jags fan.
Let's go to the chat one time, then the calls.
Let's go to R and WP. What's up? Says, how do we like the Seahawks pick? I was going to go receiver. I don't mind that, but I don't mind getting a nose.
No, it's, again, I think, Blaine, we got a trade alert, by the way. The Jags are trading. We're going to get to your question here in 1 second, RP. The Jags are trading to Minnesota.
Okay. Minnesota making moves.
Wow.
Making money moves.
Who are they grabbing?
Oh, my God.
Are they getting Dallas Turner? Is it Dallas?
Why wouldn't it be?
It's got to be Dallas.
To me, it's either Dallas Turner or Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
Hey, JJ, welcome. Here's Justin and Brian Thomas. Don't suck.
Yeah, please don't suck. I feel like it's Dallas Turner. You're making this move with Dallas still on the board. I think you're going there.
And if I'm not mistaken, the Vikings had the sack leader last year, correct?
Did they?
Let's.
And the Vikings.
That's worth a Google.
What are they giving up for this?
I don't know. They already gave up, what, like 125 and 170 something?
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll see. But let's expect the
hey, let's go to Blaze in Jackson, Mississippi. Ooh. Blaze, what's up?
Hey, guys, it's Young NASCAR. What's going on?
Young NASCAR.
Yeah. So, nobody's talked about the Cowboys, obviously, so that means Jerry Jones has got this pick locked up, right?
Yeah, you would think he's got something locked up.
So what are y'all thinking he's taking here? Because
well, we talked about defense. You know, I think the Cowboys are going to go on the defense side of the ball. But, I mean, look, Byron Murphy just got taken. I know he's an interior D lineman and a good player, but there are still so many really good players on the board. Do the Cowboys go secondary, Blaine?
Tackle.
I mean,
I think I'll go tackle.
Where are the Cowboys at? They're 24.
They're at 24. They were at their best when They had that best offensive line in the league. Remember when Tony Romo, the transitional period between him and Dak, and they had the number 1 O-line, and Zeke was just
And you got a couple guys. What was that? Was it the Hudson kid from Tulsa from last year? Their guard is one of the best guards. 1 second.
It's going to be Dallas. Great pick. Wow. That's a great pick. That's a
got
great
their
pick.
guy, man.
Yeah, so that's a great pick. You got him at 17. You got Dallas Turner at 17, and there was 2 defensive players that were taken before him. That's a smart trade up. I love
Daniel Hunter, was 1 off the sack lead. Yeah. With 16.5 sacks.
Oh, isn't it
Danielle Hunter?
Danielle Hunter,
like
yeah. He's
from TJ Watt.
Monster.
So now you have Dallas.
TJ Watt was number 1, right?
Correct. Okay. By 1 sack.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So what did Minnesota give up to Jacksonville, though?
I don't know. See, they didn't. That's something we're gonna have to look up. Look, Auburn trying to block him with 6 people. We still can't block.
And guys, if you're in the chat, hit the like, hit that subscribe button, and if you're here, you're loving the content, go hit that notifications too. You'll always know when we get on.
Definitely appreciate everybody in here, man. This has been a lot of fun already.
Blaze, are you still on the line? Is Blaze still on the line?
Blaze, can you hear us?
Thanks for calling in, though, man.
Hey,
really appreciate it, dude.
Hey, that's our guy, Young NASCAR.
Hold down Brandon, Mississippi
real quick,
for me.
fellas.
Where's he going?
I think he's going to take a number 3.
Not a number 3.
Yeah. All right. Let's get back to the phones.
Not on a Thursday. You want phone line?
Let's go phone line.
All right. Let's go to Andrew in Southwest Kansas. Andrew, talk to us.
Hey guys, how are you?
What's up, man?
Oh, good. Hey, I got a couple points there. Firstly, Blaine. I can't unsee noodling for Mel Kiper in the river now.
I wasn't expecting that one.
We have to make that a meme.
I wasn't expecting that one.
Yeah, that's a meme.
Catch and release, man.
For sure.
Yeah.
Catching in prison.
Better put that. Probably tastes funny.
Yeah. It tastes like Todd.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, so a couple things there before my question. The all of a sudden the AFC West looks slightly scary. Bo Nix, he's a dog. That's all of a sudden I'm a little worried about the Broncos there. That's interesting.
Well, it's again, we'll see what happens with the Raiders, but obviously you look at Patrick there with the Chiefs. The AFC West kind of underperformed to what people thought they were going to, but it seems like there's been a little bit of infusion there in Denver. We'll see how Zach Wilson works out, but I'm going to be honest, man, the AFC West still scares the hell out of me.
AFC West 2 seasons ago we thought was going to be the most dominant division in pro football, and then last year,
let's tell everybody real quick who doesn't know who's in the AFC.
Kansas City won it last year at 11-6. I mean, we're talking about the back-to-back Super Bowl champs, but then Las Vegas Raiders 8-9 a season ago. Denver 8-9. Chargers 5-12. Obviously, we know they fired Brandon Staley. You bring in Jim Harbaugh. A lot of offensive moves. You move Eckler. You move off of Keenan Allen. They just got Joe Audit tackle. So look, AFC West, depending on the quarterback play they're going to get, is always going to be an interesting division to follow.
Right. Yeah. You get. Oh gosh, the head coach now at the Chargers. Harbaugh. Yeah, you just got Harbaugh, so that one got interesting. And then looks like the Raiders and the Broncos are going to draft right. So
I don't think anybody was expecting the marriage between Sean Payton and Russell Wilson to be that bad.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that was just weird. For me.
The more I learned about Russell Wilson, the less I like him.
Well, what did you say? 3 parking spots?
3 parking spots, and you
get out of here.
Throw a 10-yard in route.
Yeah, get out of here.
You made Sierra quit singing. Get away from me.
Yeah.
Is that true? He wanted 3 parking spots, or is that just
3 parking spots in an office? Like, how about this? I'll put your office in the parking lot, dog. How about that?
Yeah. Well, we just wish they'd stop playing on our practice field,
Yeah.
But anyway, so the Chiefs. That brings me to the Chiefs. What do they do? What do they do here in the first round? Do they draft somebody, or do they trade it and chase T. Higgins or Justin Jefferson? What do we do?
I'm going receiver.
Don't give him Justin
I think you
Jefferson.
get receiver or lineman on offensive lineman, one or the other. Yeah, I think if Xavier Worthy's available at 31.
I saw 2 different mocks saying Lad McConkey out of Georgia.
I wouldn't be surprised about that.
If Xavier isn't there, then I think it's Lad. There's no way in hell I'm taking Lad over Xavier Worthy.
I think.
I don't know if it's going to be hard for me to take Lad over Adonai Mitchell.
Adonai Mitchell?
I would say both those guys are gone. The conversation would come into the guy you mentioned earlier, Xavier Legette. And then I still really like Ricky Pearson.
I just wish we knew what the hell the Jags gave up.
I wonder if the
trade.
Chiefs make a move with the 49ers.
Well, you're moving up one spot?
Well, for a player. Samuel.
I mean, or Ayuk.
I don't know if anybody's willing to help the Chiefs out right now.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm like, they say, hey, Kansas City's on the phone. Be like,
Andrew, are you a Chiefs fan?
I have been a Chiefs fan since the days before Jamal Charles.
Yeah, well, congratulations.
Yeah,
on,
isn't it crazy? The worst y'all get
the high life.
Like the worse players y'all get, the better y'all get.
Yeah, you get rid of Tyreek Hill.
You know who that sounds like?
2 Super Bowls.
You know who that sounds like?
Yeah.
Patriots when they were making their run.
Hey,
Same thing.
I called in back in November bemoaning that Mahomes wasn't in the MVP race, and Cone there, you said, just wait till the end of January, you'll be happy.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Here we are.
It's kind of saying the same thing on the opposite end for the Dolphins. You know, Dolphins putting up 70 points in the regular season, high-flying offense, all these great wide receivers, Tua finally staying healthy. I just kept thinking, man, middle of January, you're going to have to go on the road somewhere in the snow. I didn't think it'd be Kansas City. That's how it was shaken out.
Yeah.
Didn't bode well for them.
Yeah, it's never a bad idea to bet on.
Did you go to that game?
No.
Did they say someone died at that game? It was so cold.
Speaking about
Tua.
Yeah, I know those 3 guys froze to death in the backyard after allegedly doing drugs. But
yeah, right.
Yeah, but man, appreciate the call, bro.
Great call.
Great call.
Yeah.
Great call.
Thanks, Andrew.
Very productive call. You too.
You too, brother.
All right, so you know what? Let's say that I'm loving the phone calls right now.
Let's go to Steve in Idaho. Steve, what's going on in Idaho, man?
Hey, I know the draft ain't over yet, but it's not too early to talk about betting, is it?
Hell no.
Never.
All right, here's a hypothetical for you. What odds would you have to get to place a bet of a month's salary? So major bet that this draft class, the 2024 quarterback class, goes down as the greatest of all time over top of the 83 class.
You've got to tell me who's in the 83 class.
Dan Marino, John Elway, Jim Kelly.
That's nothing less than plus 50,000 odds.
Plus 50,000?
Yeah.
The 83 class, Marino, Elway, Kelly, 3 first ballot Hall of Famers, 10 Super Bowl appearances, only 2 wins, and any list that has the top 10 quarterbacks of all time has Marino and the great prophet Elway on it.
And who did the Jets take that year? Hold on, who did the Jets take in the first round? Because my father-in-law, Richard Todd, was on the Jets, and they took a first-round pick that year, too. Ken O'Brien, maybe?
That sounds right.
Maybe.
Like Ken O'Brien? That draft class was nuts. So what kind of odds would we have to get?
Plus 50,000.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. I would say
for a month's salary.
I would say for a month's salary, it would have to be at least plus 25,000 for me to take it.
So let's think about it. Elway went to like 5 Super Bowls. He won 2 back-to-back, then retired.
His 3 first ballot
as great
Hall
as
of
he
Famers.
was, never won a Super Bowl. Jim Kelly didn't get one, right?
He played in like 4.
You need Caleb Williams to play at a Hall of Fame level. I mean, Michael Penix Jr. to stay healthy and play. Man.
I couldn't do it.
This is a class that could rival that with this many guys going. I mean,
well, there's always a chance. I mean, hell, they drafted 35 quarterbacks already.
For a month's salary, give me something like plus 2,500 or something, plus 3,000. Could ride with that.
Okay.
Could ride with that. But I mean, we wouldn't see that until what? I mean, it would take 2 decades to play out, wouldn't it?
It would. Like, here's the thing. Somebody would die before that had to get paid out.
Unless none of them even make it to their second contract.
No, we'd already be at war with China by then. So, like, you'd be good.
Yeah, true. We'd be Chinese. What about you, Steve? What would the odds be for you?
Oh, well. Can I bet in cows? Because I raise Wagyu cows here in Idaho. So can I
send some beef?
I'd be willing to bet? I'd put 5 cows down.
Hold on.
Let's put 5 cows.
5 cows.
Marvin Mims.
Amarius
Mims.
Hey.
Good pick.
What do the Bengals need?
Help for Joe Burrow up front.
Someone who's 6'7", 340, allowed 1 pressure on the last 168 snaps.
And can speak fluent Spanish.
Yeah.
He speaks fluent Spanish?
I have no idea.
Hey, I need you to speak fluent. Pass set. No one's getting by.
Yeah. If I'm Joe Burrow and they called me and said, hey, we just took an offensive tackle from Georgia, I'm excited and hanging up the phone.
Yeah. And let's keep T. Higgins this year. Figure it out next year.
I mean,
let the band run it back together again.
Man, that's a great pick. Hey, Steve, great call, buddy.
Thanks, Steve.
Hey, thanks for the call, guys. Have a good night.
See you, Steve.
Wagyu. Now I want a burger.
Oh, let's go to Scout here in Nashville. Scout, talk to us.
How's it going, guys?
Scout, what's up, buddy?
I don't understand why the Falcons took Penix. Do you think that has anything to do with if they couldn't take another elite tight end and just make him sit bench and not do anything with him?
Scout, and typically I always try and formulate an answer that can find a way to make sense of something that I think is asinine. But tonight is a first. I've got no explanation on why the hell the Falcons took Michael Penix Jr. Again, not because I don't like Michael Penix Jr. It's because the Falcons just gave half the gold in the vault in Atlanta to Kirk Cousins on a 3-year deal. Yeah. So now how old's Michael Penix? Like 25?
If he sits 2 years, he'll be 27.
Really? He'll be 27?
Yeah.
Wow. I want to reverse it. I don't understand why you signed Kirk Cousins ahead of the deepest quarterback class we've ever seen come out if you knew that you were inclined to do something like this if your guy was there.
Scout, do you have an answer, Scout? Is there anything that makes sense in your mind?
The only thing that I can think of, and I think you guys talk about this a lot, of like, we don't have people who just sit behind guys anymore, and learn the game and learn the pro level. Mm-hmm. That is the only way I can think of. Like, if that's absolutely your guy, you're like, wow, Michael Penix is it. But again, like you said, they paid all of King Midas's silver to get Matt Ryan, or basically Matt Ryan. I mean,
yeah. Diet Matt Ryan.
Do you think a lot of it has to do with Kirk Cousins rupturing his Achilles last year?
But still, then don't give him a 3-year deal worth all that money if you're worried.
But you're only as good as your what? Your backup quarterback in the NFL.
But like, didn't Penix, wasn't that his Achilles that he tore, or was
his ACL twice?
Yeah, he got like his legs snapped in half.
I just think the Falcons. Okay. I mean, it's a poverty organization right now.
Well, and you got 2 quarterbacks with 1 good leg total.
And you drafted Desmond Ridder last year.
You know what the sad part about it is? You're in a division that you could go win every year. Just be like better than at mid.
Well, do you know who's the most pissed off right now outside of Falcons fans?
Me.
Is probably Kirk Cousins. You could have given me more help.
Yeah.
You could have given our defense that couldn't tackle,
at this point,
couldn't stop a nosebleed in a nurse's office at a middle school.
Kirk's just counting money. At this point, Kirk signed somebody else. Can he physically not be happy?
He's probably at TJ Maxx as we speak. But I'm just
I get it. He's a competitor. He wants to win a Super Bowl. I get that. This guy's gotten the bag for over a decade now. He's good.
Scout, I don't understand it either, bud. I really don't. I really don't. But thanks for the call, my friend. Hey, let me ask you this: favorite restaurant in Nashville? Go.
Ooh, I worked there. It's slept on. I actually served Michael Knowles there. Doughbird. Delicious.
I've heard of that.
Doughbird?
I've heard of that.
I've never heard of that.
It's like a pizza and chicken joint.
Mm-hmm.
Them totally
Where is it?
Yeah, they're delicious. It's Green Hills.
Are you flipping Zaz, or what are you doing?
What? No, I don't work there no more.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask Michael about
check that out.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if you're going to need to find something good, ask a Scout.
Appreciate it, Scout.
Yeah, you guys take it easy.
You too, man.
Definitely. All right, Rams up next. Let's hop back in the chat, Blaine. I know it's buzzing over there. We're trying to be equal opportunity employers here. We appreciate everybody, by the way. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We thank all y'all for being here.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from DP. What's up, Pert? Says, what are the chances Bo Nix is starting quarterback in 2 years?
In 2 years?
2 years.
Look.
2 años?
2 años years.
I'm going to be honest with you. Right now, there's a 33.3% chance he's a starting quarterback next year.
Yeah.
You've got Jared, you've got Zach Wilson, you've got Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix, outside of obviously Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake Maye, Michael Penix Jr. isn't starting, right? J.J. McCarthy probably going to have to start, right?
I just got a lot of questions right now about
Sam Darnold's there, but
I just wonder what Denver's doing. What's Sean Payton thinking? I mean, you move off of Russell Wilson. Okay, I've understood the past couple weeks and months, and really even the last couple years, it's kind of been weird where he's at, right? You trade for Zach Wilson, all right, and now you get Bo Nix, who could Zach Wilson be a comp for Bo Nix? Like, would anybody, if Bo Nix ends up having the first 3 years in the NFL similar to Zach Wilson, would any of you guys be shocked?
Yes,
I would.
You'd be shocked if he's doesn't perform better than that. I mean, you even said today, we agreed today on All Access, Zach Wilson had some solid games last year.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it's been a disappointment when you're drafted at 2, but he's shown that he can make throws. I don't like if Bo Nix had the exact same trajectory over 2 or.
And I've also watched him,
I wouldn't be shocked.
Fall down backwards walking onto the field. So I mean, the good is good, but the bad is really bad.
Yeah. All right.
That's a great get. A great get.
That dude can play, man. That dude
at 19.
I mean, you got Jared versus. I still can't believe Dallas Turner fell all the way to 17.
6'4", 260. These last 2 seasons at Florida State, 89 total tackles, 18 sacks.
Remember, it's a great story. He transferred from Albany, I believe, to Florida State and absolutely blew it out of the water. What a great find by Florida State to be able to bring him in, but a very solid pick for the Rams. You got to feel good about where you're at. I know you've obviously had some guys leave here. But next up, we got the Steelers, right? They're going offensive tackle, and Marius Mims is off the board, guys. So, I mean, you're starting to reach down in the well. Fuaga's gone. Joe Alt's gone. Fanushu's gone. I mean, you just got to see who's next on the list, I guess.
Big on Sean McVay, too. I mean, when you're an offensive guy like that, there's such a tendency to always be like, how can I help the offense?
Especially in the first round.
You look at Puka Nacua last year, I mean, setting rookie
records. And you just lost AD.
You also lost Aaron Donald, right? So immediately just thinking, how can we get that sort of presence that we've had? We've had the luxury of these past couple seasons. Good for Sean McVay.
This next pick for the Steelers is very interesting to me.
What are they going to do?
You can always go, Dutton's still out there. You can go tackle. But you got new quarterback. You got Fields. You got Russell Wilson.
Bro, Brian Thomas is still out there.
That's what I'm saying. So right now you could have Harold Perkins.
George
Pickens. You can have...
They may have Harold Perkins after next year.
I wouldn't be surprised. You can have Brian Thomas. And their tight end... God. How do I... There's just long name. Tight end.
God, losing my mind.
Huh?
Tight end for the Steelers. It sounds like the Amish name.
Yeah.
Big white dude. Good player. Vermuth?
Yes.
Muth?
Exactly, yes.
That's not his full. It's Ensign.
Pat Fryermuth.
Fryermuth.
Yeah.
The Quaker.
Out there
eating
when I think of the
oatmeal,
Steelers at their best, when the Steelers are the most feared, it's like having those sort of defenses just suffocates you.
Well, I mean,
you address defense.
I mean, you have 2 of the best ends in the league. When you're your corner pick from Penn State, it's not.
I mean, Terrion Arnold still hasn't been picked, right?
Talking about Joey Porter Jr.?
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr.
got his ass kicked last year.
Yeah, it's a lot of rookies in the league. I think he had a chance to be pretty good, though. Brian Thomas being here, I guarantee the Steelers probably didn't think Brian Thomas would be here.
There's no way.
That'd be a great pick, too, man. 6'5", runs 4.33.
Pick's not in yet.
Let's go to King Don in Little Rock. King Don, I have to know, man, how are you feeling about what the Bears are putting together?
Bro, I'm the Bears, whatever. They're the Bears. If Caleb Williams goes to any other team, he's maybe a Hall of Famer. Who knows? But I'm way more nervous about the Vikings, and I'll tell you why. What happened the best rebuild in the history of the NFL, basically, last year happened when first someone took a Big Ten quarterback, then later traded up for an Alabama edge rusher.
Yeah, and Texans.
I just happen to be in the same division as them. And
I mean,
so
King Don,
a little nervy. Now,
that's great, but look at the quarterback position.
Yeah, that ain't C.J. Stroud, buddy.
To me,
I know this guy beat C.J. Stroud.
And listen, I think a couple years down the road, J.J., if he's not burned early, right, because he's getting thrown in the fire, has a chance to be a good player. But, I mean, I just don't see a world in which I'm sitting there looking and everybody's all happy at the quarterback situation in Minnesota. When you look around the rest of the division and you're like, oh, shit, Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, if he turns out to be that. King Don, I forgot you're like 13. But then also, I mean,
he's 16.
I think one thing that is worth mentioning with J.J. McCarthy, and we talked about this whole past season, the jump that he took from 2022 to 2023 in 2 categories. 1, arm strength, and 2, accuracy downfield, were legitimate. I mean, like, he really progressed in both those categories. What if he does the same thing from 2023 to 2024 to the NFL?
Well,
He'll be good.
Well, to me, it's a little bit different when you're, and I think you'll agree with me here, David, when you're at Michigan, you have better players than 80% of the teams, probably even more than that you're gonna play. And we all know the NFL it's the same sport, but it's a different game to college. I think it's harder. That's what makes what C.J. Stroud did so impressive. But I watched C.J. be able to slice up Georgia on defense, which is basically like a semi-NFL team, or the closest thing you're going to get. So, look, could he? I'm not trying to put a ceiling on J.J. McCarthy. And you know what? I hope he does. I know King Don doesn't, but I hope J.J. McCarthy does well. I just feel like he's a couple years away from being able to finish that jump or make it. So
I just don't know if he has a couple-year luxury. You know, I mean, what are you going to start Sam Darnold for several years?
No, you can't survive that way. No, there's no way.
What I am happy about, though, is there's not been a single DB taken yet.
Yeah, I know.
There's only they're on pick 20.
Even I see one right now.
They're going to have the pick of the litter.
DBs go off, we still get Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, I tell you, the more
we Packers thing ever.
It is, and it would be perfect. So you're looking, the Packers they're at 25.
25.
All right. So you've got the Dolphins, the Eagles. This is assuming no trade, and the Vikings still have the 23rd pick.
No, they traded that.
No, I don't think they did.
No, the Jags got it.
Yeah.
Oh, the Jags got it. That's right. The Jags.
And they must still have given up even more.
I think the Jags will take Brian Thomas if he's there. But you've got the Dolphins, the Eagles, the Jags, the Cowboys, and then y'all. I don't think the Cowboys are going to go with DeJean if he's there. I think they're going to take Terry and Arnold, or they're going to go on somewhere on the line of scrimmage. So, dude, I think the Packers are one of the teams sitting back right now smiling. So we'll see what the Steelers do here first.
I will say, though, if you're an NFL GM and you get a call and you see it's from that Philadelphia area code and Howie Roseman's on the line, don't even answer the phone.
Don't answer it. Just put it away. Just smash the phone.
You're on the losing end. No matter how good it sounds, you're getting screwed. It's like, you know what? I'll trade back to the 9th pick. We'll see how that. You're still getting screwed. He's going to get someone who was in one of the best defensive rookies last year.
Yeah,
he's going to be elite. That dude I don't know how that guy does it, but he always comes out with some really good.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't had more Kevin Costner references today.
There really hasn't been that much. I made one early on the show this morning. You need to watch Draft Day.
King Don,
you'll like it.
Go do it.
Watch it tonight after the draft.
Big trust.
After you get done with your math homework.
Hey, King Don, call in next week and let's recap this draft, all right?
Will do.
All right, King. Hey, big trust, baby. All right. Guess, who are they going with? Blaine.
I'll say Terrion Arnold.
I'm gonna say they go. I'll say they go Kool-Aid. What about you, Blaine?
I don't think they're going DB. It's either going to be Brian Thomas or it's going to be that Tyler Guyton kid.
Who?
Tyler Guyton. Tackle. Guyton.
Yeah.
Look at Cam Hayward. Monster.
Dog.
Beast. Monster.
Beast.
First of all, I'll kill you.
All right. Who we got? God, Mel's got Cooper DeJean at second best overall. He's got him in front of Brian Thomas Jr. Drunk. Yep. Good, concise, quick speech. Let's get to the pick.
I lost a bunch of games to Cam Hayward. He was really good.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Good pick. It's a good pick.
Hey,
you thought they were going to tackle
from the Joe Moore award-winning Washington offensive line.
You thought they were going tackle there.
You're filling a need. I like it. You didn't reach too far. That's a nice pick for the Steelers. They typically get it right when it comes to up front. So, again, if you're the Packers, feeling good. You're a team that needs the Cowboys. You're feeling good. A DB has yet to be taken. Has yet to be taken. Interesting. So, next up, we got the Dolphins. Do we think they're going receiver or are they going defense?
Defense. You need D-line. You need D-line or linebackers.
Receiver.
It's got to be defense. Well, you saw some of the Xavier Worthy rumors. Blaine, what does the chat think over there?
Let's go to a $5 donation from Ruben Hall. Ruben, what's up, brother?
Thanks, buddy.
Says, you thinking the Vikes could trade Jefferson to the Bengals for T and Henderson plus picks?
Yes, I think that's a possibility.
That's all we need is to pair Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
If that happens,
with Joe Burrow.
If that happens, then there's a spy working for the Vikings that's a Bengals fan.
That was the huddle up play we broke down right there.
Oh, that's great. So that's one of my favorite segments that we do during the year. I would never put it past anybody to do anything. When it comes to T. Higgins, I don't think the Vikings are going to be willing to let Justin Jefferson go with a brand new quarterback that they know needs some help. Or if it's Sam Darnold, obviously he's going to need that. I don't see that happening, but I would not be shocked if the Bengals moved on from T. Higgins. When it comes to the Vikings, I mean, I'm going to be honest, Ruben. They've been aggressive, so like I'm not going to.
If you were grading the Vikings, first round right now, we'll do grades. We'll put everything out like we always do. What grade would you give them?
I still would kind of like to know exactly what they gave up when they moved up to get Dallas Turner. I don't know.
He gave up 23 and 167, right?
I would say.
11?
No, I think you're right because they gave the Jets like 125 and 179, something like that. I would say before the Dallas Turner pick, a C. After the Dallas Turner pick, a B. That's where I'd put it at right now.
It all hinges on whether or not J.J. McCarthy is your guy. Like, is he going to be the guy? Is he your starting quarterback 8 seasons from now?
Scared money don't make no money. If you believe in him, you think he's the guy, then at the end of the day, he's the guy.
He's got that potential. He's got that ceiling.
Yeah.
All right. You want phone lines?
Let's go phone lines.
Darby Lou is on the line. Darby Lou, what's the word?
Hi. Well, it's not really me. I'm just the agent here, so Dad could call in and talk to you guys.
Love it. Smart. What a smart man. He must have played quarterback.
Darby Lou.
Oh, there's Richard.
Though 10%.
Yeah, you set me up. Yeah, 10%.
Mr. Richard, what do you think about the Jets pick?
I was hoping they got Bowers, but anyway, they need a tackle to protect Aaron, no doubt about that. But
I thought they may have gone Brock because he was still there.
Yeah, I like Bowers anyway.
What were the Falcons thinking? Like, as a former NFL quarterback, as a former high draft pick, what in the world is Atlanta doing?
I don't know. They gave $100 million to Kirk to come over there, right, or whatever.
Yeah, for a 3-year deal.
I know, and then they draft this guy. It's kind of nuts. They must, that guy's got he's got a good arm and a lot of potential coming in. But you've got that guy there for 3 years. I don't know.
Well, to me, it's not as much about the person you picked; it's the position you picked.
Mm-hmm. And it's not only the position, and it's the person. Look, he has a great arm, but I mean, he's 30 years old and walks on one leg.
Yeah,
that's tough for me to reach for a guy at 8.
What if he goes in and just wins the job in training camp?
You blew a lot of money on Kirk Cousins.
You know who else did that? It was a different situation, but when the Seattle Seahawks drafted Russell Wilson, they just gave the bank to Matt Flynn, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Matt Flynn had one great 450-yard passing game for Green Bay. Yeah. Seattle gives him the bag, also drafts Russell Wilson. I get it, not with the 8th overall pick, okay? But still didn't think he'd be the starting quarterback, comes in and wins the job. Kirk Cousins, a little bit different situation in that he's been a starter in this league for over a decade, but he is coming off an injury himself. Maybe Michael Penix Jr. goes in and wins that job. I don't know.
I can't. I guess you try and find some type of optimistic silver lining. I just can't find it, Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard, we were just talking about you, and we were talking about that 83 draft. The Jets drafted, did they draft Ken O'Brien?
Yeah.
He wasn't better than you, though.
Yeah, and they drafted Marino last, and I asked the Jets, I go, why didn't you draft Marino first? Why did they pick
What'd they
him?
say?
No, supposedly it was, he was found with marijuana in his room in college at Pittsburgh, and that was a big no-no back then.
God, that makes me want to draft you even
What
higher.
a monster. Yeah. What a monster. Not my quarterback.
Yeah.
Not my quarterback.
It's like Blaine said, I've got some friends that told me that stuff's bad.
Hold on. The Jets organization, where Joe Namath played quarterback before you, didn't want to draft Marino.
Maybe because of Namath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Marino
the Jets
ruined it for
I think it was the Jets' weed. They just got high and forgot.
Yeah. Ken O'Brien is considered the second best quarterback besides Joe playing there.
No.
Not in my book.
Hogwash.
Not in my book. Not in mine. Put him in the ring. I'll fight him. Put him in the ring. I'll fight him.
It's all stats. But they look at the stats. And
you're still the
Ken
last
had a great
quarterback picked out of Alabama to win a playoff game in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because Jalen Hurts was picked out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, he's an Oklahoma grad.
Actually, he graduated from Alabama.
He graduated
Picked
from
out of
Alabama.
it. Details matter.
Boomer.
Oh, come on. He spent all those years in Alabama.
I hear you.
Alabama. Come on.
In Norman, Alabama?
We appreciate it, Mr. Richard. Roll Tide, man.
Oh, Mr. Richard, thanks for calling in.
Still got a couple corners that'll probably come off from Alabama here, too.
Yeah,
I mean, Terrion Arnold's still on there, Kool-Aid McKinstry. But thanks for calling in. What's up in the chat?
All right, let's go to Peter G. He says, do we see the Dolphins taking Worthy to add another speed piece for the receivers?
God, I just don't know why you wouldn't go defense.
Only so many people can touch the football. Isn't that what you said, Blaine?
Yeah.
Like, it's, you've got Jalen Waddle. You've got Tyreek Hill. I mean, I understand speed kills. I'm not doubting that. But if you go get Xavier Worthy instead of beefing up that defense.
I mean, I don't think you're pick Cooper DeJean. That wouldn't be a bad pick.
Quinyon Mitchell.
I bet it's Cooper.
Good pick. Robinson. I like your pick, man.
Good pick.
The kid can just flat out play football. You saw what a difference it made in the bowl game when he wasn't out there.
God, if you're a Penn State fan, you've got an offensive tackle and a defensive end drafted in the first round, still can't pass.
And look at this. I have to say, we just saw Sean McVay with the Rams and now Mike McDaniel with the Dolphins. Two guys who are known as offensive gurus, next level generation with offensive schemes. Both of them went defensive line because they understand.
And I feel like Dan Fouts and the Water Boys saying that it's a Bourbon Bowl, you can't hold anything back. But if you're the Cowboys, if you're the Packers.
Look at this.
No, Chop's nice. But guys, the Bills sitting here at 28. Brian Thomas still on the board.
You're going to have a pick of the litter here at wideout now. We were wondering how many wideouts would go.
Got a lot of flack saying Brian Thomas at 28. He wouldn't make it. He definitely won't make it there.
I have him. I still have him.
Crazy thing to say.
Wait, hold on. What pick is this? Oh, yeah. I had him under 21.5, so that pick's out of the window now.
I mean, so if you're the Eagles right here at 22.
Oh, great. Can't wait for this.
Who from Alabama or Georgia are you going to draft? Is it going to be Kool-Aid or Terrion? Are you going to go secondary here?
Yeah, I go secondary here.
Right.
I think Terrion Arnold's still out there. Kool-Aid's still out there. Wiggins from Clemson's still out there. The kid from Toledo's still out there.
Well, so if you're the Eagles, what do you need more, corner or safety, if we're talking DBs?
Corner.
Or do you get a guy that's – if that's the case, you go get Quinyon Mitchell.
If
that's the case, you go get Quinyon Mitchell.
Neither of them are good.
Like if it's corner, then it's got to be Quinyon Mitchell to me. If you're trying to get the best corner available. I mean, I watched him down at the Senior Bowl. He's about as ready as it gets. But let's get back to the chat.
All right, let me hop in here 1 second.
Hop in there, buddy.
Let's go to MG. Said, I'm worried about the lack of defense that the Eagles are bringing in with this pick. Should be interesting. It's either tackle or corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess now, especially that boy from Washington got picked up. I know. I mean, there's Guyton's, not a bad piece there, but Quinyon Mitchell, guys, there has not been a DB drafted. So to me, the math says DB's not drafted, any of them, not one's been taken. You need help at corner. Go get the best corner. It's Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo.
You think he's better than Terrion Arnold?
At corner, yes. I don't think Quinyon can play safety. I think Terrion can play safety. Which that's a big versatility piece, guys that can go multiple ways here. So we'll see. They still got 2 minutes left.
All right, let's go to S. Murray. He says, I honestly could see the Cowboys picking up Spencer Rattler. I can honestly see them picking up the water boy, too.
Yeah, nothing would shock me with the Cowboys, let's be honest. I think that when the first round at 24, I would rather the Cowboys trade that pick to add more picks than pick up Spencer Rattler if I was a Cowboys fan. But at the end of the day, I think they're going either tackle with who's left, maybe Guyton, or you're looking at defense.
Let's go to Will Win 92. He says, with Kraft out at Green Bay, they could look to replace him. Tucker Kraft was tied in, correct?
Yes. Tucker was tied in. Yeah, I mean, again, we're looking out there. I mean, is there a guy that you feel good enough about that you would want to take out of college, or would you want to wait to try and see if you can get somebody that's already in the league? I don't know the answer to that question. I think Brock Bowers was so far out in front of anybody else that tied in. Not that they're bad players, but
he might be the only tight end taken in the first round.
Yeah,
I don't know if we're going to get a running back this year.
No, I mean, who?
Yeah. All right, I'm going to hit the lines here real quick. Let's go to Caesar in Austin, Texas. Caesar, talk to us.
Caesar Milan?
Oh, man, I wish. I can't talk to dogs.
That would be dope, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Maybe if you go in Ken O'Brien or Dan Marino's dorm room and get some of his weed in there, you can start talking to him.
Oh, geez, I don't know about that. But anyway, so my questions here are going to be kind of like maybe more like a future side question is, as Dallas Cowboys fans, I kind of don't see anybody providing competition to the Chiefs this year, regardless of who they draft. What do you guys think? Like, who's going to be taking down the Chiefs this season, or are the Chiefs going to do this, this trilogy thing, or like go for a turkey with the Super Bowls?
I just think the 49ers are too talented not to put them in that conversation.
Yeah, look, betting against, I'm not in the business of betting against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, but winning 3 in a row is, it's hard winning 1. Winning 3 in a row is unbelievably tough. I think the Niners are really pissed off again. I need to see the moves that get made after this. Obviously, there's stuff that happens after the draft. I'd put the Niners up there. I tell you a team that if the Dolphins can figure it out defensively and Tua can stay healthy, I do think the Dolphins could make a run at this thing to maybe knock Patty off before he gets there.
This might be a crazy take, but I'd probably say the next 2 years, I would probably put my money in the Detroit Lions boat.
I love Detroit.
I like that.
Man.
I don't think that's
I love
crazy.
that, but again, those are NFC teams, right? So that'd be matching up in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Think about like running through the AFC first.
Can the Bengals Joe's taking him down
He's
before.
the only one who got him.
Joe's taking him down before.
Ravens, right? That's the trifecta. And
I don't trust
here's why the rest of the NFL should be worried about a three-peat, even though I agree with you, it'd be extremely difficult. Patrick Mahomes just ran through those teams on the road.
And with the
on
worst
the road
skill
and beat
position
Buffalo,
he's gonna
they were
have.
underdogs. On the road and beat Baltimore in a year where Lamar Jackson was the MVP. And that may have been the worst roster Kansas City
What
has.
happens to old boy after he just got this car chasing thing?
Rashid?
Well, Rashid's a dog.
He is a dog.
And
Does that impact their 32 pick?
They're taking receiver regardless, I think.
No, I don't think you're going to see some super humongous suspension for Rashid, but I don't know, man. It's going to be tough to bet against him, but I think that Lions pick is sneaky.
Hey, Caesar, call in next week and let's talk about the Cowboys
I think he beat the Chiefs by running the football.
All right, we'll see. And hey, go Runners, UTSA.
Hey, let's go,
dude.
One of the craziest games I ever coached was against UTSA in the Alamo Dome. We blocked a field goal in triple overtime to win it.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, triple OT.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Why I'm confused at. Like, why are we talking about Brazil? Look, it's cool y'all are playing there. It's great. Who did the
Play
Eagles
exhibitions there.
Yeah. Come on, man. Guess. What are we guessing? I'm going Quinyon Mitchell, Toledo.
I'll recycle my Steelers pick and say Terrion Arnold.
Okay. Blaine? Thoughts? Inquisitions?
Give me Cooper DeJean.
You're just going to
DeJean?
keep saying Cooper DeJean until you pick him. I love it.
I love it. I love it. Let's see if we got. Let's see.
God, Roger, shut up and say the pick.
He can't do it.
Great.
Why are we going to Australia for a pick? I thought we were going to Brazil.
You can't even call somebody by their
We're all
normal
over
pronouns
the place right now.
I'm a huge liberal from Australia.
These are my pronouns, mate. There it is.
Oh, good
there
call.
It is.
All
Great
right.
pick. Great pick. We
Wow.
saw that guy at the Senior Bowl.
So you like him more as a true corner?
As a true corner, I think he's the best true corner on the board.
Wow, we're at pick 22.
I know, first DB off.
For the first.
Well, hell, it took us 14 picks to get a defensive player taken, David.
Nice call on that one, man.
All right.
They addressed their need, and they got the first one off the board.
Agreed. You know? The Jags are next. Who's next on the phone lines there, Dave?
We got David in Tampa, Florida. David, what's going on?
Kenny! Me and you, Kenny.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
Well, I got to say, Jared Verse being taken before the Bucks, I kind of wanted him. But hey, you know what? That's okay, because the guy that I want even more is, I believe, still on the board, and that's Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon.
Yeah. Oh, the center.
Yes.
Yeah. I wondered if the Eagles were going to take
to replace
that was going to be the one guy, another guy that we saw down at the Senior Bowl that I think has a chance to be really special at the center position. David, I think that's a really, really smart pick.
David, are you a Jacksonville fan at all, or just Tampa Bay?
No, I'm a Bucks fan. You guys know it's me, Smoking Gator, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, no. I don't. No, not a Jags fan. I don't hate them, but not a Jags fan. I am purely a Bucks fan. And after the investments that we made with Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans, I think going offensive, getting offensive help here will be the right move. And then also, where do you guys think Ricky Pearsall is going to land, and who is the team that's going to take him?
Man, I was seeing like pick 37 to 40, something like that.
Well, again, there's been so many receivers that haven't been taken yet. Like, I'm wondering how far Ricky's going to fall. I know I keep bringing up guys at the Senior Bowl, but David, you liked him so much. You picked him as your most underrated guy.
Man, yeah, I picked him as my sneakiest pick. I just think he's a great route runner. Actually, I was seeing him, 47 to 50. One mock draft I had, Eagles just picked in the first round, but Philadelphia had taken him at pick 50. That's after Xavier Legette. That's after Ladd McConkey, some wide receivers like that. Even Troy Franklin still hasn't gone. So I don't know. I just think he's an incredible route runner. I think he's a gamer. We showed some of his highlights this past week. I mean, he can do it all, man. And you can put him in the slot. He can run end arounds. He can high point balls with one hand. He's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, guys, Xavier Worthy's still on the board. The Jags got to go receiver. How do you not take Brian Thomas? You're the Jags.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Now they brought in Gabe Davis, right?
They did bring in Gabe Davis, but I mean, God, like we're talking about, hey, Trevor needs to get on it. He needs to get on it. I don't know, with this guy available, I don't know how he's not.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Ricky Pearsall at the Dolphins or the Colts.
Somebody like that, yeah.
Colts would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think he'd be a good fit at both those teams.
Interesting.
Colts would make a lot of sense, especially with some of that RPO game that they want to do with Anthony Richardson.
David, man, I'm sure we're going to talk to you next week. We'll see how it goes, man.
Dude, absolutely. One last thing, though, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
This is to Blaine specifically, all right? Blaine, you can run as fast as you can, my man, all right? But you cannot hide from the mustache that you murdered.
Yeah, I did not murder him. Let me tell you what happened. If he wants to get on social media and talk ish, all right, you're not coming back.
What happened?
He got on social media and started talking that ish.
What did he say?
I can't remember. It was a long time ago, but it didn't excite my face.
Yeah. David, what did he say? Was he mean to Blaine's mustache?
Hey, I'm just the messenger, man, okay? I'm just the messenger here.
Well, look, I know you're the messenger, and I love you, but it'll turn into 300 Spartan real quick, and I'm going to kick you in that well if you bring it up again.
Golly, look at this. Blaine's standing up. I mean, you got him all hot.
I hate sitting down for this long.
You got him. Hey, we appreciate you, buddy.
Hey, thanks, Smoking Gator.
See you, bud. Take care, guys.
All right, guess is here. Jags, David, where are they going?
Oh, man. I can get on board with the wide receiver pick. Let's say, are you going Brian Thomas Jr.? You want to bet buds this thing?
I'm going.
Give me Xavier Worthy.
That's a good pick, too.
I'm going. Yeah, give me Brian Thomas. I don't see a way they pass him up right. Xavier Worthy. Why don't you whisper it more? Maybe it'll.
David, I can't be eating those brownies, man.
He ate one. Huh? No, he ate.
You ate a brownie?
Huh?
No, he ate a cookie before too.
No, I didn't eat that cookie.
Oh, fat.
Remember, I turned that down.
He eat no cookie. Keep
But I
cookie.
did have
Eat
more-
cookie.
but I did
Get
have
that
more than one of
cheese,
these.
Danny.
You give me cookie.
Eat that cheese, Danny.
I didn't have a cookie before this. Don't listen to him. I had a milkshake. All right, he doesn't have false information.
Because you heard it brings all the boys to the yard.
I would never bring boys to the yard, but
Jake,
I
you
would
are
ride
not
the hot
helping your
guy.
case.
Yeah, he just keeps walking into this.
To the milkshake. It's the milkshake song by Keyless. What do you mean?
He wants to bring all the boys to the yard.
No, I said you did because that's the milkshake.
Who's your
song
pick
by
for
Keyless.
Jacksonville?
I'm going Brian Thomas. Blaine said Xavier Worthy.
Hot to Harvard.
Wait, who'd you say?
I said Brian Thomas, but
Go Tyrion Arnold.
I'll tell you in a
Go
second.
Tyrion Arnold. Go Tyrion Arnold.
Great job, coach.
Hey,
Great
bet
job,
buds.
coach. Great
Bet
job,
buds.
coach.
Great
If
bet.
I'm Trevor Lawrence, I am literally doing
You're
whatever
getting a
Head
great
and
one.
Shoulders commercial he's doing right now, but then I'm getting excited.
I just don't think they can see.
He can't do what?
How do you see
Out of those glasses?
out of those glasses?
Oh, dog. Those
Like
6'5",
Like, bro, get the
198.
camera out of my face.
6'5", 198, 4.33.
Huge.
1,177 receiving yards last year with 17 touchdowns, and that was playing opposite of Malik Nabers, who had 1,600 yards.
All right, the Cowboys are on, and guess what? It's got to be Terrion Arnold, right? Terrion or Kool-Aid? Terrion, Kool-Aid, or Cooper, right?
We'll see.
Tackle.
All right, let's go to the phone lines quickly here. Let's go to Biff in Madison, Wisconsin. Biff, talk to us.
Jump around.
Yeah, just wanted to call and touch on the NFC North stuff that you guys were talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not afraid of the Bears or the Vikings after this. Got to be honest with you. I think I'm not impressed by either of those quarterbacks. I'm more bummed about the Vikings taking Dallas Turner, but yeah, not afraid of those.
How about Detroit?
Detroit is the one team that still worries me. That's
Yeah.
for sure, especially after.
Yeah.
Especially after.
Where are you guys going to go? Are you guys going to go DB?
Well, I keep hearing Cooper DeJean, but there's also offensive line help that they could use. Barton, there's a lot of talk of Barton.
Well, I'm not a
Guys has been
mathematician. I'm not a mathematician here, Biff, but you guys, Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid and Cooper are all still on the board, and y'all are the next pick after the Cowboys. So there hasn't been one DB taken. I feel like, obviously, the top tackles have been taken.
Mitchell's been taken.
Mitchell's been taken, I'm sorry. But, I mean,
Have Guyton.
Terrion, I mean.
Let me ask you this, and give me an honest answer. Who, other than CD in that receiver core, do you feel poses a threat to any other defenses?
Well, like a legitimate threat. I mean, nobody
for Dallas?
scares the hell out of me.
Xavier Worthy,
You think?
welcome to Dallas. Why not? I mean, why not? He just fits it, right? Speed guy, flash guy.
Yeah.
Right? CD, possession, can do it all. Xavier Worthy, take the top off.
Well, look, if I'm the Packers, I don't think you'd mind at all if they pick Xavier Worthy. You're probably rooting on them to pick Xavier Worthy. Biff, what do you think?
Well, I think if Terrion Arnold falls there, I think that was a dream scenario that nobody would have anticipated. But even if they take Terrion Arnold and Green Bay ends up with Cooper DeJean, I think that's a real possibility. I personally like it better as a safety.
Yeah.
Aside Xavier McKinney, but
Yeah, I mean, if it's Terrion, then y'all got two Bama safeties.
Terrion's the right pick.
Or Kool-Aid.
But I'm looking at this guy right now on the TV, and I know what he wants to do, and he wants to make a splash.
He wants to make a splash.
Well, the pick's not in yet. I mean, we got 3 minutes here, but Biff, it's going to be interesting, man. Hey, let us know next week what you think
call
about
in
it.
next week, Biff.
Yeah, you bet.
All right, man. Let's go to Mike in North Carolina. Mike, what's up?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, I called you guys before March Madness talking about Duke basketball, and I just want to congratulate Justine to beating my Blue Devils in the final. Yeah.
In the
As much as I
ACC
don't
tournament
say it.
and then the
Yeah.
NCAA.
They ran through the whole. They ran through the whole state.
Don't bring it up again.
Hey, a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then, brother.
Okay, don't undermine what we did.
No, hey, I said congratulations.
Sorry, that was
did.
too plain. Thank you.
God, clean yourself up.
I'm sorry. But how do you guys feel? I know you guys know about the Dallas Turner more than I do, being Auburn fans, and he's from Alabama. So do you think my Vikings made a good pick on that, or what's up?
Yes. In my opinion, he was the best edge player available.
I think so.
I think Latu, I think y'all made that decision the second Latu got picked. But I'll tell you what I like about Dallas. You know, and you saw it on the screen, and we talked about it before the draft even started. I mean, I think the best tility outside of fertility is versatility. And, I mean, that's what he brings. I mean, he's able to rush the passer. He's able to turn speed to power. He can spill the power on the puller. He's a guy I think you can drop in coverage if you're getting exotic, a little Joe Exotic out there. I think he is going to be a Pro Bowl edge player. I really believe that.
Yeah, and mobility, too. Don't forget
and mobility.
I like to hear that.
What do you think about JJ?
I like him. I'm worried that he's not ready to start, and we need somebody.
He's not.
To start.
I'm telling you right now, Mike. He's not, but he will be. I would rather them throw Sam Darnold's already been thrown to the wolves. The Wolves have already ripped that guy
Throw him
apart.
out there for 2 weeks.
Throw him out there
for 2 weeks.
For a year. let JJ get a little play here and there. Hey, Justin, the future's bright. The future's bright. Please don't leave us tomorrow or tonight. I don't know,
just
man.
feels like
it could be worse. You could be the Falcons.
JJ just feels like a little bit better Zach Wilson.
I don't know if it could be worse, man. Like, I mean, yeah. Again, I like Michael Penix Jr. But hey, hang your hat on these. Hang your hat on two things. One, the kid just absolutely wins where he goes. And two, he made the plays in the biggest moments, right? I mean, he missed some routine throws that you don't usually see from a top 10 pick, but when the lights were the brightest, he showed up, and that's what made him national champs.
It's a good point. Good point. Mike, thanks for the call, buddy.
The best. Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Hey, have fun watching Cooper flag. That's going to be fun. All right, let's get to the chat.
All right, let's go to a $10 donation from Tyler K.
Thanks,
Says,
Tyler.
fellas, loving the content and loving the draft, but I have a question way out of left field. But I think people are sleeping on Keon Coleman. What are y'all's thoughts on where he'll go?
I'm not sleeping on him.
No.
I love him.
No, look, this is a guy we gassed up all year. You want to know how deep this wide receiver class is? We have not said Keon Coleman's name once.
Wild.
Once. We said what? Franklin.
Because he would have been gone by this time last year.
Huh? What just happened? What just happened?
Did it skip forward?
The Cowboys trade a pick?
Hold on.
Cowboys traded
to the Lions. So
what are the Lions doing?
What did they trade?
Yeah, I got to see what you gave up. You love somebody.
You traded up for a DB.
Is it Terrion? They're going to take Terrion.
Keep in mind the Lions had the 30th pick.
I'm guessing Terrion Arnold. Who are you guessing before they announce it?
I'll go with.
Just paid Amon-Ra a lot.
Yeah. Look, I'll go with Terrion Arnold too, just because at some point I thought he was the best corner. So at some point he's got to go.
Blanye?
It's either Terrion Arnold or
you don't get either's. It's one. You got to pick one.
Give me.
We can all go Terrion. That's
Give me
fine.
Graham Burton. Offensive lineman, Duke.
You think he would go before Guyton?
How about the Darius Robinson kid too?
Well, he's third. He's a center. They got, Mel's got him one ahead of Terrion Arnold, which means that Terrion Arnold's probably two ahead of him. Nate Wiggins still available at Clemson too. Dog. Love that guy's game. All right, the pick's in. We should be announcing it. Let's look. If you're a Detroit fan,
Cody Goffington.
Cody Goffington.
That's great.
That is absolute cash money. All right, while we're waiting, let's get back to the chat.
Let's go a $5 donation from TJ. What is up, my brother? He says, do my Niners take a receiver or DB with their first pick? And who out of those positions would you take?
Well, it depends on what's available, obviously. If somehow Xavier Worthy is still there,
I think I'd be shocked if they didn't pick him. But, I mean, again, the best part about the Niners is you're really not weak anywhere, so you're adding icing on the cake. Obviously, you've dealt with injuries at different points, but, you can't sit here and just bank on that trend continuing. I'm gonna say DB. I still think if Cooper DeJean's there, John Lynch going to draft him.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Patch Adams. Appreciate it, Patch. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Keep saying I'm going to get into the NFL next year. Is this a good year to get into the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Hop in.
Yeah.
Just hop in. It's going to be fun.
It's time. This is the year for Jacksonville.
Yeah, and Trevor,
it's
really.
now or never.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Trevor Lamont. What's up, brother? He says, what QB got drafted to the most complete team?
What QB got drafted to the most?
That's a great question.
To be honest with you, it's probably Caleb Williams.
Might be Chicago. And that's wild because they looked so bad at the beginning of last year, but they finished strong, and they added a lot of pieces already this year.
I wouldn't say Denver, even though, just the defense from Denver was so wishy-washy. Is it Caleb Williams, dog? It's not Penix. It's not.
What do you think about Minnesota?
It's not Minnesota. I think it may be Caleb, which is ridiculous and makes no sense because he was the number 1 pick.
All right, let's go to Strawberry Roan 374. He says, what are your thoughts on the Chargers picking Joe Alt,
love it,
5th overall?
Love it.
From Kyle.
Absolutely love it.
Harbaugh's offensive line guy.
I absolutely love it. I will never get mad at you for drafting the best offensive tackle in the game of football. It's just where the game's won and lost. All right,
let's make this pick. Hey.
Yeah, let's stay in the chat as Roger just talks about girls playing football.
All right, let's go to 13 Bailey _00. He says, she says, I pray Detroit picks well. Feeling good so far.
Got to be defense. Got to be. All right, let's go one more, then we'll go back to the phones after this.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from TK. What's up, man? He says, love y'all's content, by the way. Keon Take got interrupted.
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah.
I love Keon Coleman, man.
I think Keon Coleman is a guy that somebody's going to end up being very, very... Okay. Sorry, you keep getting interrupted. I think Keon Coleman's a hell of a player. I agree with you. That just shows you how deep this wide receiver class is. Let's see who they go with.
There you go.
There it is.
There you go.
There it
they
is.
got better where they needed to get better.
That's a great
you're
pick.
good on You're good on offense. You just extended Amon-Ra St. Brown. Man. Just extend your offensive lineman. Then you get better on defense.
Yeah, again, taking a defensive player from Alabama right now is a good business to be in. The question now becomes, if I don't know exactly where. I guess the Cowboys went to 30. Did the Cowboys go to that 30th pick for the
Probably
Lions?
got 30 and then something.
That's what I would guess. So you got the Packers next. Terrian's off the board. You got Kool-Aid. You got Cooper DeJean. You've got Wiggins from Clemson. It's a good situation right now, man.
Let's go to Brian in Alaska. Brian, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't know you're
It's
in Alaska.
He's just checking.
Either you know witchcraft or someone's chasing you.
Okay. 5 seconds. I'm sorry. They give you the disclaimer. Please do not be driving, but it was kind of unavoidable. But anyways, yeah. Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, so the Lions just picked, and I got to tell you guys, I'm unfortunately a little bit disappointed. I really thought that they would. So the two best edge rushers in the first round were falling quite a bit more than I thought they were going to be, and I was really hoping that they would solidify the other side of Aiden
Hutchinson.
And I was like, go up and get Chop Robinson. You know, I'm a diehard Wolverine U of M fan and Lions fan.
Go Blue.
Too. And that's right, go Blue, national champs. And they just Chop Robinson, he killed Michigan for about a quarter before they said we're going to run the ball 40 straight times.
Yeah, I watched him beat Auburn to death.
And I was like, I know that was kind of like before the draft came out, the people were thinking that, the experts were like, okay, the Lions are probably going to go with a cornerback. And I was like, why don't you just hammer down and just get a ruthless defensive lineman on the other side of Hutchinson? Yeah. And that's what I thought that they should have gone with. And I'm kind of disappointed that they were the one with a corner. I think they had a bigger need at either D end or D tackle. the corner from Alabama could be good. Branch is really good with the Lions, but I think they missed an opportunity to go at a position that they needed more than what they got.
Yeah, and do you wonder, let me ask you this, Brian, while we got you on here. Do you think maybe the success of Branch and how important he was to that team coming from Alabama, do you think that may have played a small part into, hey, we think we may have found a little recipe here? Not that it's shocking to everybody that an Alabama DB is good, but do you think that had a little influence over the pick?
I think it had a little bit of an impact. However, I think if you look at overall, I think just the importance of how valuable a really good defensive end is.
Without a doubt.
To me, it's been, for a while, the three most important positions in football are QB, left tackle, and probably the guy that can put the quarterback on their butt, right? Probably defensive end.
Well, you know what I say, Brian? We say this on the show all the time, not to cut you off, but it's a lot easier to hide an average secondary with an elite defensive line than it is to hide an elite secondary with an average defensive line.
But think about this, though. A lot of people thought Terrion Arnold was the best corner in this draft. They had him inside the top 12. You're able to get him at 24, and then there are other edge guys still on the board. So you got Darius Robinson out of Missouri. You're going to have Chris Braswell out of Alabama. You did see him at the Senior Bowl?
Darius Robinson was like one of the best players. He's a freak.
You're going to have Marshawn Nealon out of Western Michigan. There's guys you can go get
right now,
still.
you're slated round 2, pick 61.
Braylon Trice out of Washington. They're slated what?
Round 2, pick 61, I believe.
Okay. Yeah,
so end of round 2. I get you. Listen, you guys are more in the weeds and follow more of the kind of like the midday, the second or third picks than I would. I initially thought that this was kind of a weak in comparison to other classes like D-line, defensive end draft overall. So I'm like, you got to take them kind of where they are. You're not just going to have. I know you're saying they got guys in the second or third round, but I really think that the two premium guys fell. They were there for the taking. Easily, Verse or Robinson could have been taken. You guys would probably agree. Those guys could have been taken anywhere from 8 to, let's say, 15, 16, right?
I agree with that.
And they both got taken off what? They got taken, 15 through 20-ish, I think?
Yeah. Yeah, well, hell, there wasn't a defensive, Brian, there wasn't a defensive player picked till like the 15th pick.
Yeah, so like I said, I hope. It just adds more depth for them, but I'm afraid that by not adding another premium guy on the defensive end, I just hope that it doesn't just put more pressure on Hutchinson to be the guy that's got 10, 11 double-digit sacks, which he's capable of. But let's get another guy in there, that can take away from that, workload for him, and let's balance it out a little bit, because I know that's been the big problem. One of the problems for their defense the last couple of years is it's either Hutchinson or bust. They don't get an inside pass rush. They don't have a really good. So that's just my thoughts. So there you go.
No, look, you can't double everybody. That's why being good on both edges is so important. Brian, great call from Velasco. I don't think we've ever had anybody call from Velasco. He brought it in hot.
Love it, man. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm actually. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm actually originally from Michigan, but I'm calling from an Army base. I'm active duty military.
Oh, appreciate it, man. Thanks
for your service, man.
Thank you. And Alaska, y'all are going to be the first one to see the aliens anyway, so let me know how it is. But, Brian, we appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Next time, guys. Thank you.
All right, man. All right, Packers, the pick is in. King Don, Timothy, we got a ton of Packers.
Come on, man.
Cooper.
Come on.
Cooper.
Our great white hope.
The great Haru, the great white
Our great white hope.
But we can't play him at safety. We need him to play corner.
No, I need him to play corner and running back.
And running back?
And
the Madden game.
And I want him to go play point guard for...
How cool would it be, though, to be drafted?
For like the Timberwolves?
How cool would it be to be drafted by the team that the city the draft is in? That would be pretty sick.
You talking about Terrion Arnold?
Yeah.
All right, those scores quickly from the NBA. 76ers, 125. Knicks, 114.
Let's get final.
Joe Embiid dropped 50 points.
Final? Is that a final?
It's a final.
Got smashed.
Magic, 121. Cavs, 83.
Ugh.
Right now, the Lakers are up 47-43 against the Nuggets.
How much time left?
It is 3 minutes left in the second quarter.
What about NHL update?
NHL?
NHL update is coming up right now. Panthers won 5-3. Canes won 3-2.
Wow, Lightning are out.
All right, here we go.
Look at him. Look at him prepping.
Damn it! Selfish!
Wow.
Hey.
Okay. All right.
They're going off.
All right, Packers fans. I need to know. I need to know with some of these other guys that are out here at tackle.
You must really like them. You must really like them. Wow. Let's get back to the phones here before we.
Let's go to Gil in Irvine, California.
Yeah.
Gil, talk to us.
Hey, how you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, Gil. Yeah, what's up?
So I'm a big Lions fan. You know, from childhood, Matthew Stafford was my quarterback. So
there you go.
I'm 21. I grew up in the Matthew Stafford kind of era. Calvin Johnson, super invested in the Lions. We're finally good. And I mean, honestly, the last caller kind of basically said exactly what I was thinking. I really think that we should have gotten another kind of edge rusher to support Hutch. I really think that makes a bigger difference, especially with the off-season pickups we got for the secondary. I really feel like that would have been good enough this season if we got one of those top edge rushers.
It's so interesting, and this may be an impossible question for you to answer, but obviously, you know, you have your finger on the Detroit Lions pulse. Do you think it's consensus the way you guys have thought? Do you think most Lions fans are somewhat disappointed with that pick?
Honestly, I think it's split in half. I kind of tend to keep up with a lot of the comments, you know, on their Instagram page, Barstool Detroit page. I feel like a lot of people go either way. I feel like there's less division in the comments than there used to be when we sucked.
Well, yeah, you guys have won now, so everybody's a little nicer.
Hey, it's a long draft, man. You know, hey, even when you're playing fantasy football, where do you win that league? Mid to late round.
And let's not forget, there's time after this, right? Like, this isn't some sort of imprinted, you know, that it's exactly what it's going to be.
Do we know what the Lions gave up?
No, I don't know what the Lions gave up.
So I'm guessing they don't have 29 anymore.
There's no way.
There's no way. You talking about 30?
Do you know what they gave
30?
up?
Me?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't think they have 29 anymore, though.
They have 30. They're supposed to be at 30, but, you know, obviously they moved up, they moved up. That's so interesting. I get it, though. I mean, you go ahead.
Ravens 30, 49ers 31, Chiefs 32.
Yeah, okay. But no, it's we'll see if they make any more moves and try and get some of that edge help. But I do find it interesting that it does seem like it's somehow split 50-50 on the Terrion Arnold pick instead of going against.
Why not make a move right now? Why not try to make a move right now for Darius Robinson?
Out of Missouri?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a stupid idea.
Why not? Why not?
I don't think it's a stupid idea.
I don't think you're going to have to give up some, but it's not going to kill you.
What move are you hoping to see?
The Lions move up and try to get Darius Robinson. Maybe a trade with the Cardinals at 27.
All right, so the Lions traded up with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Dallas got the 29th pick and the 73rd pick in exchange for 24, but then the Lions also got a 2025 7th-round pick.
Okay.
So the Cowboys at 29.
Yeah, you got a little add-on there. Gil, man, let us know what you think next week after the end of this draft. Let's see if they do make a move to maybe go get Darius or somebody like that. Like Cone said, it's a long draft, man. But I tell you what, the way it's worked out with the Lions from a draft standpoint, you know, with Jameer and Branch and those guys, there'd be big trust right now.
Let's just keep that positive momentum going, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I trust Brett Holmes. He has not disappointed since day one. I mean, especially last year, like all the analysis of the Lions draft last year was a D or an F across the board, pretty much everywhere that I looked.
Yeah,
it's a great damn time to be a Lions fan.
Yeah,
brother.
when you got San Francisco on the ropes at halftime in the NFC Championship, maybe you finish that game off. Maybe you don't make Dave do the labor simulator. Maybe you don't do that. Okay, that's what we really need.
No, we need that.
If Terrion Arnold helps do that, then I'm all for that.
Yeah, I need you to internalize that. that. But hey, thanks for calling.
Just like David did with his
sponge. You want another call?
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, brother. You have a great night.
Michael, Texas. Michael, talk to us.
Good evening, guys. Happy draft day. Been pretty wild so far with all the, first 16 picks, first half of the draft was all offensive players, right?
Yeah. What are the Falcons doing? Poverty program now.
Mike, what are you thinking here? Is this a Bills question?
After that,
yeah,
it is a Bills question. Yes. So, all right, no Stephon Diggs, no Gabe Davis. Now, I know we brought in I forget his name from Washington, but all right, so we definitely need to get wide receiver here. I think Xavier Worthy's still available.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Deion Coleman.
So you've got the Bucks, and then you've got the Cardinals, who took Marvin Harrison Jr.
It was Curtis Samuel from the
Curtis Samuel. Yeah. I think the Bucks
get Curtis Samuel. That's right.
I wouldn't be shocked if the Bucks go interior offensive lineman here, and the Cardinals. It's going to be interesting. Like I said, they drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. So if you're the Bills, I don't think you have to make a move up to get Xavier Worthy if you really want him. Or we talked about Keon Coleman earlier.
To me, it'd be Keon Coleman or Adonai Mitchell. You need a
A.D. Mitchell.
You need a possession
about A.D. Mitchell.
Would you take A.D. Mitchell before Xavier Worthy?
Well, let's look at who you have. You have Khalil Shakir, who's a little slot speed type of guy. You have Curtis Samuel, slot. You need a possession.
And you've got really
number
good tight end.
One
True
receiver,
X.
right? And to me, that's A.D. Mitchell.
I agree with
or
that.
Keon Coleman.
I agree with that. I'm going to guess. I'm going to say A.D. Mitchell. I'm with you, Blaine.
Yeah, and that was my main question going to be because I know about Xavier Worthy. He's a speed guy. He can take the top off the defense.
Straight line guy.
Class.
Yeah, but because we got the two guys we have are two little guys in the slot. Well, we need someone on the outside now. And so A.D. Mitchell. I mean, I know he played at Georgia. Then he transferred to Texas. If I remember right.
Yep.
Okay, that sounds about right.
Big body, good hands.
I wouldn't.
Hold on one second, Michael.
With that big
Duke, yeah, great
Barton.
All right,
Center from Duke. There's the interior offensive lineman. All right. So they took him before Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Michael, hell. I don't think the Cardinals are going to take two receivers in the first round unless I've just lost my mind.
I mean, I'm telling you, if I'm the Lions, I'm coming in for the kill.
Sneaky?
Coming in for the kill.
Sneaky.
Appreciate it, Michael.
Great call,
Michael. Great call, buddy. I always love when Michael calls.
Appreciate you in the show, man. Really do.
All right, let's go to Adam in Athens, Georgia. Adam, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
What's up, Adam?
I mean, I'm just here to beat a dead horse with, what were the Falcons thinking?
Yeah.
I mean, my good friend Rusty Manziel. I'm almost gonna have to call Rusty after this. I hope he's doing all right.
I hired Belichick.
For the 9th time. I'm gonna ask this, Adam. Can you explain to me why they did what they did? Like, somebody just explain. I'm not asking why somebody kidnapped somebody, but why did they do what they did?
I have no explanation for it. Well, you spent $180 million on Kirk Cousins for 3 years, and you draft a guy who's old already.
Yeah.
And what? There's so many more pieces you could have taken in this, and I don't know.
It feels like I don't know. It almost feels like an investigation might need to happen.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, you got two guys now who I think can play quarterback for you in a division that's very winnable.
You have a terrible defense that you got no help for.
Yeah.
And that's a true statement as well.
That was my next question. What should they have done?
Here's what y'all don't know. Michael Penix is actually going to play defensive end.
Playing backer.
Please
They're going to put him at edge. Let him come out.
Wow, we're flying through picks right now. Adam,
Yeah,
hold on.
Adam, hold on 1 second. The Cardinals are picking.
They don't go double wide out, do they?
Got it.
See, God.
They went
smart
edge.
son
That was
of a
one of the
bitch.
picks we were talking about.
That's a great
Great pick. We were wondering if you were the day
I'm the
two
Lions,
guy.
that's what I would have done.
I tell you what, if I'm a Cardinals fan, all 13 of y'all, I'm pretty excited about getting Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson, who's wearing a Jackson Pollock painting.
Guys, he's huge.
Yeah, we saw this dude in person down at the Senior Bowl.
Every bit
of that 6'5" and 8th, whatever, and 285. Hell, he made way more than that. And you know what I love if I'm a Cardinals fan? The first clip is him whipping the tackle from Georgia's ass.
Yeah.
That'll make you feel good about a lot of things. Oh, and
here comes Tennessee, too.
Yeah. Guess what? Watch him. Get up.
Hey, Adam, we'll see, man. Let's see what the Falcons do the rest of the draft, all right?
Yeah, they better figure it out.
Hey, let's go to...
Can Can we bring Anthopoulos over to the Braves? From the Braves.
Listen,
he needs to fix the pitching situation
Adam,
first.
That may be the greatest idea I've heard in about a week and a half. I actually think that would work. Like, why is somebody from Curacao starting at wide receiver, and why is he so damn? It's Ozzie Albies. Like, wait a minute.
Just give me Brock Bowers. Just give me Brock Bowers. I want the Georgia players on an Atlanta team. Come on,
bro. They could have got Brock.
I shouldn't be a fan of the Eagles at this point.
Yeah, they could have got Brock.
Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Yeah,
hell, Brock.
The Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Appreciate it, Adam.
Thanks, man.
Man, the Booster Club is deep in Alaska. We got Chris on the line from Sitka, Alaska.
Let's go, baby. JT Thor.
Chris, what's up?
What's going on, fellas? First time calling. I've been listening to y'all for, 2 years now at least.
Oh, man, thank you.
It's an honor to speak to, you guys. Y'all have gotten me back into sports wholeheartedly.
We loved it, man. We love to hear that. We really do love to hear that, man. It's why we do it.
I was also the guy who told you guys y'all should bet on the Nitro Teddy Bear gummy bear.
That's right. Okay,
dude, I forgot about that.
That was.
I had totally 100%.
Have you done it?
About that.
Yeah, I've done it. It's spicy.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you
all the way through.
that hot chip challenge that I had to do, and that Michael Knowles fed me that poison. If it gets worse than that, my friend, just set me on fire.
He won't do it again.
Pour lighter fluid on me and set me on fire, because it's basically the same thing.
I've done it twice.
Wow, what was worse, the gummy bear or the chip?
The gummy bear.
No way.
Wow.
Are you serious?
I was about to say the gun pointed at your head.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Living in North Korea.
Oh, shoot. So here's my question. All right. So we went through 15 picks, no defense.
Yeah.
How much of these picks do you guys think is about the new rule with tackling and the different teams just saying, screw it, we can't play defense anymore, we got to put on offense all the time? And,
I don't think...
So are they adapting to that because they're just saying...
Trade alert.
Wait,
one
answer
second.
your question. The Chiefs are the Bills just traded with the Chiefs.
So Chiefs, hold on, it's like the Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So if the Chiefs would trade with the Bills are obviously one of the receiver the Chiefs didn't want. All right, so the Bills want possession receiver. Chiefs, to have possession, need speed. Xavier Worthy
to the Chiefs, and then Adonai Mitchell to the Bills. They just go spit in the handshake there.
Yeah, but the Bills will get a little bit more because you're in front of them.
Here's what I'll say to answer your question. I think it's an accumulation of all the rules a little bit, right? I don't think it's just one thing. I think it's multiple things. I think you can't touch the quarterback anymore. You can't touch a receiver after 5 yards. Now the hip drop tackle and all this stuff. So I don't think you're wrong. I just think it's a combination of all those things.
Yep, I agree.
And so do you guys think that basically from now on, as long as you're an offensive player, you're going to be in the draft in the top day?
Well, it just, again, every draft is different, right? Just like every market is different, every recruiting cycle is different, every transfer portal cycle is different.
Also, we talked about this. This was going to be like an all-time draft for quarterbacks and wide receivers. Mm-hmm. And you throw Brock Bowers into that mix too, and you throw in everybody in the top 15 needs an offensive lineman at some point, right? I'm still shocked to see 14 in a row, but that's just kind of the game right now.
Man. Well, hey, it is.
How many?
Go ahead.
My last question is: how many defensive players have actually been picked in so far in the first round?
So it took until
right now we have. Let's see.
The 15th pick.
The first one was Latu at 15. Okay, for the Colts. And then right after that, you had Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, edge. So you had 3 in a row. That's 3. Then an edge, Jared Verse, 4. 5, Chop Robinson, corner, 6, 7, 8 now with Darius Robinson.
So we are at pick 28, and
20 of them have been offensive.
20 of them have been offensive. Our 19 have been offensive. and 8 have been defensive because we got to get to the 28th pick. Wild, man.
I can't find what Buffalo is or what the Chiefs are giving up.
I mean, well, you wouldn't do it for free.
I appreciate it.
Hey, we appreciate it, man.
Appreciate the call, man.
And
Thanks,
dude,
Chris.
at some point, somebody's gonna eat that teddy bear. It just ain't gonna be me.
Hey, let's go to Matthew in Arkansas while the Chiefs are on the clock here. Matthew, what do you think about the Chiefs trading up here?
What's up, y'all? It is the Heartbroken Hog here, and I gotta say I am very happy to see this trade going on right now.
What do you?
We need a weapon for Mahomes.
Do you think it's worthy?
Probably, but I've seen before in mock drafts them taking Ladd McConkey, so I think that could be possible.
Be a good pick.
Well,
I don't think you'd have to make that trade.
You have to trade up to
trade
get Ladd.
To get Ladd. Like, it's got to be Xavier
That's
Worthy.
the only reason you would trade
It's
up to.
got to be Xavier Worthy.
And maybe the Bills are saying, hey, we like Keon Coleman even more.
Possession
Or
guy,
AD
that's what they
Mitchell.
need.
Or A.D. Mitchell.
That's what I think is.
And you
I
move
think
back.
we're about to go Xavier Worthy, then A.D. Mitchell, and then, I mean, shoot,
I see some Bills fans on here that are mad on X right now, but maybe the Bills are like, we like all three of these guys the same. Let's go to 32, get whichever one we need, and still get more from the Chiefs.
Because the Bills wouldn't have gave this up if the Chiefs were going after the guy they wanted.
No. I mean, let's see. What did Buffalo do, Adam?
Yeah.
All right.
I can understand why Bills fans are a little pissed about this. I can understand it because there's no guarantees.
Okay, this is the question here. Yeah.
He's basically saying what we're saying. Why?
That's the answer. It has to be, exactly.
Well, I mean, who do we got? So there's been some trades. So who do we have after this pick? Obviously, you got the Ravens.
You have Dallas 29.
I thought the Ravens were 29.
Ravens are 30. That's right.
Ravens are 30. Okay, this is wrong. So the Cowboys are 29. The Ravens
They're 30. Then you'll go 49ers, and you go Chiefs.
Well, Chiefs.
Bills.
Someone has the Pawn Stars meme. Bills fans, please take a wide receiver. The Bills. Best I could do is trade down to the Chiefs.
I'd be surprised if this isn't Xavier Worthy.
I think this is worthy. I think the Bills end up taking Adonai Mitchell at 32. All right, who's doing the pick? Let's see. All right, let's go to the chat while we're waiting here, man.
All right, let's get to, I'm going to try to catch up on these donations here. Let's go to a $5 donation from JB. So reports are coming out, Kirk is stunned about the pick. Falcons hedging him getting injured in 1 to 2 years and having his long-term replacement on hand.
Then why do you sign him for 3 years? What?
I just love that the reports are that he's stunned.
No, we're
right
going to
now.
find out that like an 11-year-old is running the Falcons. Like it's Arthur Blank's like great-grandson who they think is like the boy king. All right, what else we got?
Let's go to Natalie with the $10 donation. Appreciate it, Natalie. Great show tonight, guys. The production's awesome. I have to go to bed. Wish me luck tomorrow on my interview for my new job.
Go, Natalie.
In my new state of North Carolina, a.k.a. Lady Bear Claw 288.
Yeah, Tar Heel State. Good luck. Those are rookie numbers. Let's get those numbers up.
3 times a day.
It's not. No, you don't liquefy that. Or you sell them on another thing. Yeah. I got this another idea. Fugazi.
It's a trick.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah,
Good call. That was the obvious
congratulations.
one.
The Chiefs get even better. The Chiefs get
Is
even
Matthew still on
better.
the line?
Oh my goodness.
Matthew, are you still there?
Matthew, you there? Oh, he's
Nailed
not
that
there.
one. Oh, Heartbroken Hog. He'll
Heartbroken Hog, call back in.
He'll let us know. All right, let's get back to some of these donos real quick, then we're going to get to the
$5 donation from Ryan. Where do you see Zach Frazier from West Virginia going? Late first or early second? Best center on the board, in my opinion. Second best center on the board, in my opinion, the guy from Duke. Right now, I can see Zach Frazier.
So who's, again, it's what need. I need to see the second round list. I need to see who's the top of the second. I would say
Who's the center for the Cowboys.
I would it's Not Zach. Godly.
Oh.
I can't think right now.
4-2-1.
Yeah, that's incredible. I think he goes early second. I mean, I'm looking at who we have left here. I mean, Baltimore. Where do we think Baltimore's going, Blaine?
Probably DB.
I mean, is Kool-Aid? Is it Kool-Aid? Or is it Cooper?
I don't know. I don't think Cooper's getting drafted in the first round. Maybe the 49ers.
We can't get one in the first round, man.
Come on,
they don't
man.
Want us to have anything.
Beat the stereotype.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's Kool-Aid from
Come
Baltimore,
on.
Nate Wiggins for Baltimore, from Clemson.
Yeah.
But those would be good fits here. But I'm really interested to see this pick.
Dallas?
Right here, what Dallas does. Because remember, they took the wide receiver from South Alabama last year.
Yeah, Jalen Tolbert.
Who's I think is going to be a good player. Just
Jalen's
a
going to be
little
a
bit
good
more
player.
time.
He's going to be a good player.
Your
Look at
offensive
this
line's
play.
only getting older.
Yeah. That was one of the best plays of the season.
And speaking of Zach Frazier, who we just talked about, I have to look up who exactly plays. Chat, help me. Who plays center for the Cowboys right now?
I'm trying to think. I mean, Jackson Powers-Johnson's still out there, too. I think Frazier goes early second. I think he goes early second. I mean, I like Burton, too, out of Duke. I mean, it seems like Duke has a first-round offensive lineman every single season. But no, this one, this pick is
Tyler Biadasz?
Who? That's the center? Okay. I don't know who.
Tyler Badass? Tyler Biadass? Oh, Biadasz. Sorry. I don't speak Yugoslavian.
So I don't know who that is, so he must not be great.
Yeah.
So I don't think
this
taking
Texas
Frazier
guy.
right here from West Virginia of center is not a bad.
All right, let's get to another one of these calls for this Cowboy pick.
All right, let's go to Sonny in Arkansas. Sonny, talk to us.
Oh, what's up, guys? Great to be on.
Dude,
what's up, man?
Yeah. Hey, can I give you a call sign?
Yeah,
please.
Sundog.
Sundog.
I
love it. Love it. It's yours.
Product of the 90s.
I love it.
Sundog.
So my question, huge 49er fan, wanted O-line. They're obviously all gone right now. Best DB left to take.
Well, I mean, I like Guyton. I think Guyton's a good player. We were talking about this earlier. I mean, if you're the Niners, the position you're in, I mean, you're really not weak anywhere. It's just, with Ayuk and with Debo, I feel like defensively is where they're going to go. I mean, I think you take best available.
Okay, so, but out of DBs, do you like Kool-Aid McKinstry more or Cooper DeJean?
God.
Hold on 1 second. Cowboys
what I
picks
need.
in.
1 second,
Hold on.
Sonny.
Yeah.
No,
good
okay.
pick.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
All
there's
right.
another offensive lineman off the board. Sonny, sorry about that.
Not really a Jerry Jones move right there.
To me,
But hey.
Well, I think he already traded back.
I think I would go Cooper DeJean. I would, and some people think that's crazy. Some people probably think that's crazy. Who would you go with, Sonny?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have a list in front of me of best available players, but I've heard a lot about Cooper. So, I like that pick. DB, I wanted offensive line. That's what I really wanted. But,
yeah.
Okay.
Slim pick.
I've heard nothing but receiver smoke from the 49ers.
Really?
That's literally all I've heard.
That's surprising.
Well, I mean, honestly, would anything surprise you outside of quarterback for the Niners?
No, let's get another running back.
Yeah, at this point, you're just adding ornaments on the Christmas tree. It's just which side of the Christmas tree do you want to put the ornaments on?
Well, the defensive side's older to me, so that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
First,
I think that's a good point.
but also you can never argue with best available too. Like if there's just a guy who you're like, man, we can't believe he fell to us here. Take him.
Yeah, which we've seen a couple
there's a lot of
times.
good defensive players out there, considering the offense that's been taken.
Yeah, I mean, shoot. I mean, at this point, you just had two more offensive guys taken back-to-back with Xavier Worthy and Tyler Guyton. So, I mean, Kool-Aid's still out there. Cooper's still out there. Wiggins is
How many
still out
offensive
there.
linemen is that? Because I still have the under at 9.5.
There's no way it's 9. There's no way it's 9.
It's a lot.
No way it's 9. You've had Joe Alt. You've had Amarius Mims.
4.
You've had Fuaga. You've had Fanushu.
5.
You've had Guyton. You had
7.
7. Yeah. So I mean,
is it 9 flat or 9.5?
9.5.
Hold on, 9.5.
You're candy. You're candy. It's amazing it's even that close. Sonny, thanks for calling, buddy.
Hey, yeah, thanks for taking my call. Love it, guys.
Sundog, man. Hey, we're gonna keep doing it. Sundog, thank you, buddy. Man,
So Mallory Lawrence, the Bills trade pick 28, 133, 248 to the Chiefs. Chiefs trade pick 32, 95, and 221.
Say it one more time.
So the Bills trade pick 28, 133, and 248 to the Chiefs. All right, and the Bills got pick 32, 95, and 221. If that's a good deal for the Bills.
It's a good deal for the Bills if you get the guy that you thought.
Let's see who they take at 32 because Xavier Worthy would have looked really good there.
Yeah, again, but
it's just that's not what you need.
Okay, so you think if they go Keon Coleman there or
you need
Keon Coleman or AD
guy.
Mitchell? It's one of those two. Well, not even I think you need a bigger bodied receiver because Gabe Davis is gone. Stephon Diggs wasn't a bigger body, right? But he was able to separate. He could go up and make those one-on-one catches, really, unless it was when they counted. I think AD Mitchell's where you go if you're the Bills. But now if you're Baltimore, the pick is in. Do you think this may be a trade here? Because if you're the Ravens, I mean, yeah, we're sitting here looking at DB, but
it's actually 8 offensive linemen so far. So I just need not 2 more to be taken.
You need
you don't need the Ravens to pick offensive linemen. That's what you know.
Well, I mean, God Almighty, you were running out of them
because of 49ers. You don't know.
Out of these next 3 picks, only 1 offensive lineman can get taken, and I'll hit.
I mean, right now, you're Ravens. It's hard for me not to draft Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid McKinstry?
Yeah. And if that happens, the Bills are going to take a wide receiver. So
I was looking at the Kool-Aid under 28.5. I don't think I ended up taking it.
This one's going to be interesting. The Ravens have done such an incredible job drafting, Ozzie and obviously, John Harbaugh there. They've been dadgum near perfect, to be honest with you, when it's come down. Zay Flowers, great player, obviously. It's going to be interesting to see what they go with here. Keon Coleman is Mel's 5th overall top prospect, left out of Florida State, the wide receiver we were talking about. But I think Rodgers is about to waddle out here again. I mean, well, once the jazz concert stops, it's jazz flutes, not for sissy boys. But back to the chat real quick.
All right, let's go to Flying Mayan. What a name. Hot take. Bears make the playoffs this year, but they don't see another one after that for 2 years.
Huh.
I wouldn't put it past them, giving a little bit of hope and taking it away. I mean, everything's cyclical. All right, here we go. Let's see. This one's very intriguing to me.
Might be Wiggins. Got to be DB. Yeah.
Good call. Hey, good job hitting that bet.
Hey.
Good job hitting that bet.
Hey.
Look, Nate's a hell of a player.
Out of Clemson.
Hell of a player.
Watched him play for the last couple years. I think he's a guy. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, I'd be pretty excited going to the Ravens to play.
Immediate fit.
Immediate fit.
Immediate fit. If you watched him play, he's not a corner that's going to come up and baby around the line of scrimmage.
No.
He'll come up, he'll throw a hat, he'll throw a shoulder, smart player, great in one-on-one coverage. And a lot of that gets shadowed over because Clemson hasn't been the same Clemson team we're used to seeing. But they still have a couple guys on defense.
They're literally saying what you were just talking about. He's a guy that can play zone, right? He can play man. He can play press man. He can play press bail.
That's against a tree.
It's but again, he's very handsy, right? It's you want your DBs to be like guys on prime night, very handsy.
Johnny Wilson, another wide receiver.
Yeah, a giraffe.
About.
Oh, dude, we haven't even said Johnny's name.
I haven't even talked about. That's how deep this wide receiver class
Not
is.
even once.
Hey, I want to go to Brian quickly in Arizona. Brian, what's up, man?
Hey, man, how's it going?
What's up, B?
Hey, I was wondering, I know Kirk Cousins is coming off the injury and all that stuff, but, Penix being left-handed, do you think they'll kind of use it like a switch hitter situation?
Look, first off, I love the creativity in what you're thinking.
I'm going to be
searching for anything right now.
I'm going to be honest, bro. I'm going to be honest. That may be the reasoning that makes the most sense, and when that's the reasoning, my thing is, and you said Brian, right? Right.
Yeah.
If you're banking on a guy getting hurt, you don't sign the guy to a 3-year deal and make him one of the richest players in the league. You know what I'm saying? Unless he's got pictures of somebody doing something they're not supposed to be doing. Again, why not, if you're going to do this, if you're the Falcons, say, you know what? We'll get Michael Penix. We're not going to get Kirk Cousins and pay him all this money. We'll wait till the draft.
Yeah.
We'll get our guy, maybe a guy that Justin Jefferson likes to, right? And then we'll use some of that capital that we still have to make the team so much better around him.
Kirk Cousins' agent is going to give seminars for the rest of his life on
Yeah, it's the great. This is
how to get the bag seminar.
I thought Francis Ouimet had the greatest game ever played. This ain't nothing compared to what Kirk Cousins.
Are we sure Kirk Cousins' agent's not that? What's that guy? Dave Ramsey?
The like credit card guy?
Yeah, are we sure it's just not Dave Ramsey?
I don't know. That's
His
kind of
office is right across from my house.
I don't know, man. It's Brian. I don't know, buddy. Like at this point, I mean, who the hell knows?
What do you think they just took him just to trade him later, like for money and?
You'd have done it by now. I think you'd have done it by now, right? What I think is that, and it's shocking because Kirk Cousins was in reality, in the scope of it, just signed, right? Like this, Raheem Morris was there when they got Kirk Cousins, right? Unless my timeline's thrown off. So not only did you throw the bag at Kirk Cousins for 3 years, not a 1-year bag, right? A 3-year bag with the new head coach you have. That same head coach and that same GM went and said, you know what? Michael Penix must have turned water into wine in front of them. Like it must have been something. It must have been a Chris Angel mind freak. Why is Michael Penix levitating? You know, next to varsity hot dogs. Like, I don't get it.
At this point, Matt Ryan's going to come out of retirement from this week.
For $600 million.
You know, just to give some depth to the position.
Yeah. No, Brian, I don't know, bud. I don't know. It's good thought, though.
I'm just grasping at straws because I can't figure it out either.
Dude, we're all trying to
I don't
figure
think
it
the
out.
Falcons know.
Yeah, I think.
But they're still clapping in there.
Yeah.
They're all clapping.
Yeah, we got our guy.
Yeah.
We got our guy. Brian.
Appreciate it, Brian.
The Biden White House.
Yep. Take it easy.
All right,
Yeah,
man.
bud.
All right. Heartbroke Hog, man. What do you think about that pick from the Chiefs?
Man, I love it, y'all. We just got a guy who's about to turn 21 in a couple days, broke the 40-yard dash record, was Josh Pate's pick preseason to be a dark horse Heisman, by the way. So hang that banner up.
Well, I mean, if you're Patrick Mahomes, man,
gotta be feeling real.
You got to
good.
be feeling real.
Real
And guess
good.
who they lost? Who didn't play for the Chiefs last year? A little speed demon of himself. Now, Xavier Worthy ain't Tyreek Hill. Let's go ahead and get that out there. But he did run a 4.21 at the combine.
Mm-hmm. Gotta be feeling real good,
I
man.
think Rashee Rice, he's probably going to get like a 4-game suspension.
I think it'll be 2
next year, guys.
I think it'll be 2.
2. So we're going to have Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown, Travis Kelce,
Forgot about Hollywood.
Xavier Worthy lined up out there. Let's go.
Yeah, y'all were the worst you're ever gonna be.
Godly. Y'all are going to win
Congrats,
it again,
Heartbroke
aren't you?
Hog. You're gonna have to change your handle, man.
Y'all going to win it again.
So Mahomes is going to tie Brady in MVPs next year. Let's mark that down.
Which is insane to think about. Insane to think about.
Nuts.
Well, Matthew, congratulations, buddy. Y'all done did it again.
I love it, y'all. Have a good night. Awesome stream tonight.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
man.
We appreciate you so much, man. More than you know. All right, 49ers. The pick is in. Guesses. Where are we going?
Come on, dude.
What do you think, Dave?
They need to go defense to me. You go defense. Any one
Kool-Aid?
of these.
Kool-Aid or Cooper? I'm going Cooper DeJean.
You want Cooper DeJean?
Von Kinlaw coached him at Jones County.
Give me Lad McConkey.
You're
Really?
okay. Wow.
Really?
Speaking about how long have you worked for the Falcons?
Lad.
Come on, Lad.
Yeah, we want to let everybody know we're going to do a quick recap. Again, if you want to stay in the chat, ask a couple questions, good, bad, or indifferent. Justine, are we keeping the phone lines open, or what do you want to do? We're not going to have phone calls at the end. I believe we have, one more?
Yeah.
Person on the line. Going to get to you, Nick. Was that it that I saw?
We'll get to him.
Yeah,
after
we'll get to you. Let's see who the Niners go with. I say they go Cooper DeJean, or as they call him in Iowa, Honey DeJean. So smooth. Yeah, Zach, I came up with that all on my own.
All right, 49ers.
Come on.
You say Lad?
Come on.
I'll say Kool-Aid. Ricky Pearsall goes round 1, baby! Yes! Against all odds!
Hey, you were close.
Against all odds!
You were close.
You were workload.
Hey, if I'm A.D. Mitchell, I'm like, what?
First of all, why are we drafting wide receiver for the 49ers? Second of all, congrats on getting a great one.
Wow.
Man.
Oh, you don't.
Just give Brock Purdy more weapons.
You pick Ricky.
If you're the Bills, you're probably like, wait.
Hey, before Keon Coleman?
Before A.D.
Xavier
Mitchell?
Legette? Before Ladd?
Is that who the Bills are going to get? Are the Bills going to get Legette?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I can't believe. Hey,
Good for Slick Rick.
Look at Ricky Pearsall. We talked about possibly 45 to 50. He sneaks into the first round. Look at this. Whoop, whoop. Skoo. Skoo. Look at that catch. Skoo. Wow. Skoo. He's so nasty.
Dude, wow, man.
I can't believe this.
Look, I'm sorry. He's
Good
not
for
better than
Rick.
Latham McConkey.
He's
I
really
don't
good.
know. I
don't
think
think
he is
so.
better.
He's really good. I like Ladd.
He's like a
too, though.
taller lad.
Hey,
Lad ain't doing that.
Look at that. Look at
Yeah,
that.
Lad can do that.
Lad ain't doing that.
Did the injuries for
Lad can
Ladd
do that.
McConkey?
do
Did the injuries
Why
for
did he
Ladd
do it?
McConkey
It's an
play into
ankle.
this?
Like the reason why, because Georgia kept playing him on that ankle.
Golly. Man, Ricky Pearsall goes first round.
That's wild.
dog.
That's bold, man.
Trade alert. The Bills traded again. Dude, the Bills fan.
To the Panthers.
It's
Bills
A.D.
fans,
Mitchell.
Bills fans
It's
are
A.D. Mitchell.
furious.
It's Xavier Legette.
It's Xavier Legette. That's
who it
exactly
is.
right. From South Carolina.
What are the Bills doing?
Dude, I don't know. I don't understand.
Bills fans are furious.
Bills fans, Falcons
And that's
fans
not
right
the
now.
fans you want to piss off.
Look, we come together to combine in our anger.
Oh.
All right, let's get to Nick here in Fort Worth.
Let's go to Nick, man. Nick in Fort Worth, talk to us.
Hey guys, what's going on? Real honored to be one of your last callers today. And
Hey, Nick, we're honored to have you call us, man.
Yeah, no, guys, I love hearing you guys in the mornings on my way to work. So, question for you is regarding a team that didn't even have a pick so far in the first round. I need some help knowing is it going to be my Houston Texans in the AFC Championship against the Kansas City Chiefs next year?
Listen,
With that awesome offense they put together.
Well, I feel like it's only up from here, Nick, to be honest with you. The question becomes, and this is what we've talked about with some of these young quarterbacks in college, is, all right, C.J. Stroud, you've played a year in the NFL.
Yep.
How do you adjust to the adjustment? We see this
Sophomore
you
slump.
hear me talk about this in Major League Baseball with young pitchers.
Yep.
They get up there to the big leagues, first two starts, they look like the greatest thing to ever step on the mound. Then the book gets out on them, and they have to adjust to the adjustment. How does CJ adjust to the adjustment? He's passed every test from college to the NFL, so I wouldn't put it past him. But y'all need to keep building around him offensively and defensively. To me, if I'm the Texans, I'm defense heavy in this draft.
What do y'all think the odds are for the Texans to win the AFC?
To win the AFC?
To win the AFC.
Plus.
So to go to the Super Bowl.
Plus 1,200.
I'll give it 30%.
Yeah, I'll say plus 2,500.
Plus 850.
Plus
No
850.
way. Hey,
okay.
it's getting past the Chiefs, and if it's plus 850.
What, do you have all the
To
odds?
win the AFC South, plus 110.
Do you have all the odds to win the AFC?
Okay, Bills got the 33rd pick. So the Bills got the next pick.
So they'll pick first. I
In
thought
the
the
second
Giants were picking first in the second round.
Apparently not. So the Panthers get the 32nd pick and the
Panthers were
6th
picking
round.
Okay. Okay.
They just switched places. They did basically what the Vikings and Jets did, or the Vikings and the Vikings and Jets.
Okay, yeah, the Giants. The Giants have 39.
Nick, I mean, what?
I said that wrong earlier.
By the way, I wore my old Houston Oilers hoodie today, the baby blue one, Nick. I think you'd have been proud of me.
And dude, that's pretty cool, man. I mean, I didn't get into football until after it was the Houston Texans.
Still
I'm a
counts.
really big baseball fan, actually. So it sounds like my Texans are going to be great. My Astros are finally going to fall off this year.
Well, long way to go. There's only 734 regular season games left.
God, I just love hearing about the Astros falling off. It's beautiful.
Not
but
mad
Nick,
about
man, thanks so much for calling, brother.
Great calling it.
So what are the Panthers doing here to move up one?
Savor the gap. But if you're the Bills, obviously is it A.D. Mitchell?
Well, I mean, if you're the Bills, and once we get what they kind of got for this trade, I mean, I kind of like what you did. Because you're still going to get the receiver you wanted.
Who is that?
Which I think is A.D. Mitchell.
Oh, okay.
Or Keon Coleman. But you got more picks.
Well, you obviously didn't want Xavier Worthy.
I'm gonna guess Xavier Legette. What if the Panthers just pulled a fast one on him, took A.D. Mitchell? Or maybe they're fine with either one of them.
What if they pick Josh Allen? Josh Allen walks out on them. He's like, yeah.
No, what if they pick Michael Penix? Do you have to do they let you repick? Or
at this point, I mean.
The Panthers pick
the
Falcons.
Here we go. Last pick of the first round.
Look at Roger. Here we go. All right, Bryce, what are they giving you? There it is. Legette.
League it. Come on, Roger. Come on, Roger.
Xavier Legette.
You sound like a dog with peanut butter on the roof of your mouth. I like that pick.
Great pick.
I
like
do
that
man.
pick.
Great guy, great player.
Hey,
you want
country?
You want to know what a redneck?
Country as it gets. That's how I know I can hang out with him.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right, guys, we're gonna get to a little recap.
Let's
of the
recap
draft. Winners and losers. We're gonna hop right in there in the chat. We're gonna get to that too. David, first off, we got our chalk. We got craziness.
Yeah.
Craziness, which you love to see in the draft. Give me first. Let's go and start with the obvious. Your biggest loser.
Yeah, well, let's just recap here for a second. First 14 picks go all offense.
Yeah.
That's the biggest run on offensive players in the first round
many
ever.
quarterbacks?
Not just to start, but at any point in the first round.
7?
And then 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. So let's just recap those real quick. Obviously, Caleb Williams to the Bears. I still think it's the right pick. He's the most dynamic quarterback. We can talk about painting your nails and wearing lip gloss and the off the field stuff, but I think he's a great football player, and he's walking into a situation with Chicago that's really not that bad. Jaden Daniels, quarterback 2 to the Washington Commanders. That went chalk. Drake Maye, the Patriots did select him at 3. That went chalk. Marvin Harrison Jr., we were wondering what the Cardinals would do there. He goes 4. Joe Alt, Jim Harbaugh picking the best offensive line.
Love the pick.
Not surprising there to the Chargers. Giants go Malik Nabers, wide receiver from LSU. C.J. Latham to the Titans. That's back-to-back years they've taken an offensive lineman in the first round. That was pick 7. Michael Penix Jr. at pick 8. That's the shock of the draft because they just got Kirk Cousins, so we're going to talk about that. Odunze, the Bears also had the 9th pick, so they get the 3rd wide receiver taken in the draft, and then J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings. Vikings end up trading up 1 pick. So those are some of the highlights there in the top 10, and then the Bills trading back twice to not even have a pick in the first round.
Yeah, which I mean, again, you got a feeling like they're going to get A.D. Mitchell, maybe Keon Coleman. I don't think it's going to go outside of there. So, I'll start with my loser of the draft. I'm still, and this is what's going to be the talk of all today. When everybody's asking questions that I want to hear, what the Falcons put out. I'm just still trying to figure out why in the year of our Lord 2024, after you got Kirk Cousins on a 3-year, $200 zillion contract, would you draft Michael Penix at 8? At 8?
Yeah.
To sit for 3 years and be 27? When he comes out, this isn't a Jordan Love situation. To me, they're the biggest loser of the draft. If I had to pick somebody in second, the biggest loser of the first round, not the draft, it's kind of hard to say because I don't think anybody did. I would have said the Vikings if they didn't trade up and get Dallas Turner. I mean, I don't know if there really is a second biggest loser outside of the Falcons in this first round. I don't think anybody made a horrible, awful, disgusting pick.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the Vikings and the Broncos being there back-to-back at 11 and 12. Vikings ending up trading with the Jets to go to 10. I think the Jets were getting other offers, and they were saying, hey, do you want to keep the Broncos or the Raiders possibly from jumping you? So the Jets go offensive tackle there. The Denver was left with no other choice but to take Bo Nix. If they really wanted quarterback, and then obviously Raiders go Brock Bowers. But quickly, before I jump in on the Michael Penix Jr. thing, your thoughts with the Falcons taking him at 8?
Makes no sense. It's the definition of a reach.
I don't even know. This is worse than a reach.
I don't even know what you would call it.
To me, this is a letdown, man. I think this is a huge bag. We talk about fumbling the bag. This is one of the biggest bag fumbles. And it's not even like last year when they took Bijan Robinson early and everybody's like, oh, why would you take a running back? Bijan does multiple things. Mm-hmm. You saw that work out. You literally took a quarterback after just signing a quarterback to one of the most expensive contracts in NFL history. There is no explanation. I think it's beyond a reach. I think it's a reach around.
So if they
and not the good way.
If they didn't sign Kirk Cousins several months ago, what would you say about the Michael Penix Jr. pick?
Too early.
I would say it'd make more sense.
It makes some sense. I mean, it's way too early to I think if Michael Penix to me was a mid to late first round guy.
Not in this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Michael Penix Jr. was my favorite pure passer coming out of the draft. Maybe the best pure passer we've seen come out since Joe Burrow and maybe even before that. Obviously, we had talked about the injuries. He's had several when he was at Indiana. But back-to-back seasons now at Washington, over 9,500 passing yards, back-to-back years playing high-level football, didn't get injured. I think he was one of the guys who could come in and help a franchise right away. My question is not why would the Falcons draft Michael Penix Jr.? I kind of like that pick. It's why would you sign Kirk Cousins if you knew you were open to doing something this early at 8 in the deepest quarterback class we've seen?
Well, it's stupid both ways. Like, that's the problem. You're exactly right. It's not. It's the fact that you're having to ask questions on both ends. Typically with a draft pick, if it doesn't make sense, if it seems stupid on one end, on another end, at least it makes some sense. This one makes no sense to me.
In a division that's very
winnable.
Very winnable.
And it could come down to a couple players.
When you talk about winners, look, anytime teams have multiple picks in the first round, it's easier to win. Some teams don't even have a pick in the first round. The Bears having 2 top 10 picks, Odunze and Caleb Williams, I think that's going to be a dynamic duo. Hey, list off some of the offensive weapons they added again. Chicago.
For the Bears? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you added Keenan Allen.
You got DJ Moore.
You have DJ Moore already. You have Cole Kmet already. And you just added Odunze from the Bears.
And you've got a good stable of backs, too.
And the offensive coordinator coming over from Seattle. I know, all of us, we took shots at Eberflus last year. The Bears looked terrible early on, but defensive-minded coach, that defense played well down the stretch. There are worse positions you could come into.
I think
Drake Maye is going to have a lot tougher time right now in New England in a division against Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, and Tua Tagovailoa, who you're going to have to play all those guys twice a year and trying to make a run in the AFC.
There's 2 sneaky winners that I have. One, Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
I thought the Arizona Cardinals had a great first round. They had 2 picks. You got Marvin Harrison Jr., right? You got basically your Devontae Adams. That's kind of the comp when I look at here, reminds me of. Then you got Darius Robinson, right? When Chop was gone, when Jared was gone, when Latu was gone, when Dallas Turner was gone, you went and got your guy in Darius Robinson that we think is a heck of a player. And then I want to give a shout out to Jim Harbaugh for not doing something stupid. Not that I think Jim Harbaugh is stupid, but I thought if we were going to be sitting here dumbfounded by something happened in the first round, it's because the Chargers moved Justin Herbert to get J.J. McCarthy at 5. Not only did they not do that, they reinforced Justin Herbert with the best offensive tackle in the draft. I think Amarius Mims is actually second, in my opinion. I would go Joe Alt, then Amarius Mims. But I want to give a shout out to the Chargers for just not fumbling the bag.
What has Michigan been synonymous with the last 3 years? When they went 42 and, what was it? 3?
Running the football and playing defense.
Exactly. So Jim Harbaugh going offensive line is not shocking.
I do think one team that didn't get the guy they wanted but didn't panic when the moment was too big, I think that's the Raiders.
I agree with
I
that.
think the Raiders wanted a quarterback coming into this draft. But they didn't want to give up as much as they would have to get the guy that they want. But they didn't panic, and you got an absolute unit in Brock Bowers.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it's a long draft. Spencer Rattler's still out there. There's a couple other guys. But don't sleep on Aiden O'Connell, or Farva, as Blaine calls him. You start giving him, now you've got a guy on the inside, on the seam in Brock Bowers, who can play on the outside too, if we're going to be honest. But with Devontae Adams, imagine, all right, going 12 personnel and having Devontae Adams, having Michael Mayer, and having Brock Bowers all out in the field at the same time.
And I wonder if they still have Jacoby Myers still a piece there.
So the Falcons are explaining this. They say, guys, we're very excited. This is Terry Fontenot, the general manager. Add Michael Penix Jr. When you can add a high-caliber player like him, blase. It still doesn't make sense. Like, it still doesn't make sense. You say you don't pass that up. Well, okay, good luck tackling anybody. And Kirk Cousins is our quarterback. We're very excited about Kirk. We're very excited about Michael.
Hell, bring Matt Ryan back. Be excited
And
about
you
him.
only weakened the relationship.
Yeah.
With Kirk Cousins.
I agree with that.
He's already came out. His camps already came out and said how they don't understand how disappointed they are about with the Falcons doing this.
Again, hey, you got paid.
Yeah. Then I'm like, hold on, pull up my checking account again. Okay. I mean, they're gonna get grilled for this.
I love that you talk about the Cardinals. I had been talking about that general manager. Osifort, like, man, that guy, he's the real deal, and they really came to play today. Let's talk about another team that had 2 picks inside the first round here. Vikings move up 1 slot to take J.J. McCarthy, and then they moved up to take Dallas Turner at 17, the edge rusher from Alabama. Look, the J.J. McCarthy thing, obviously, you know, I'm a bit biased having played quarterback at Michigan. I hope he's the best
I think you've been honest about
that's
J.J.
ever played, but I had him 5th out of those top 5. He goes 5th. It just so happens to be at the 10th pick. He missed a lot of throws that I thought, hey, when we're talking about a first-round guy, like those are throws that Michael Penix Jr. is making every time. Those are throws that Caleb Williams is making every time. But he's 27-1 as a starter. He's got all the moxie in the world, and when he had to make the biggest plays, all right, against Alabama in the Rose Bowl, against Washington in the national championship, he made those. He's been coached under the tutelage of Jim Harbaugh. Now he's going to go and be under a great offensive mind in Minnesota.
So here's where I'm at. If you would have told me halfway through the college football season that J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner were both going to go in the first round, one was going to go 10 and the other one was going to go 17, I would have bet my life on Dallas Turner going 10 and J.J. McCarthy going 17. I thought when they took JJ, we were going to be talking about the Vikings. Now, this was after the Falcons did what they did. So I thought that the Vikings were going to be talked about as somebody that screwed up with that pick, right? Not because I don't like JJ. It's just I don't think he's ready yet, and I don't think Sam Darnold can make it through a full season without getting hurt. So you're going to have to throw him to the wolves. But I thought it's like Dumb and Dumber. Right when I thought you couldn't get any dumber, you go and do something like this and move up to get Dallas Turner at 17 and totally redeem yourself to put him on the other side of Danielle Hunter, which you brought up. I thought they kind of saved themselves in this first round because I don't think J.J. McCarthy's a 10th overall pick at quarterback. But, again, if you're Minnesota, we'll see.
David, let me ask you this. What makes you think J.J. is the best quarterback to play at Michigan?
I think that when you do what he was able to do, like we just talked about, go 42-3 over 3 years, or really from his standpoint, 27-1, I think his record was, and win a national championship. I think this past year was the greatest season in the history of Michigan football. To me, I give you the edge as the greatest of all time. And I say that as someone who played with both Chad Henne and with Denard Robinson. Now, Chad coming out, I thought was even more polished. But Chad Henne, and even he fell. He fell all the way back to one of those, like the first pick in the second round, and even he ended up being Patrick Mahomes' backup. That's the thing. All of these guys could be Hall of Famers or they could be busts. They all need to take that next level. No one at any position is ready just right this second to be a game changer. All of them need to take this summer and get ready. And we saw one of the things J.J. McCarthy did really well. He got better in 2 areas from 2022 to 2023. The arm strength increased through the roof, and then accuracy over the top throwing the deep ball. He's going to need to do that again this next offseason if he's going to start right off the bat, which, look, they have Sam Darnold there. I don't know if you're going to start Sam Darnold or if you're just going to play J.J. McCarthy.
You didn't draft J.J. not to start him.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting just because
I get worried about Justin Jefferson.
That was my whole point of what I said was, again, Justin Jefferson is the franchise, right? He is your guy outside of the quarterback position. All right, we all know the quarterback's the most important position. I think if this was 2 years down the road and J.J. McCarthy and Justin Jefferson met up, I think it could be beautiful. I think it's going to be rough early. I think Justin's going to want out. But before we even get to that point, I want to talk about another team in that division. I was very surprised at the amount of Lions fans that we had call in that were kind of waffling on whether or not to be excited about Terrion Arnold because they wanted that other edge guy to go with Aiden Hutchinson. And they didn't move up to get Christian Robinson or Darius Robinson. They didn't move up to get Chop Robinson or basically anybody that can rush the passer with the last name Robinson. They didn't move up and go get. I think Brian Branch having the success that he had coming out of Alabama in that secondary last year, because, guys, I think you can make the argument outside of C.J. Stroud, Brian Branch may have been one of the best rookie in the NFL, like one of the most impactful ones. I like the pick with Terrion Arnold.
I kind of do too.
And again, they said it was kind of 50-50 with what they felt in the fan base, but
I feel fine for Detroit. I'm going to trust
Yeah,
what
to me, it's
Detroit's
one of
doing.
those things. If they would have drafted a DN, they would have called and say, "Why didn't we draft a DB?"
Yeah.
You
So
think
why
so?
didn't we take Terrion Arnold?
So you think Lions fans are? I mean, to me right now, it's like, hey, now's the best time to be optimistic about.
Yeah,
everything
I'm
that's going
optimistic
on in
prime
Detroit.
right now.
But also, hey, I like that they're passionate enough to say, hey, this is what we identified as a fan base that we wanted. We feel strongly about it, and I'm glad they called in to talk about it. I just think you were able to get the cornerback that a lot of people thought was the best in this class at 24.
Yeah.
And you had to go defense. It had to be something
It
on
had to be
defense.
defense.
I get putting something opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, but at least you have one edge guy.
I want to make sure and give you your flowers here, David, because last week, and I want to ask you guys, who do you think what do you think was the sneakiest, not the dumbest, but the sneakiest? Last week, we picked our sneakiest guy in the draft. And apparently, you've been working for the 49ers because you said Ricky Pearsall, and the 49ers took Ricky Pearsall in the first round, right? Keon Coleman's not off the board.
No.
A.D. Mitchell's not off the board. Johnny Wilson's not off the board. Franklin from Oregon
Xavier
is
Legette
not
wasn't at that
Xavier
point.
Legette wasn't at that point.
Lad McConkey.
Lad McConkey. And you know what? I like the pick. I like the pick from the 49ers.
I can't believe he got picked before all those guys. Again, this is as
Well,
deep
we were
as
at the
this-
Senior Bowl, David. We saw him with our own eyes.
I'm so excited for him. I can't believe he snuck in the first round. I might actually get clowned now if people go back and listen to that, calling him my sneakiest pick when he ended up going in the first round.
Well, to me, I think it makes you look better.
I think it was a really bad pick.
You think it was a bad pick?
Yeah, I do. I thought there was receivers who are a lot more polished right now. I'm a big slick Rick guy, trust me. Anytime a wide receiver can do it in the NFL, I'm always a fan. But you pass on Keon Coleman, who's a better receiver. Xavier Legette, who's a better receiver. Lad McConkey, you can have a conversation about. A.D. Mitchell, I think, is a better receiver.
Well, you did call that the 49ers would go wide receiver when I said they shouldn't. I thought they should go defense.
I thought they were going to get another white guy to skill position. I thought it was Cooper DeJean.
I thought they were going to go defense.
Yeah.
But either way, Ricky Pearsall, man, congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations to all these guys.
For
I want
sure.
them all to have all the success in the world, man. I can't imagine what they're going through right now, living out these dreams. I want to ask one more question on the Vikings thing. You were talking about Justin Jefferson being upset. Does he want out now? What could the Vikings have done at quarterback that would have made him happy? Even when Kirk was still there, he was wanting out, right? I mean, what were they going to do short of, I mean, is he going to be happy with getting any of these rookies?
I think he would have been happy if they moved up to the top 3 to get somebody.
He would be that much happier if they had Drake May right now instead of
think so,
J.J.
yeah.
McCarthy?
I think he would be happier if they had Drake May. I think personally that Justin wanted Justin Fields. I think that's who he really wanted at the end of the day. Look,
that would have been a division trade.
Yeah, but we've seen it before. If the offer's good enough, I think a lot of wide receivers are divas. I think a lot of them are very emotional. We see this all the time, especially the best ones. I hope Justin will give JJ a chance. And who knows, maybe Sam Darnold can just put together enough to where it gives JJ time and Justin can see it and believes in it. I just feel like Justin's the J.G. Wentworth situation. I want my ring and I want it now.
I had a college coach this week who coached against Michigan and J.J. McCarthy tell me, hey, everyone here in our camp, no one would be surprised if J.J. McCarthy ends up being a franchise quarterback for a team, gets to a second contract, all of that, has a great career, and none of us here would be surprised if he ends up being a quote-unquote bust, whatever you define as that, or having like a Zach Wilson first couple.
Well, you got picked in the top 10, dog.
I think Chad Henne's going to have a better career than J.J. McCarthy.
In the NFL?
Wild. Hey, Chad went in and performed when it mattered most.
Yeah, Chad's
got
got
two Super Bowl rings.
He's just behind Patrick Mahomes.
But no, look, it was a very exciting first round. A lot of ups, a lot of downs. Anything else stand out to you guys?
Chop Robinson going to the Dolphins.
Miami not reaching for something.
Chop Robinson going to the Dolphins.
Talks about offensive coaches picking defensive guys.
Rams, Jared Verse, offensive coaches going defensive line, and then Brian Thomas Jr. going to Jacksonville. I can't wait to see this. I can't wait.
Trevor Lawrence, he's probably petting some labradoodle or something right now, just watching the TV smiling. That's the way I feel about it. But hopefully you smiled while watching our stream, guys. Great stuff. Everybody in production. This was a
yeah, I really appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, everybody here. Justine, Skylar, Austin, Mike, Justice, Steve, Andrea, Jeff, whoever else is here.
Yeah, Trey.
I'm going to catch up on these donations real quick.
Yeah, please do.
All right, $5 donation from Q-Smo Jimbo. I'm with my buddy and his fiance. I'm a Giants fan. He's a Bills fan. She's a Jets fan. From New York. We're repping the hashtag Booster Club tonight.
You love to see it.
Appreciate it. So $5 donation from Steve's Trading Card Frenzy. Steve, probably only Buckeye in the chat, to be honest. Where do you think MHJ is going? Well, buddy, I'll tell you he's going to the Cardinals.
I'm going to guess Cardinals at 4.
Probably to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Pumping Badger, $5 donation. Hey, Cone, your boy McCarthy is going to be a bust. I'm cursing you now. As for Harbaugh, I wish you all the luck. Go Badgers.
God, your mustache, the Humping Badger, it's just a who's who.
Oh, man.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from Son of Man. Lady Ballers 2, lingerie football, mount up.
You love to see it. I think Lady Ballers 2, go balls out's the way to go.
$5 donation from Justin, calling it now. Blaine will be the first pick of the NFL draft. They called me. I said it down.
He shut it down. He said no. I'm proud of you for that.
$2 donation from Braden Griffs. Who's Caleb Williams? Give me David Cone.
I love it.
$5 donation from Mott Stick Stacy.
No way.
The boys in the set look great tonight. Thanks for all you do.
Appreciate you.
Mott Stick Stacy.
I'm not allowed to talk about it.
Get you some Mott Sticks and marinara.
$5 donation from Heartbroken Hog. Are y'all staying on the entire night? And will y'all take calls all night? Trying to call them between the Packers and the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Got you in there. $5 donation from Practical Bible Studies. Which first-round QB will benefit most from going to the team that picked them?
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams. $5 donation from Blaine's mustache. I miss you, Blaine. Quit talking shit on Twitter. $5 donation from Joshua Pizzold. What's up, fellas? Just got JJ between 11 and 20 at plus 490. Also, hope my dogs have a great day.
Oh, that Jets
And they traded up. Oh.
That's tough, bro. I lost some money today, too. You're not alone. $5 donation from Charles Dossett. Mark this dono. Williams will be the biggest bust in the history of the NFL.
Jamarcus
He will be injured within his first year and replaced within 2.
Jamarcus is pretty big.
Oh, man, not after Jamarcus Russell. I mean, heck, we were talking about Mitch Trubisky went to the Bears at 2. Come on, man.
Kyle Frick, $5 donation. Can we agree that sunglasses inside are a stupid move?
They are a stupid move. Unless like you need them to be able to see and just want to look cool.
Or unless you're Roy Orbison or something like
that. $5 donation from Blaine's mustache.
You know my mom told me not to get a tattoo of Roy Orbison on my ass.
What about that, though?
But Mama don't
know.
That's the only time I've ever been able to use that, so I had to do it.
$5 donation from Blaine's mustache. Tell Blaine I miss him and getting ignored feels almost as bad as missing a 1K bet. Do you guys think Miami keeps that 21 and trade for more picks? They do.
What's going on with you and your mustache, man?
Look, you can't come out, all right, and talk crap and expect to return to my face.
Look.
Right?
Blaine's mustache. Don't listen to this guy.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
It's a sick, sick puppy.
$2 donation from Larry Lease. New era for Arizona.
Yes.
Let's get it, boys.
Look, I'm telling you, I think Arizona has a gripe that they won the first round.
I'm not a big Kyler Murray fan, but I like this front office, though.
Yeah.
They put together.
$5 donation from Mark Erdman II. Was Mott Stacy the one who got away?
Yeah.
$5 donation from Mott.
Only you can answer.
$5 donation from Mott Stick Stacy. I'm not the one who got away. I'm the tortoise playing the long game for the last single crane. Who put y'all up to this? Cousin Eugene, $5 donation. The Bears went from painting the field with their blood to painting their nails. So,
oh, man, that is weird.
$2 donation from Andrew Hodge, GLHF.
GLHF.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. Goats, lemurs, Hondas, and frogs.
$5 donation from Seeds Trading Card Frenzy. I'm happy for MHA, even though he will be taking a pay cut to play for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Got to work tomorrow, so I'm off to bed. Have a great night, guys. You too, Steve.
You're the best, man.
$20 donation from David S. Blaine, quit ignoring donuts from your mustache you murdered. You mustache murdering fiend.
This thing is so all over the place.
$20 donation from Mott Stick Stacy.
Jesus!
I'll never forget the way Blaine's eyebrows furrowed as I looked at him from a mozzarella massacre. I've always loved the beautiful brows and mustache.
No way.
I watched Baby Reindeer and I kept thinking that chick was Mott Stick Stacy.
No way.
$5 donation. Does Auburn Twitter put out a tweet for Bo when he's picked?
I would.
Checked.
I would.
Hang on to anything right now.
Yeah, God, please. Can you just touch Peyton Thorne in the face?
$2 did some great things at Auburn, man.
Yeah, you did.
$2 donation from Anything Goes. I don't see anything under that. Appreciate the donation. $5 donation from Leo Maltos. Shout out Caleb and JJ. Welcome to the North. We'll either have more wins against Green Bay than Justin Fields.
Oh, you read that one earlier.
You had 0.
Yeah. Yes, they will.
All right. I think I read that.
I like your shoes.
I don't think I read Trevor Lamont. $5 donation.
Oh, he said that with a French accent. Lamont. Trevor
says,
Lamont.
I'm a Falcons fan. For the love of God, someone help me.
Yeah, Trevor, like, look, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm sorry. Like, this is like when like somebody's dog dies. I'm like, I don't know the words to make you feel better.
$2 donation from
ice cream
from Chris Dumas. How stoked were you boys to see that set? Hashtag money.
Super stoked. This is incredible.
Our whole team here did an awesome job.
Yeah, this is dope.
$2 donation from Jane Stallings. Philip Duke's rant on Twitter is amazing.
Philip Dukes?
Dukes go off on somebody?
What did Dukesy say?
$5 donation from Mark Pick. Another Alaska booster about rule changes. The new kickoff rule going to affect later round picks. Go Cougs, pack 2 for life.
Pack 2 for life.
I don't know, man. We'll see. That's a great question. Another $2 donation from Chris Dumas. Beat-ass is out at Dallas. It's Bass or Hoffman at center.
Oh, he's talking about the pick on the Penix pick. He's a big Falcons fan. He's he's not happy.
Is he going off?
Yeah, good. I'd go off too. You could have died. Dallas Turner. You lost me $1,000.
Look, the real question is, when am I directing the hype video again? Y'all haven't been back to the Super Bowl since then.
Yeah.
My phone hadn't rung once.
Well, I don't know. They went to the Super Bowl and lost. We're up 28-3 and lost.
You know what? Not because of the hype video. I got him there.
Rumor has it right when they got
to for the wins.
Rumor has it right when they got to 28-3. Somebody, Matt Ryan, looked at somebody and said, "Man, I have a bad feeling that hype video is going to come back to get us."
God, now I think back, that was a fun shoot. Matt Ryan, Mohamed Sanu, Julio Jones was a pain.
Mohamed Sanu,
That's
a dog. Shout out Rutgers.
$10 donation from Jimbo's Money Bag. Best draft experience I've had in a good while.
Let's go.
The Bush Club cannot be beat, and Darby Lou's the queen. Thanks to CNC Crew for an awesome stream. Appreciate you.
Thank y'all.
$5 donation from 9 Mil Norm. Not only did the Niners not get the best receiver, they didn't even get the best white receiver.
Hey, don't hate on white boy Rick.
You're right, though.
Devin21 said Auburn football did not tweet about Bo Nix.
Don't blame him.
I wouldn't either.
I'd have left, too.
I wouldn't know.
That's all the donuts, guys.
Wow.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Got some great content for you tomorrow as well. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Again, thanks to everybody here, production crew, for staying up late with us. We appreciate you guys. And like the Falcons' chances of not pissing everybody off, I don't have my card. It's going. Imaginary card. There's the catch.
Here.
Oh, hear it. Going.
That one's.
Oh, didn't hit the ground. Didn't hit the ground.